Chapter 251 Action Detection. After the poisonous butterflies were temporarily repelled, Aoki took the elves out of the poisonous butterflies forest. This time, the elves combined to destroy many poisonous butterflies. The scorpion-tailed scorpion also successfully found the energy crystals condensed in the poisonous butterfly body. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the level of the elves has been raised again. Originally on the Santanu, after a long period of training and accumulation, it is on the verge of upgrading. Hundreds of poisonous white butterflies have now been eliminated all at once, and the levels of poisonous white butterflies are not low, with an average level of about 20. Even if spread evenly on the head of each elven, there are many gains. However, the biggest gain is definitely the stupid beast, because the attributes are restrained, and with the help of other elves, the stupid beast can attack unscrupulously. He killed nearly half of the poisonous white butterflies with one elf. However, in the game on the Santanu, the dull beast was promoted to the first level, so this time only he did not upgrade, but still gained a lot of accumulation. The dark crow reached level 5, ghost stone reached level 6. The big milk tank reached level 3, and the puller also reached level 6. Although the claw-tailed scorpion killed the least, it was the most upgraded because of the large difference. The claw-tailed scorpion reached level 16 and rose 2 levels. This is because the experience gained in training some time ago, and after such a fierce battle, it naturally upgraded. Next time you want to upgrade, it will not be so easy. But overall, the power of the elves has improved a little again. There are countless poisonous butterflies in the poisonous butterfly forest, and Aoki is not ready to give up now. After a short break, you are ready to enter the poisonous butterfly forest again. Whether it is to increase the fighting experience for the elves or to obtain those energy crystals, the poisonous butterflies are already targets of Aoki. Before returning to the poisonous butterfly forest, Aoki watched dancing in the woods and thoughtfully hunting the swallowtail butterflies. There are energy crystals in the poisonous butterfly, but I don't know if there are energy crystals in the hunting swallowtail butterflies. Now Aoki looked at these wild elves as if they saw crystals of moving energy. At rest, Aoki used energy cubes to restore energy to the elves, and in addition to the milk in the big milk tank to restore physical strength, he also took out a poisonous energy crystal and fed it directly to the claw-tailed scorpion. Although Ghost Stone is also very interested in these energy crystals, the poisonous gas has not yet been absorbed. Aoki felt that after the poisonous gas was consumed, he would use other poisonous energy for Ghost Stone. As for the scorpion-tailed scorpion, there is no problem, plus the first energy crystal he found. Aoki gave him a reward. As long as you find something wrong, you won't use it next time. After all, it is only a small energy crystal, and even if it has side effects, it will soon dissipate. The chip monitors the body data of the scorpion-tailed scorpion in real time, calculates the effect after using energy crystallization, and changes in various indexes of the body. Aoki set a new task for the chip in his heart. The scorpion-tailed scorpion swallowed the poisonous energy of the heart, and then closed its eyes and lay on the ground. Although no change was seen from the outside, Aoki was able to monitor the body of the jaw-tailed scorpion in real time through the chip. I saw in the data chart given by the chip, the energy in the body of the scorpion-tailed scorpion fluctuated, especially the toxic energy. Even taking his physical fitness has improved to a certain extent. About 10 minutes later, the scorpion-tailed scorpion, which had completely digested its energy, opened its eyes and looked at Aoki, and the longing eyes could not be concealed. Although he doesn't know what happened to his body, he can feel that his body is now full of energy, and he feels that if he takes a few more tablets, his skills will change again. In the eyes of the elves, it is a change. In fact, in Aoki and the chip, it is a level increase. Aoki was surprised at the real-time scan results given by the chip. It's just a small poisonous energy crystal, but the effect is surprisingly good. The chip calculates that as long as the scorpion-tailed scorpion eats 10 more energy crystals, it can successfully upgrade again. Although the claw-tailed scorpion is relatively low and requires less energy, You know that he has just completed the upgrade. Can energy crystals help sprites grow faster? And it seems that the benefits are more than that. After using the poisonous energy crystallization, the total energy of the poisonous scorpion seems to have improved a little. The improvement is not very obvious. I am afraid that the claw-tailed scorpion does not feel anything, but the chip can fully reflect it. So to say, this energy crystallization can also optimize the qualification of the wizard to a certain extent. However, the degree of optimization of qualifications is still relatively small. Based on the current situation of the scorpion-tailed scorpion, I am afraid that it will take about 10,000 to improve his poisonous talent. This is still the result of eating more and not producing resistance, and the amount of increase each time is the same result. If resistance develops after too much use, I'm afraid more will be needed. What if the sprites of other attributes use energy blocks that are not corresponding attributes? Aoki suddenly thought of this problem, but he was unwilling to try with his own elf now. And from the current situation, energy crystals are not available for every wild elves, so it is better to use one less. But Aoki's interest in the island is growing. Anyway, the level of wild elves on this island is not too high, and the elves are very impressive. Then, the purpose of exploring the island is to collect energy crystals. If you can find some well-qualified elves, you can catch them. I just don't know when it will be possible to return to the human world again. If there are too many elves to catch, it will also be a huge burden on food. Therefore, Aoki decided that he would not consider the elves with the general qualification below light green. At least it is also a light green qualified spirit. www.mtlnovel.com. It is considered to have a certain value, and it is best to be green qualified or above. After a half-hour rest, the milk in the big milk tank was restored to strength, and the elves quickly recovered to their best condition. But I have to say that the powder in the poisonous butterfly forest is still very annoying. However, the big milk tank as the team's support is still very reliable. One trick to cure ringtone is now very good exercise. Although it is not proficient, it is not very urgent anyway, and the effect of each use is very good. This is also one of the main reasons why Aoki can take the elves straight into the poisonous butterfly's nest. It is because they do not need to be afraid of the powder interference of poisonous white butterflies to launch unscrupulous attacks. However, Aoki found that every time when he was fighting, he always felt that a large meat shield was missing at the front, and the safety of the elves was not 100% guaranteed. Second, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Chapter 252 Can't afford. After the rest, Aoki led the elves into the poisonous butterfly forest again. However, after entering Aoki this time, he was hit straight out within half an hour. Because the killer was too fierce before, the masters of the poisonous butterfly group shot directly. A total of 2 high-grade poisonous butterflies appeared, 130 and 130. If it's just these two, even if the elf of Aoki is relatively low level, it is not without power, because although their level is high, their qualifications are relatively general. As long as they are not a neognone, they still play. It's just that in addition to the 2 high-grade poisonous white butterflies, there are overwhelming ordinary poisonous white butterflies. That's the reason why Aoki really avoids rat poison. Helplessly backed out again. These 2 poisonous butterfly are definitely not the strongest existence in this poisonous butterfly group. If Aoki defeats them again, it is estimated that the real leader will come out. It seems him going to be a scavenger on this island. With so many elves and not too many natural enemies, go on like this, the island is probably unaffordable. By then, the elves who can't get into the sea or can't fly, it is estimated that they will become extinct. Aoki said to himself, looking at the forest of poisonous butterflies opposite. Aoki has set up a noble archway for himself, so that he can clean the elves on the island with peace of mind. Although the strength of the elves is not enough, but it will be hard to say if they play for a few days. Scanned by the chip, the dumb beast is not too far away from the upgrade. In the forest on the side of the hunting swallowtail butterfly, the poisonous pink butterfly was originally relatively defensive. Forcible raids were successful before, just because the poisonous butterfly did not expect that the weak hunting swallowtail butterfly would attack. After encountering a wide range of casualties, the poisonous butterflies strengthened their defense on this side. Aoki decided to take the elves to the other side and launch another raid. At the same time, let the dumb beast leave spatial coordinates at each location reached. What Aoki has to do now is to fight guerrilla warfare. Slowly consume the vigor of the poisonous white butterflies. Across the poisonous butterfly forest, Aoki once again launched a raid on the forest. Sure enough, as he expected, the long and comfortable life made the poisonous butterfly not pay much attention to the surrounding defense, and the extremely weak defense Aoki and the elves quickly attacked. There was no attack on those shield cocoons, and the target locked on the poisonous butterfly. This assault again caused hundreds of poisonous white butterfly casualties, and Aoki also harvested 34 energy crystals. And the dumb beast also successfully upgraded again, reaching the 28th level, still maintaining the highest level of Aoki elves. When seeing those high-level poisonous white butterflies coming again, Aoki took the elves back in time. After taking a short break, the elves were put away, and then the foolish beast moved to another location in the forest with an instant. Release the elves again, and attack the poisonous butterfly again. After going back and forth like this 3 or 4 times, the number of poisonous white butterflies has obviously decreased, and the poisonous butterflies have become hesitant. As long as there is movement in the forest, you can see a group of red-eyed poisonous butterflies chasing out aggressively. If it weren't for the last time Aoki ran faster, it might really be left behind by the angry poisonous butterflies, because in the end they have started suicide attacks. Even if they die, they will leave some scars on the dumb beasts. Unable to do anything, Aoki took the elves directly back to the hunting Papilio forest, and today he gave up his plan to attack again. Not only are the poisonous butterflies more agitated, they also show physical and mental fatigue. Even with the milk aid of a big milk tank and the timely supply of high-level energy cubes, after a long battle, the spirit is still very tired. If you continue to fight, you may cause irreversible physical damage. So Aoki pulled back decisively. Anyway, there was no plan to destroy this huge poisonous butterfly family in one day. However, some of the poisonous butterflies outer grades are relatively low, and they have been killed by Aoki, and the remaining poisonous butterflies have reached an average level of about 234, and they can't be knocked down at once. Today, Aoki harvested a total of 121 small energy crystals. As for the medium crystals, I have never seen them. The yield of energy crystals is almost a third of the probability. That is to say, Aoki killed a total of about 300 poisonous white butterflies with a foolish beast today. No wonder the dark shadows of poisonous white butterflies that once overwhelmed a lot looser. And one day, a poisonous butterfly in Aoki did not conquer. But it is not a poisonous butterfly with no light green qualifications, but it is because that kind of large-scale battle does not take care of retention. One carelessness may really cause the entire formation be scattered. In general, there is still a lack of a meat shield type elves that can suppress the audience to attract hatred. In addition to outputting, the elves also worry about being attacked. But in such a short time, if you want to find such an elf at once, it is impossible to have effective combat power. Besides, Aoki has no time to cultivate now, and may catch one after the ultimate trial. Now take a good rest. Think back to today's battle, how much you have understood and interpreted your skills, and how much you have learned. If you have the same skills, you can discuss each other. Aoki fed each of the elves with advanced skills, the energy cube. Then put on your apron and started cooking dinner. Now the elves were very tired, and Aoki refused the help of the big milk can. Today, although she did not participate in too many battles in a day, she used healing bells and produced a lot of milk, which was also very expensive. From Aoki's point of view, the big milk cans seemed to be thin. Slowly the scent began to appear in the forest again. But this time there were no longer looking elves to challenge again. www.mentalnovel.com did not see a group of elves sitting there resting. The fierce momentum, but shocked the surrounding elves. even the hunting swallowtail butterfly that had been playing on the side, can no longer be seen. In the territory of hunting swallowtail butterflies, a small territory was divided and belonged to Aoki and his elves. And hunting swallowtail butterflies is more sensitive than other elves. They can feel where the smell of those elves comes from, which is their natural counterpart, the blood smell of poisonous butterflies. God knows how many poisonous butterflies they have eliminated. Looking at the elves, hunting Papilio chose to avoid it with great interest. They can kill so many poisonous butterflies, and they can kill the same number of hunting swallowtail butterflies. Can't afford it. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Chapter 253. Goodbye Boss. Aoki spent another day hunting poisonous white butterflies, and finally cleaned up all the relatively low-grade poisonous white butterflies. Finally, a medium-sized energy crystal was finally found in a poisonous butterfly of grade 30. Item: energy crystal medium. Attribute: toxic. Role: after taking the elf, it can increase the energy of the poisonous system by a certain amount, and if it is used in large quantities, it can even improve the talent of the poisonous system. Source: after using a certain amount of high-purity energy, there is a certain chance that energy crystals will condense in the body. Aoki, however, instructed the foolish beasts to carry out the actual guerrilla warfare before completely killing this poisonous butterfly with a deep yellow qualification of level 30. The number of poisonous white butterflies in the poisonous butterfly forest has decreased sharply. In order to keep this territory, it is necessary to spread the force. It is also because of this that Aoki has the opportunity to take advantage of it. Every time when I was fighting, when a poisonous butterfly of level 30 appeared, Aoki would retreat with the elves. This gave the poisonous butterfly group an illusion. In their opinion, as long as the third high-degree poisonous butterfly guarded, Aoki would not dare to attack again. It is just that the ideal is full and the reality is very backbone. These powerful poisonous butterflies sent by the poisonous butterfly leader were beaten one by Aoki. When this day elapses, there are only 3 or 2 kittens in the entire poisonous butterfly family. Although with the growth speed of the worms, a large number of poisonous butterflies will soon appear, but these newly evolved poisonous butterflies cannot cause any obstacle to them. Aoki's plan for tomorrow is to kill the poisonous butterfly leader, and then the poisonous butterfly group is almost cleared up. I believe that for a long time after that, poisonous white butterflies will never become a large group on this island. But that's okay, because Aoki will soon clean up all the other ethnic groups. Because the harvest is too rich. It seems that this island has not been developed, or that it has not been developed for a long time. Aoki found many rare medicinal materials and tree fruits in the forest of poisonous white butterflies, all of which he collected. Not to mention, after the crazy battle of the elves, their skills have been improved. After a day of fighting with high-level elves, although the level has not been improved, the mastery of skills has grown rapidly. Even the claw-tail scorpion has mastered his basic skills one by one. When the night passed, Aoki took the elves back into the already familiar poisonous butterfly forest. The various powders that had been diffused everywhere had already dissipated a lot. At least when the sun came in, they could see the plants more than 10 meters away. Stepping on the soft ground covered with leaves, turned a blind eye to the roars of the surrounding shield cocoons. Anyway, even if these elves have evolved, there will be no impact on Aoki for a short time, and the level is low, and the experience given is poor. If you have time to cook them, you might as well leave more energy to play against the leader of the poisonous butterfly. When Aoki walked to the center of the poisonous white butterfly forest, he saw that the leader of the poisonous white butterfly was waiting. After these days of fighting, he also understood what Aoki wanted to do, and that was to destroy their entire poisonous butterfly community. In other words, destroying all the poisonous butterflies they have now has no intention of attacking those shield cocoons. This made the poisonous butterfly leader slightly relieved. Even if he died, I believe that it will become a poisonous butterfly forest again soon. The growth speed of worms is terrible. It seems that you already know that you are going to play against me. Even the poisonous butterflies that have good potential have been opened by you. Aoki looked at the lonely poisonous butterfly leader and said with a smile, "That's right. The only big poisonous butterfly group now has him to stay and prepare to play against Aoki. As for those low-level, but not weak, newly born poisonous butterflies, he was all sent out." After 2 days of fighting, he found that Aoki didn't actually have much intention of attacking low-level and weak poisonous butterflies, but mostly aimed at those poisonous butterflies with higher levels. As for why, he also understood, presumably to accumulate experience for those elves around that human. There was an eager flash in the eyes of the poisonous butterfly leader. She came to this step with her talent and ability after a long life and exercise. And the elves around that human being are obviously not very old, but they have such powerful strength. It is obviously that human being is consciously training them. If he can be cultivated, what strength should he be now? The leader of poisonous pink butterfly dare not think. However, as the leader of a group, she would not accept a person who slaughtered his people, even if the other party could quickly improve her strength. The dignity of being a leader does not allow her to bow to anyone. Aoki looked at the imposing poisonous butterfly leader. His eyes shimmered. And the data of the poisonous butterfly leader was first obtained by Aoki. Elf, poisonous butterfly green. Gender, female. Level 34. Attribute, insect plus toxic. Characteristics, compound eyes. Carrying props. Boss momentum can improve the elf qualifications by a small order. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, wind. Mental ability, poisonous powder. Moonlight, Venom Blast, Phantom Ray, Silver Whirlwind, Wall of Light, Blow Flying, Poisonous Teaching Skills, Bug Bites, Signal Light, Hiccups. Skill Learner, none. Boss Momentum. Actually, it is a poisonous butterfly with a leader's momentum. Aoki stayed on the prop of the boss momentum after seeing the data of poisonous butterflies. Aoki remembered that when he first saw the carrying props in this life, he was still on the trial island. Aoki was the first to destroy the large needle bee family, and the leader of the large needle was also carrying the prop of the leader's momentum. The boss momentum is a very vague thing. Even if he defeats the poisonous butterfly, he can't get it. Only one group leader can carry exclusive props. A small class that can elevate the elf's qualifications. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Then this poisonous butterfly leader may actually have a light green color. The elf world is really very fair, giving the worms super breeding speed and growth speed, but reducing their growth ceiling and survival time, making them very popular to a certain extent, but not so welcome. Worm spirits are very easy to form groups, so the possibility that they can appear as a leader with props may be multiplied. What would happen if you captured the elf with the boss momentum? Aoki moved a little. Originally, when he was trying the island, he wanted to try it, but the conditions at that time were not allowed. Maybe he could try it now. However, thinking of the rank of the poisonous butterfly leader, Aoki temporarily put down this idea. If the battle is still alive, then subdue it and see what happens. If you are out of luck, you will be embarrassed. Aoki said to the poisonous butterfly leader, whether she understood it or not. Fourth, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Chapter 254 Goblin Moves. Aoki did not arrest a poisonous white butterfly while destroying the entire poisonous white butterfly group. One reason is because the fighting situation did not allow him to have extra energy to catch the elves. Another reason is that the upper limit of the growth of the poisonous white butterfly is not high, which is lower than that of the big needle bee. At least the big needle bee was able to over-evolve in the end, didn't it? Therefore, the sale value of poisonous butterflies is actually not high. Of course, it would be different if it was the poisonous butterfly leader. 35th level green qualification poisonous white butterfly. To be honest, the combat power is much stronger than Aoki's elves. But Aoki wasn't stupid enough to let an elf fight her unknown. Stupid beast, meditation, dark crow, speeding down the wind, pulling, claw grinding, ghost stone, highly toxic. The four elves battled against a poisonous butterfly leader. As long as they command and cooperate properly, they may not have the power to fight. Hearing that, the dumb beast closed his eyes directly and squatted on the ground. Out of the trust of his companions, he believed that when he was meditating, the poisonous butterfly could not interfere with him. The dark crow fluttered, and a faint airflow appeared beside all the elves, and the acceleration effect of the Tailwind team appeared. As the dark crow becomes more proficient with the downwind skill, the effect of the gain is getting better and better. As for Zella, she stood in place, staring at the poisonous butterfly tightly, and her two paws began to rub against each other, making a harsh noise. Always be prepared. As long as the other party has something changed, Paula will definitely rush forward. Ghost Stones laughed. After immersing in the shadow, he appeared directly next to the poisonous butterfly, and a ball containing a large amount of poisonous elements appeared in his hand. Once touched by this ball, the elf will directly enter the poisoned state. And the poisonous element of Ghost Stone has been developed by Aoki, and the effect of this poison is even more powerful. Although the poisonous white butterfly has certain resistance to poisonous properties, letting the power of the poisonous system only cause half of the damage. But the poison is a continuous effect. As long as the delay time, the greater the pressure on the poisonous white butterfly. When the beasts defeated the first poisonous butterfly above level 30, they relied on Ghost Stone's poisonous moves to slowly kill each other. It is just that the poisonous butterfly leader is obviously different from the poisonous butterfly that Aoki encountered before. Feeling the action of Ghost Stone, a pair of light green wings slightly shaken, and directly avoided the Ghost Stone. After avoiding the toxic effects of Ghost Stone, the leader of the poisonous pink butterfly is also processed in the same way, and a toxic energy ball is formed. Aoki's face did not change, and he calmly ordered, Dark Crow, wing attack after snatching. Pull, provocation. Stupid beast, mental shock. Ghost Stone, use poisonous attack when you are close. The characteristics of Dark Raven's prank heart. His use of change moves can be described as horrible. Although the grabbing skills did not directly grab the poisonous moves of the poisonous butterfly, they interrupted her use. Then Paula rushed straight up and used her provocative moves. After being interrupted by the poison, some daunting poisonous butterflies wanted to condense the poison again, but was interrupted again by the provocation of Paula. The violent shaking of the venomous poisonous butterfly leader's wings caused two small whirlwinds, one of which blew the maggot and the other toward the dumb beast, because she felt that the threat of the stupid beast was the biggest. At this time, the foolish beast that ended the meditation directly used the momentary movement to avoid the wind of the poisonous butterfly, and then the blue light flashed and disappeared in his eyes, and the intangible mental fluctuations rushed towards the poisonous butterfly. Ghost Stone also quickly approached the poisonous butterfly, arriving with a spirit shock of the foolish beast. At the same time that the spirit shock caused great damage to the poisonous butterfly, Ghost Stone's two suspended hands, wrapped in the strongest toxins he could use, hit the poisonous butterfly's body. The poisonous butterfly leader screamed in pain, and at the same time a faint purple light appeared on the original green wings, and it was poisoned. But the poisonous butterfly is also an elf who can use superpowers. Although the psychic impact of the foolish beast is very great, she immediately wakes up. Due to the provocative skills of Paula, the poisonous butterfly felt that she could not use some of the gaining skills. In desperation, a strong mental wave appeared on her, which is the strongest superpower move she has now mastered, Fantasy Light, and directly attacked the Ghost Stone closest to him. Because of the short distance, Ghost Stone couldn't even avoid it. Oh, the painful Ghost Stone fell to the ground. The double skill damage of the super ability move, plus the superiority of the poisonous butterfly leader level, a Fantasy Light move almost killed the Ghost Stone in one stroke. Aoki's face changed slightly, and there were still too many differences in levels. Even if the elves were siege by 4, and their coordination was not weak, The difference in levels resulted in a large gap in the battle results. For example, the provocation used by Paula only limited the poisonous butterfly leader's skills twice, and the effect disappeared. Fortunately, a dark crow that turned into a black light arrived in time, and the wings with a large number of flying abilities straightened against the poisonous butterfly leader. Boom! The poisonous butterfly leader was directly hit by the dark crow, and at the same time she also used the power of the dark crow to open up her distance from the Oki elves. Ghost Stone, sleep. The drowsy beast seals the phantom rays of the poisonous butterfly, pulls, icicles crashes, repels the poisonous butterfly, creates space for the ghost stone, the dark crow, and continues to attack with wings. Oki continued to order. There was a mysterious wave on the dumb beast, an energy like a spiritual restraint, flying directly towards the poisonous butterfly. But before she had any effect on her, she was forcibly broken away by her, and the immobilization of the dumb beast did not work. At the same time, the poisonous butterfly's body shakes a few times according to a special melody. A sun's light directly hits the poisonous butterfly's body, allowing him to heal the injuries he had suffered at a rapid speed. At this time, it is too late to let the dark crow use robbery because it is too far away. Presumably the poisonous butterfly was attacked by a wing of the dark crow in order to use this skill. Oka's face was a bit gloomy. www.mentalnovel.com. The poisonous butterfly leader was more difficult than he imagined. Although the 30 or so poisonous butterfly encountered before was not easy to fight, he did not reach the poisonous butterfly leader kind of degree. She is familiar with each of her skills and knows when and what skills to use. This is a fairy move, Moonlight. Oki looked at the poisonous butterfly, and guessed what kind of skill it was next time. At present, the department of the fairy department has not been promoted by the Alliance, so many trainers do not know that there is a department of the fairy department, and it is impossible to explain some moves. But Oki knew everything, because in his previous life, the Goblin department was already very popular. Also because of the emergence of the fairy line, the damage to the dragon trainers was not ordinary, paying off debts even more. First of all, the reward of the Rudder Master Sunstrider and the Heavenly Boss. Many thanks. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Chapter 255. Live Target. Poisonous butterfly leader in particular, the guy who claims to be the champion of the Dragon series, according to himself. The appearance of the fairy department has a great impact on his trainer, who specializes in Dragon series elves. But in fact, it's clear that they are the king of the flying department, but due to his strength, many people dare not say these things. However, it can be seen from one point that the appearance of the fairy line has a great impact on the overall pattern, and the dragon line is no longer unique. However, these Oki do not need to care, because there are not many people who know the fairy department now. Only a few scholars who specialize in this research know a little. Not even the Alliance knows much. Thinking of this, Oka's heart moved a little. If he told the Alliance in advance, would he be able to go further in the Alliance? Shaking his head and temporarily throwing this unrealistic idea out of his mind, the main thing now is to defeat the poisonous butterfly leader in front of him. I saw that the poisonous butterfly leader used the fairy Moonlight. All the previous damage has been restored. Only the slightest poisonous damage on his body is still causing damage. However, the poisonous butterfly leader himself is a poisonous spirit. The poisonous spirit originally restrained the poisoning skills twice, so the effect of causing poisoning is not very obvious. It's still very toxic, Oki thought. Paula's icicle crash directly missed, but the poisonous butterfly has left the ghost stone in sleep, and the required effect is still achieved. The icicle crashing skill, although the damage caused is relatively large, but because the release speed is relatively slow, the hit rate has been very low. It is necessary to increase the following exercises for the ice-based hit rate, Oki thought silently. The end of the previous battle had absolutely no effect on both sides. The dark crow rushed up again, regardless of the defense. and the wings attacked constantly against the poisonous butterfly. The dark crow was hit by the attack of the wings of the dark crow before, so the poisonous butterfly fully avoided it, and the number of hits was far less than the number of misses. Stupid beast, spiritual shock assists the dark crow, pulls, moves at high speed, and then flashes up with electricity, using Frozen Fist. Ghost Stone, Dream Talk, try to lock the poisonous moves. The superpowers on the dumb beast fluctuate together, and the mental shocks are used directly to help the dark crow reduce the escape space of the poisonous butterfly. As long as the poisonous butterfly is hit by the dark crow or the dumb beast, it is followed by a joint attack of the two elves, so she does not want to bear it now. As for the pull, he ran directly. The high-speed movement made him run faster and faster. When he reached the extreme, he used the flash of electricity directly to get close to the poisonous butterfly and attack the poisonous butterfly with the dark crow. Ghost Stone closed his eyes and slowly floated from the ground, then quickly rushed to the poisonous butterfly leader. A horrible ghost face appeared on Ghost Stone's face. This time Ghost Dream Talk did not draw poisonous skills, but instead used the ghost face directly. Although the poisonous trick was not used, the speed of the ghost face reduced the speed of the poisonous butterfly, and Oki was more satisfied. The reduced speed of the poisonous butterfly leader failed to escape the attack of the wings of the dark crow again. After being hit directly, she flew into the air, and then when she wanted to flap her wings, the spirit shock of the dumb beast followed, and it was created again. The poison system was restrained twice by the superpower, and the psychic shock of the dumb beast exerted a huge effect again. A slap that jumped up in a stride, quickly gathered the energy of the ice system on the hand, and the fist formed by the huge ice cubes smashed it to the ground fiercely. When the poisonous white butterfly thought that this series of attacks was over and wanted to flew away from a distance, she realized that she had thought of everything too much. Ghost Stone, once again using dream words, the dumb beast instantly moved closer to use the Nianli water gun, pull, freezing wind to freeze her. Dark Crow, provocation. Oki will not give the poisonous butterfly leader a chance to fight back again already. Ghost Stone's Dream Talk was very successful and was very toxic. Although it is a bit late now, the effect is still good. Although the poisonous butterfly is also a poisonous elf with only half the power of its moves, the highly toxic is the cumulative damage over time. The longer the time, the greater the damage. As for the restraint of attributes, just let this time take a little longer. Just thinking of the poisonous butterfly, the dumb beast that was moved in a moment, sprayed into the underground hole again with a water gun from close range. The water gun has the assistance of superpower, and the original speed and power have been improved. Such a short distance is no less than the spray of a high-pressure water gun, which directly lays it on the ground without resistance. After that, Zala cooperated with the freezing wind in a timely manner. The temperature of the water gun was getting lower and lower, and it became more and more painful to hit the poisonous butterfly. Although the dark crow's provocation is not as proficient as the pull, but now the poisonous butterfly has become fish on the cutting board, which can just let him exercise his skills. Rarely has such a good target. The dark crow used provocatively against the poisonous butterfly, making her lose the last ability to resist. In this way, the four elves madly used their own moves in the pothole where the poisonous butterfly leader was located. After waking up from sleep, Ghost Stone also directly joined the mob. The poisonous butterfly was penetrated deeper and deeper into the ground. www.mentalnovel.com. The entire ground slowly sunk. But the four elves had no intention of showing mercy. They had seen the combat power of the poisonous butterfly leader before. If she were allowed to use the full fantasy light again, Ghost Stone could really lose the combat ability directly. So with the mentality of not killing or stopping, the elves were ruthless. Watching their crazy looks, the scorpion-tailed scorpion who stayed beside Oki swallowed a little bit of water, and then looked at the indifferent Aoki and the big milk can. The claw-tailed scorpion found that the brothers who had been very easygoing in his mind before seemed to be different from what he thought. Although they usually kill the elves, they have never seen such a crazy attack, as if they had encountered any enemy. Aoki seemed to notice the scorpion's gaze and said after coughing, "Cough, it's almost done, and he'll probably hang up when I go down." Hearing Aoki's voice, they stupidly put away their skills. Such a useful live target really can't bear their attack. Aoki twitched his face, and his elf really didn't let go of the timing of draining his skills. I walked over with the big milk tank and the scorpion-tailed scorpion, and looked at the poisonous butterfly that was dying in the ground with a slight sigh of relief. The value of this poisonous butterfly was not low, and it would cost a lot to die. But after Aoki walked in, cracks slowly appeared on the ground, and all the elves kept their eyes on the dumb beast. Thanks to the poor monk AI for rewarding with Rejoice's 8,700 starting point coin and becoming the helm of this book. Thanks guys. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Chapter 256. Blame me for being too heavy. The dumb beast's expression froze. Even if he played the hardest, he couldn't blame himself. Only, "Didn't you hit that hard just now?" Then the eyes of the elves exchanged a quick look, and finally stopped looking at the big milk tank. When they found the dark crow in the big milk cans they had watched, they all turned their attention to themselves, and the expression of joy immediately solidified. Because from the sight of the dark crow, the big milk cans instantly understood. You fight for a long time, you hit people half dead, and finally the ground cracked. Blame me? Blamed me for being too heavy? Big gets angry. As a girl, how can I be allowed to say that she is heavy? So the big milk can is angry. I saw her stomping. Click. Then the eyes of the elves focused on her one foot, and the eyes seemed to be talking. Look, you still don't admit it. Now you have stepped out of the ground with a big crack. The big milk tank was stunned herself. She glanced at her feet, and then looked at the cracks on the feet, only to be sure that she had just stepped out. However, although I just worked harder, I didn't use the skills. Is he really too heavy? The big milk tank began to doubt his weight. It seemed to confirm that the big milk tank was stunned again, but this time she converged a lot. She didn't use much strength, and she used the inertia of her feet to exert force. Click, click, click. Then, there were more and more cracks under that foot, which caused more cracks than before. They also stunned. They just joked with the big milk tank, did not expect that the big milk tank really cracked one step at a time. The big milk can is desperate. Is he really so heavy? Don't you eat too much? Aoki watched the eye contact between the elves without interrupting their play. But the radiance of the corner of the mouth cannot be concealed. He took out an elf ball and threw it into a deep pit. After taking the poisonous butterfly leader into the elf ball, he reached out and touched the top of the big milk tank, and felt the two slightly raised horns on top of her head. With a smile, he said, "Okay. Don't tease the big milk tank. Big milk tank, you are not fat at all, and now you have the right weight." As if the soul was reunited, the big milk can grabbed the last straw for life-saving, and his eyes looked at Aoki with tears in his eyes, and he waited for more affirmation. Aoki saw the appearance of the big milk tank, and couldn't help but laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, big milk tank, don't think about it, dumb beasts make you play. Then Aoki patted the big milk can with some doubts, and slowly walked to the middle of the flat. Well, don't make a noise, beastly. Feel what is underground, Aoki said after converging. That's right, there must be something underground, otherwise the big milk tank will not crack just by stepping on it. The big milk tank reacted at this time. It turned out not because he was fat, but because the ground was originally empty. Immediately glanced at the dumb beasts with resentful eyes, making them scared to be afraid to look at him. The scene of Zenjin's big milk tank violently beating Abe Aguirre appeared before their eyes. Can't afford it. The dumb beast lowered its head and opened its superpower perception, and soon discovered that the place where the big milk tank stood before was an underground tunnel. It wasn't easy to find. but when a wild attack on the poisonous butterfly on the ground made the land soften. Therefore, a crack appeared at the foot of the big milk tank. So, there should be another mystery below. Does it have anything to do with the high level of elves on this island? Aoki said to himself, dragging his chin. Before, Aoki suspected that this island could support so many elves, and the level was still so high. There must be something strange. Right now, in the middle of the poison butterfly family territory, a strange place was found. However, this thing Aoki is temporarily set aside, because under the sight of the chip, they just beat the stupid beast of the poisonous butterfly leader, and the level has been raised again. When fighting yesterday, the elves had completely digested the changes brought about by the last upgrade. Aoki thought it would take some time to accumulate. I did not expect that after fighting with the poisonous butterfly leader today, the experience accumulated by the elves made them upgrade again. However, not all of them have been improved because of the accumulation of the elves. Ghost Stone had previously upgraded the ranks because of poison gas. A loyal guard is guarding Aoki's side, so only 4 elves in this battle did not upgrade. As for the others, the dumb beast has been promoted to 1 level, maintained the lead of the level, reached level 29, and is only 1 step away from the level of level 30. As the main attacker of the Dark Crow, the upgrade is also expected by Aoki. Now his level is 26, and he has been leveled with Ghost Stone again. Paula also rose to the next level and reached level 27, becoming the elves of Aoki, second only to the existence of dumb beasts. And because of the advantages of qualifications and the crushing of attributes, if you let the dumb beasts and Tora release the battle, www.mtlnovel.com Mateola's winning rate is even higher. Aoki didn't say anything about this, and the elves didn't account for this. After all, the strength of any elves represents the strength of the team. And Aoki was considering whether to let the dumb beast stimulate the battle again, and let him directly reach the 30 level, because every 10 levels of the elves is a gap in 1 stage. The improvement of combat effectiveness is quite obvious. Now Aoki is confident that if he let go of his fight, he would have almost the same grasp as the squadron captain of the average rockets and would kill the opponent. Although in this way, the possible damage to himself will not be low, and even the death and injury of the elves may occur, but this is only an estimate of Aoki, and it will not be really stupid to attack a squadron leader. Obviously a sneak attack can be better. Just go to the front, when Aoki is the League's fool. I have to admit that although one of the 4 major ethnic groups on the island was eliminated, the changes they brought to Aoki are relatively large. After sorting out the changes of the elves, Aoki said, dig a little bit here. With Aoki's words, the elves who had long been ready to act. The stupid beast controlled the soil with thoughts, peeling it off a little bit, and Zola pulled up a huge ice claw directly on his hands, and frantically ran the soil. The Dark Raven and the Big Milk Pot are just a little help beside them. To be honest, they are not good at this. That's how she looked like she was doing it. By the way, there is also a claw-tail scorpion. When he was digging, he looked like a little expert. Slowly, the appearance of the ground was exposed to Aoki. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Chapter 257 Underground River. An unknown island. Territory of poisonous butterfly. An underground river appeared in Aoki's sight. An underground river? Aoki frowned and looked at the underground river. This is not the same as some of his imagination. What kind of energy crystal ore was originally thought to be, or what energy body escaped, causing the elf here to absorb these escaped energy only through breathing, and then it can condense energy in the body crystallization. Aoki walked to the entrance and jumped straight down. The elves watched Aoki's movements and jumped together. When it was about to land, Aoki was suspended in the air, and then slowly fell to the ground. The stupid beast's superpowers came into play, calming Aoki and all the elves down. The mud here is very soft. It seems that it is because of this underground river. Aoki crouched down and grabbed a handful of dirt with her hand, and looked at it. Aoki put down the dirt in his hand, walked to the dark river, drank some water with his hand, and smelled it on the tip of his nose. There is a slight scent and nothing special. Chip, Scanning the water, it doesn't feel so easy, Aoki ordered to the chip. After a moment of silence, the chip showed the data in front of Aoki. Aoki looked at this analysis report on the water in the underground river and was a little surprised. The water actually contains a small amount of energy fluctuations. So the energy crystals in the poisonous butterfly are really related to this river. But in the small island at sea, there is an underground river underground, and the water is still fresh water. Aoki couldn't figure it out. If the water was seawater, Aoki would be able to accept it. But a dark river formed by fresh water appeared in the seawater. Is it related to the small lake in the center of the lake? No wonder. There is a tropical dragon in the middle of the lake, and not all elves can go to the lake to drink water. And there is still some distance from the lake. Is it so troublesome that so many poisonous white butterflies have to run to the lake to drink water? The trees on the island can grow so large. I am afraid it has something to do with this underground river. And the elves on the island, after eating these plants, energy gradually precipitated in their bodies. Slowly combined with the original energy attributes in their bodies, they become a number of attributed energy crystals. Those medium-sized energy crystals should be because these fine and flexible ones last a long time, and the energy has accumulated in the body for a long time, which has condensed into higher quality energy crystals. This also explains why such an island can support so many elves. The level of these elves is not low, on average they are all 20 or more. It turns out that everything is because of this underground river. So where does this underground river come from? Why does this dark river carry energy? The doubts in Aoki's heart were solved one by one, but at the same time, new doubts appeared in his mind. A glance at the ends of the dark river, Aoki was considering whether to investigate. Did the big ethnic groups on this island survive because of this dark river? Is it possible that the elves in each group should have the ability to crystallize? Although not all of the poisonous butterfly populations have been cleaned up, the rest are of lower grades and younger ages, and no energy crystals will form at all. But such a group, nearly 600 or 700 poisonous white butterflies, provided Aoki with a total of 178 small energy crystals and 12 medium energy crystals. If all these energy crystals are used by the scorpion-tailed scorpion, regardless of the consequences and resistance, energy loss and other things, the scorpion-tailed scorpion may be upgraded to level 27 or above within one day. Of course, after a few days of fighting, although the claw-tailed scorpion has not been their main force, it is all about picking up leaks, or simply fighting the weak poisonous butterfly, and the current level has reached level 17. That is to say, nearly 200 energy crystals can improve the jaw-tailed scorpion by 10 levels. What about those elves who just hatched? Is it possible that the level can be increased faster? It can quickly cross the period of weakness when it just hatched. Moreover, not only the level improvement, but also the use of more can also slightly improve the qualifications of the wizard. The claw-tailed scorpion has a light cyan qualification, so it needs nearly 10,000 small energy crystals to allow his qualification to complete transformation. What if it is light green? What about green qualifications? Does it require much less? You know, not all elves in Aoki now have cyan qualifications. The big milk tank with a light green qualification, and the dark crow with a green qualification, even if it is now the strongest dull beast, the qualification is only dark green. Is it possible to use these energy crystals to let the elves complete their qualification upgrades? The more I thought, the more likely it was. Aoki's heart was a little excited. Of course, the energy crystals obtained now are all energy crystals of the insect system and the toxic system, which have no effect on improving the qualifications of other spirits. www.mentalnovel.com. But is there not a dark river here? As long as you find out the reason why this dark river contains energy, maybe you can find the items that will promote their qualifications. After thinking about it, Aoki took out the metal torch that had been used in the hamster cave directly from the ring. After being filled with fuel and getting angry, Aoki slowly walked in the direction of the water. The soil on the ground is a bit excessively wet, because when the dark river is flowing, some water is often obstructed by the rocks in it, and the water in the stream is splashed to the shore, so the soil is very humid. It's even muddy. Oki's shoes were stained with dirt. However, judging from the current situation, in fact, these soils should also contain a lot of energy. If collected for planting or planting some precious medicinal materials, I am afraid that the medicinal effects of these medicinal materials will be particularly good, and the growth rate may be more than doubled. Of course, the premise is that the energy in the soil has not been absorbed. As the elves moved forward, some thirsty elves lay down beside the river and drank a few sips of water. I just feel very cool and sweet. Even before fighting, my physical exhaustion has been reduced a little. The dumb beast went into the water too much, and followed Oki's side in a leisurely manner, and the other elves who looked at it were very envious. Oki also took out some bottles and filled them with water. Although the energy in these waters is very dispersed, the effect is still good. If you use these waters next time, the effect of the energy blocks will be better. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Chapter 258, Bottomless Black Hole, an Unknown Island. Underground River Tunnel. Oki held the torch and led the elf forward. But the thoughts in my head didn't stop. After defeating the poisonous butterfly leader before, Oki took it into the elf ball, and then dealt with her injuries slightly to ensure that she would not die. The chip is also ordered to monitor the changes on the poisonous butterfly. It was found that the momentum of the original leader in the column carrying the props was slowly dissipating. Even in the elven ball, it can't stop the momentum from disappearing. It can be seen that after being subdued, the elf who has the momentum of the leader will not be regarded as the leader of a tribe, and then the momentum of the leader will gradually dissipate. After the leader of the poisonous white butterfly has completely dissipated, her qualifications should return to light green again. So apart from the level error, the usable value is not so high. So many poisonous white butterflies have been killed in the past 2 days, but the 4 stinky mud on Oki's body can hardly be blocked. The 2 stinky muds conquered in the Gopher Cave are now a dark yellow qualification and a light green qualification, both of which have completed the qualification promotion. And it's not just a change in qualifications, it's also improved in levels. Originally, both elves had only a dozen levels, but after soaking up so many corpses, both stinks have now reached level 23. There are still a lot of energy in the body that have not been absorbed by the poisonous butterfly. If it is completely absorbed, I am afraid that the level can be improved again, and even the qualification may not be improved. The most important thing is that the poisonous butterfly is also a poisonous spirit, and the benefits to the stinky mud are much better than other spirits. As for the 2 stinky mud purchased in Deadleaf City, the body is now full of poisonous white butterflies. Full of satisfaction made them lie on the elven ball without moving. They wanted to try to break down the energy in these corpses. Although the energy crystals were taken out by Oki, the energy contained in the original was not a small amount. In addition, under real-time monitoring of the chip, it was found that the higher the initial qualified elf, the faster the digestion and decomposition of the corpse. Although the qualification promotion time is much longer than the lower qualified elf, the faster the energy decomposition means the upgrade speed will also be faster. The chip predicts that if the bodies of these poisonous white butterflies are completely decomposed and digested, the 2 stinky mud levels may reach level 20 or higher. Because the higher the quality of the stinky mud, the higher the utilization rate of the dissipated energy. After all the stinky mud has grown up, it will be good whether it is allocated to the subordinates or kept for sale. At least after the stinky mud evolved into stinky mud, the combat effectiveness was not weak. In addition, if all the stinky mud with such high qualifications are formed into a legion, the combat effectiveness will be very considerable. Oki slowly converged his mind. Anyway, the bodies of these wild elves were of no use to him, so it was better to leave these stinks as nutrients. It's been almost 2 hours, but the road hasn't changed. Underground rivers still do the same. Turbulent flow. The stupid beast has crawled out of the river and slowly floats beside Oki with his superpowers. because Oki needs dumb beasts to sense the position of the superpower coordinates previously set. The dumb beast told Oki that the current position is very close to the small lake in the center of the island. If you go forward for another 5 minutes, you may run below the lake in the center of the island. Of course, if there is such a thing under the lake. Perhaps the small lake in the center of the island is connected to this underground river. With a little sorrow, Oki went forward again for 5 minutes. But I saw a very strange scene. It really appeared just below the central lake, and even the scenery above the lake was able to be seen without any shadow, because it appears in the central lake in front of Oki, and then hangs above the underground dark river in such a vacuum. There is no soil or rock layer imagined by Oki. Nothing, only a thin film that looked very fragile, lifted the central lake. At the center of the film, where the water is most swollen, there is a small hole, about the thickness of a finger. Directly below the hole is a bottomless black hole. The water flow from the underground river is slowly flowing out of this black hole, and there is a continuous flow. Water flows high. Looking closely, Oki found that the water in the small hole below the central lake actually did not flow down from the lake, but shot a water column from the bottom of the black hole, and sprayed it straight into the hole of the central lake. The water of Central Lake also comes from this black hole. Oki was a little shocked. What was under the black hole? Reached out a hand, and slowly touched the film under the central lake, feeling a bit cold, and very soft at the same time. Gently push the green wood to move the film up. Is there no dirt under the central lake? When Oki was surprised, she saw some elves living in the water in the central lake. They were all rare water elves who were hard to see in the ordinary time. They didn't seem to be able to see Oki. They lingered on the other end of the film, and the tiny creatures on the film of the sucker. At the same time, Oki also saw that these fish actually brought up the mud in the water during the process of smoking. In other words, not only does the central lake not see the bottom www.mtnovel.com at the same time, there is actually silt on these films. You just can't see it. Oki is a little bit sloppy. What is this operation? Who can do it? Suppressing the shock in his heart for a moment, Oki set his eyes on the black hole in the ground. It's nowhere near the bottom. It's dark, and you don't even know if there are creatures underneath. Oki wanted to throw a stone in, but found that the stone was directly mounted on a layer of film, and instead of falling, it was washed away by the flowing river. This black hole also has a film on it. I can't see the bottom, but maybe I can clearly see the above. What's below? Genie, humanity, or what? Beast? There is no way to know all of this. However, with his current ability, even if he knew it, he might not get it. If there is such a means, it is not only humans that have only divine beasts, not ordinary divine beasts, not the kind of lightning birds, and the kind of frozen birds that must have the priesthood, the only divine beast. This is the speculation of Oki. Even those beasts, I am afraid that not all beasts have this ability. Maybe it is not necessarily human. Oki thought secretly. It seems that trying to crack the real secret on this island is still a little far behind in terms of his current strength. Shaking his head, Oki temporarily abandoned his research on the Dark River. Only after the strength is sufficient, come to investigate again. At least know what is causing this phenomenon. When Oki was about to leave, the dumb beast pulled Oki's trousers. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Chapter 259. I am an island owner. I saw the dumb beast suspending several fist-sized energy crystals in front of Oki with his mind. This is energy crystal. So big. Oki looked at several energy crystals about the size of his fist. It is known from the chip scan that these pieces of energy crystals are not large energy crystals. Although they are relatively large in size, they are indeed the same as the medium-sized energy crystals that Oki took from the body of poisonous butterflies above level 30. So these energy crystals are relatively large medium-sized energy crystals. But this is too big. Such a fist-sized medium-sized energy crystal is much more than all that Aoki had before in the poisonous butterfly group. The dozen or so medium-sized energy crystals account for almost an fifth of a fist-sized energy crystal. And there's not just one here. You can't use them anymore. You should use blocks. The energy crystal block lifted by the stupid beast is held in his hand. Feeling the heavy weight in his hands, Aoki confirmed that this was indeed a crystal of energy, not those unknown crystals growing in the seams. More importantly, these energy crystals have no attributes, which means that these energy crystals can be used by any elven, and can also upgrade the qualification of any elven. Stupid beast, where did you find it? Aoki asked. Now he is a little nervous. This energy crystallization is no longer measurable by value. Aoki hasn't seen a few things because he can steadily improve the level of the elves, and can't improve the qualifications of the elves. Although it can't be guaranteed, it is at least very precious. Yeah, the blue light in the dumb beast's size reappeared. From the lake next to the black hole, 4 fist-sized energy crystals appeared again. As a superpowered elf, the dumb beast is more sensitive to the fluctuations of surrounding energy than all elves. And this kind of energy crystal is invisible to other elves. After harvesting 4 fist-sized energy crystals again, Aoki was all in his pocket. When looking at the dumb beast again, he found that he shook his head and said that he was gone. These energy crystals are probably the accumulation of a large amount of energy flowing out of this black hole, which condenses at the exit, and only these fist-sized medium-sized energy crystals appear. It may not be known how many years have accumulated. This time, Aoki harvested a total of 9 pieces. The energy crystal of the size of a fist. Under the calculation of the chip, if the use of the consequences is not considered, the level of the elves may increase explosively, but the impact of this improvement is also great. The level is increased too quickly, resulting in insufficient mastery of the body, the inability to use skills and moves flexibly, and the combat effectiveness will not increase much. Even the growth of the body cannot keep up with the growth of the level, leading to the weakening of qualifications, and severely causing the degradation of qualifications. Therefore, these energy crystals are not used as much as possible. It is necessary to match various auxiliary medicinal materials and use them on time and in quantity to achieve the best results. Even if the claw-tailed scorpion used a small toxic energy crystal before, if you didn't know that eating one would not have a big impact, Aoki would not directly use the claw-tailed scorpion. The best way to use it is with a variety of energy blocks, or simply integrate directly into the production of energy blocks. Chip. Analyze the best scheme for the use of these energy crystals. List a few. Let me see. Aoki ordered the chip. Tripping. The mission is established. Analysis begins. Estimated time, 48 hours. The sound of the chip machinery sounded in Aoki's brain. Now that the energy crystal chip can be parsed out, it means that there is information about this in the chip database, so there may be methods used. Aoki decided not to use it for his elf until he found a suitable method. So as not to cause excessive growth in the future, the foundation is unstable, and the ultimate growth limit is pulled down. Yes, this dark river is just the one that appears in the poisonous butterfly community, and the black hole flows to both sides. At least there should be a dark river. Suddenly Aoki thought about it. If this is the case, does it mean that there may be more fist-sized medium-sized energy crystals? On the other side of the black hole, there is indeed a dark river flowing out. Aoki walked directly to the other side of the central lake, allowing the beasts to feel the energy in it. Sure enough, Aoki expected. The dumb beast once again found 7 energy crystals the size of a fist from the dark river, and another coagulated only half, almost the size of a half fist. However, Aoki understood that it should not be possible to have a dark river in all 4 territories. The biggest possibility is a dark river to 2 territories. The dark river that enters the poisonous butterfly side goes to the poisonous butterfly forest and the hunting swallowtail forest, while the dark river on the other side flows to the Sly Tengu forest and the mushroom forest. Perhaps the hostile relationship between these ethnic groups is also related to these two dark rivers. However, Aoki got a total of 16 fist-sized medium-sized energy crystals this time, and 1 harvest-sized energy crystal. It can be said that the harvest is very rich, and the accumulation of these energy crystals may be the greatest wealth on this island. www.mentalnovel.com. Next time I want to have such a large amount of energy crystallization. I don't know how many years to wait. It is impossible to detect what is happening under the black hole. It is just that the escaped energy can form a medium-sized energy crystal after a long period of accumulation. If there is no large energy crystal below the black hole, Aoki himself would not believe it. I can only wait for the future strength, and then look at it. But the island's secrets must be kept. Aoki thought of the most critical question. This island is not unknown to anyone, at least on the chart. He was drawn, although because of its small size, he didn't even have a name of his own. But if someone is curious about the island like Aoki, it is not impossible to detect this secret place. So, before, it was only a symbolic attempt to clean the elves on the island. But now it is necessary to do so. Aoki's dark eyes flashed cold light. If you want others not to investigate the secrets of this underground river, then they can't know the existence of energy crystals. Clean up all the elves that have lived on the island for a long time, and collect the energy crystals in their bodies by the way. In this way, even if someone else can go to the island and kill the elves, they will not know that there are energy crystals produced in the elves on this island, and they will not detect the situation underground. After you are strong, then you will take people to completely occupy this island until you discover the secrets under the black hole. It seems that soon after, he is at least an island owner. Paying off debts even more. Paying off debts even more. Recently, Hibiscus is conceiving an important plot. Don't worry. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Chapter 260 Conquer the Tropical Dragon. When Aoki came out of the dark river entrance in the poisonous butterfly group, the sun in the sky had disappeared, and a bright full moon hung high in the west. Aoki asked the elves to block the caves of the underground river again with mud, and then laid a thick layer of leaves before leaving. When Aoki and the elves left, the relatively weak poisonous butterflies returned slowly here. There were only a dozen scattered poisonous butterflies that had been swarming. Fortunately, the shield and cocoons have not been cleaned together. As long as another period of time, this place will once again become the territory of the poisonous butterflies. After 8 days, on the sea near the unknown island, a sturdy tropical dragon hurried across the sea. Rippling ripples on the sea. A teenager in a tattered dress stood on the back of a tropical dragon with his feet sticking to it. If he was blown by the wind, he couldn't blow it down. And beside the boy was a pink elf with a pale blue light. Tightly followed the teenager, never letting his guard down. The tropical dragon's body is very large, just standing nearly 3 meters tall, not counting the height of the head straight. There are 3 huge wings like coconut leaves on the back, which can bring up a huge wind with a single click, causing ripples to the sea surface. His head was also wrapped in 3 leaf-like helmets, which completely covered him tightly, so that the strong winds during the flight would not affect his sight. A string of yellow banana-like fruit trees hung on his jaw, which was one of his signatures. That's right. This tropical dragon is the 40-level tropical dragon that Aoki encountered when he went to the island on the first day. The young man standing on his back lived on the unnamed island for 8 days and cleared all the 4 major ethnic groups on the island. The elf around him is a stupid beast whose level has reached 32. The superpower of a body is now more arrogant. Aoki sat down slowly. Although he looked very handsome standing on the back of the tropical dragon, he felt that his long hair was blowing in the wind, and his eyes were pierced. The right hand touched the back of the dumb beast. The left hand rubbed on the back of the tropical dragon, feeling the cool temperature on the back of the tropical dragon, and recalled the experience of these 8 days. After coming out of the poisonous butterfly forest that night, Aoki planned to clean up all the high-level elves on the island. so as not to be discovered by the next person on the island. The elves of the highest rank on the island are of course concentrated in the 4 major ethnic groups. Oh, it was already 3 major ethnic groups at that time. Oki first set his target on the toadstool mushroom group. Because the oyster mushroom is an elf of the grass and fighting system, it is restrained 4 times by the flight system, and twice by the poison system, fire system, superpower system, ice system and fairy system. It can be said that the elves of Oki are almost finished with fighting mushrooms. Even mushrooms that have not evolved are grass-based elves, and are twice as restrained by flight, poison, insect, fire, and ice. Among the elves of Oki, the flight system of the dark crow, the superpower system of the foolish beast, the ice system of the pull, the poison system of the ghost stone, the insect system of the scorpion-tailed scorpion and the poison system. Almost every elven can restrain each other, so the oyster mushroom group became the first target of Oki. However, there is a big difference between the oyster mushroom group and the poisonous butterfly group. At least the difference in quantity is still large. I am afraid that there are 700 or 800 poisonous white butterflies in the entire population. Although the number of oyster mushrooms is quite large, it is much smaller than that of poisonous butterflies, about 200. In addition to the 2 leaders, there are also a group of tamarind mushrooms that cooperate with each other. But it took more than 2 days for Oki to slowly kill this whole huge group. In the end, only some mushrooms that were not born long ago or were of low rank were left, barely preserving the existence of the ethnic group. After clearing the entire oyster mushroom group, the level of Oki elves has been raised again. I am very happy to learn that the Cunning Tengu tribe has been cleaned up. A Cunning Tengu led by him, with 2 men who are also Cunning Tengu, and a large group of proboscis leaves and acorns, completely occupied the territory of the oyster mushroom. When they were very happy, Oki took a day off and led the elves to find the Cunning Tengu tribe again. Compared to the oyster mushroom group, the Cunning Tengu is a grass and evil spirit, and it has a greater restraint on dull beasts. Therefore, when cleaning up the Cunning Tengu tribe, the dumb beast completely turned into an auxiliary elf. The blessing of various thoughts makes the elf move faster and the attack power is stronger. The Cunning Tengu was restrained twice by fighting, flying, poison, fire, ice, and fairy, and 4 times by insects. Therefore, even if the combat effectiveness of the dumb beast is relatively weakened, the restraint effect of other elves is still very obvious. Coupled with the overly self-confident of the Cunning Tengu, they spread the entire ethnic group directly, wanting to occupy the territory of 2 territories at once. Oki seized the opportunity to break them one by one. The time it takes is much shorter than the time to clear the oyster mushroom group. www.mtlnovel.com. It is only 1.5 days to clean up all the Cunning Tengu and proboscis leaves. On the way, they also subdued 2 slight Tengu with good qualifications, 1 light green and 1 green. I believe that after returning to the League, they can definitely sell a sum of money. After all, the Cunning Sky is a sprite that needs proboscis and leaf stones to complete the evolution. And this kind of wild Cunning Tengu has almost developed their own body to their so-called limit. Compared to the Saint Tengu, proactively provoking Imuratakia's Thunder Hill, it is much more valuable. Then Oki took another half a day to turn over the entire Cunning Tengu domain, and finally found 2 leaves of stone, 1 junior and 1 intermediate. And it was a good harvest. If it wasn't because you didn't want to waste too much time, you might be able to find some more, but it doesn't mean much to Oki. As long as it is not a high-level or best quality evolution stone, it is not significant. It is the difference between more money and less money. After having a large amount of energy crystals, in fact, Oki is not short of money now, but such things as energy crystals are not suitable for large-scale sales, and their existence value is similar to that of the cirrhosis. At this point, Oki has completely cleaned up 3 of the 4 major ethnic groups on the unnamed island. Even if not all have been killed, it is still very vital. Without a 10-year cultivation, these ethnic groups may not be able to do it again. Back to the previous level. First, more recently, I was a bit weak. No one sent monthly tickets, no recommended tickets, no recommended seats. The daily subscription volume has also dropped a lot, and the bookings have continued. I am a bit tired. Let me adjust my mindset. Chapter 261 On the Thief Boat 2. Since that day, Aoki and his elves have become the most terrifying existence on the unknown island. As long as wild elves see them, they will run away subconsciously. The only remaining group of hunting swallowtail butterflies on the island is aware of what Aoki wants to do. Therefore, the elves in the entire group were gathered up at the first time, and Aoki was not forced to break through. However, because Aoki lives in the territory of the hunting swallowtail butterfly community on the island, it is considered a half-inant. Therefore, Aoki did leave a few strengths for the hunting swallowtail butterfly, which is still an elder, just like a little incense in the past few days. Hunting swallowtail butterfly has a mild temperament and generally does not proactively challenge other elves. Most of the struggles with poisonous butterflies were provoked by poisonous butterflies, so Aoki is more at ease in hunting the swallowtail butterflies. Even if someone goes to the island, they usually don't take the initiative to hunt and kill the swallowtail butterfly. Moreover, aren't there still some necessary defensive forces on this island? Otherwise, the elves in the sea raided the unknown island without the ability to defend, and it would be difficult to handle. So Aoki stopped cleaning only about half of the hunting swallowtail group. After finally defeating their leader and arresting her, she promised that she would not continue to clean the papillon hunting community. At this point, the elves on the island, which are relatively strong, have been cleaned by Aoki, and the level of the elves has been greatly improved. At the same time, Aoki also harvested a large number of energy crystals with attributes, both small and medium. At the end of the day, 5.5 days had passed, and it took a day and a half to clean up the hunting swallowtail butterfly group. So why did Aoki really leave the unknown island until the end of the 8th day? What are you doing in the remaining 2.5 days? This is related to the tropical dragon that Aoki is now under his butt. After the elf strength increased, the elf who began to swell with confidence asked Aoki to take them to challenge the tropical dragon that almost killed them at first. Aoki was a bit rejected at first. After all, the tropical dragon reached the 40 level, but it is undeniable that in fact, Aoki himself still hopes to defeat the tropical dragon. So, for the remaining 2 days, Aoki took the elves and started a series of battles with this tropical dragon. Tropical dragons are graspless elves. They are twice restrained by flight, poison, rock, and fire, and 4 times by ice. So in terms of attributes, Aoki's elves still have certain advantages. However, the difference in level is very large. Even if the 5 elves go together, they can't beat the tropical dragon that is tall and big. The first challenge was the result of Aoki's complete defeat. If it wasn't for the dumb beast's instant movement and the elves were taken away in time, I am afraid that serious damage will really occur. The tropical dragon is a gentle elf, especially the tropical dragon in this unknown island. Because no wild elves have dared to challenge him, his character is even better. If it was not for Aoki who took the initiative to attack, he would at best have to knock the dumb beasts to fly, but there was no heart to kill. But this also gave them a chance. After the first failure, the dumb beasts were not discouraged, but because of their strong recovery ability, after the recovery, they challenged the tropical dragon again. However, the results were still obvious and failed again. During the whole 2 days and 2 nights, except for eating and sleeping in the middle, almost all were fighting the tropical dragon. Almost drove the tropical dragon crazy. Growling dark crow. They have high-level energy cubes, a large milk jug of milk, and Aoki massage and command. What are tropical dragons? The tropical dragon has only a lake of slightly energetic water. Although it can accelerate his recovery, he is not as perverted as the dumb beasts. By the next day when they were fighting the tropical dragons, they had already fought back and forth. The physical and resilience lead is the same thing. The elves also have a better understanding of the tropical dragon's fighting skills and fighting methods. Sometimes they take tropical dragons as the object of exercise skills, no matter what they have mastered or the newly learned skills, they throw their brains on tropical dragons. In the end, there are some tropical dragons with physical strength who want to rest. They don't give him a chance to rest. They just exhausted a 40-level Yalong elves. This is also considered to be a single copy. Finally, Aoki came forward. The meaning was clear, and he wanted to make the tropical dragon his own flying mount. At first Aoki actually wanted to subdue him as a fighting elf, but tropical Longning was unyielding, and he did not like fighting very much. Mild temperament, fighting is not something he likes. Therefore, Aoki could only choose to persuade him and take it as his flying mount. But how would tropical dragons be willing to stay here and call the king the ancestor? How cozy. Why go out with Aoki? Then, after a long period of persuasion, through the ECG induction of the dumb beast, it is easy to understand the idea of the tropical dragon. As a result, Aoki and the elves began to depict him in various magnificent scenes of the outside world, all kinds of unseen creatures, all kinds of high-rise buildings and automobile planes. Although the tropical dragon showed a little curiosity, he still did not agree to go out with Aoki. And he was very determined. www.untlenovel.com to deal with the chronic elves such as tropical dragons cannot want to treat Tyrannosaurus dragons with violence. Otherwise, I am afraid that it will be directly counterproductive. Even if it is forcibly conquered, Aoki would not dare to sit in his flight in the sky. Can the security of that situation be guaranteed? As a result, some disheartened Aoki made the last dinner for the elves by the lake. After he was ready to eat, he took a night's rest and needed to leave the unknown island. The tropical dragon regarded him temporarily as the guardian of the island. However, it never occurred to me that when the fragrant barbecue appeared, the tropical dragon who was curious to try a bite was instantly excited. He is a herbivorous self, and his natural tooth growth makes him unable to think of other elves to eat raw meat, cannot bite, and cannot eat. However, the cooked barbecue is not the same. After chewing a little, you can swallow directly. Moreover, the barbecue method made by Aoki is old-fashioned, and the taste is very good. The tropical dragon wants to eat it after eating it once. Seeing this situation, Aoki and the elves immediately understood, began to tell him how much of this delicious food in the outside world, as long as he was willing to become a flying mount of Aoki, then take him to eat all the delicacies of the fairy world. Then, the tropical dragon was excited. Coupled with the temptation of roasting in front of me, the tropical dragon, who had been steadfast in his heart, went straight for food. He finally agreed to be an elf of Aoki, and agreed to carry him to fly, but asked Aoki to promise him, if not necessary, not to let him participate in the battle. He did not like it. Aoki nodded and agreed. After getting on the thief ship, can you still run? A little tired and want to rest. Second more. Chapter 262 Growth of Elves. So there is the previous scene. The tropical dragon took Aoki and went to Feniyun area in the direction depicted on the chart. Of course, a flight cannot be done, and some stops will be made in the middle of the island. But now Aoki is smiling, and even if she wears a tattered body, her mood is extremely comfortable. The gains this time made him feel a little surprised. Originally I just wanted to find a place to stay temporarily, but I did not expect to find such an island with a big secret among the countless islands in the vast sea. After that, Aoki may stay on some other islands for a while to see if she can encounter such good luck again. But it can only be tried as it is basically impossible. Now there are still about 20 days from the final trial. With my current strength, even if I can't win the first place, there should be no problem in saving my life. Some more. After coming out of Anonymous Island, he conquered a tropical dragon of grade 40. Although the qualification is only light green, it is powerful. Even if he was promised not to let him fight in the general situation, I believe that the tropical dragon is still willing to fight in times of crisis. However, these are all uncontrollable factors. The most important thing is to increase the level of dumb beasts and dark crows. In 8 days, the Dark Crow has completed 4 levels of improvement from 26th level to 30th level. The progress is not small. After all, The four major ethnic groups on the island are either insect-based elf or grass-based elf. As the dark crows of the flying elf have great advantages in attributes, so his growth can be said to be relatively large. Although no basic skills have been learned, the improvement of combat effectiveness is not just about skills. As for the load, the weight-bearing device worn by the Dark Crow has been adjusted to a maximum of 50 pounds. If you want to increase the load again, you need to replace the device. Even the promotion of the Dark Crow as an elf can completely free Oki from the rocket captain's status and really have the strength of a squadron captain, but it is a weaker squadron captain, and that is also the squadron captain. The normal authority of a squadron captain is to have 5 squadron captains as subordinates. But Oki now has the status of a squad captain and is still a bachelor. You may need to wait until the end of the ultimate trial to have a chance. Among Oki's main battle elves, the strongest is still Dumb Beasts. The Dumb Beast is now level 32. He has learned the basic skills of water fluctuations and mind hammers. One is a special move in the water system, which is more powerful than the water gun. The other is a physical move in the super power department, a melee skill that requires the elves to be close before they can be used. The power of the mind hammer is the same as the mental impact, but the effect and attack method are really different. If it weren't for the following elves, the super powers and water skills didn't take much advantage, and the level of the Dumb Beasts could be much higher. Ghost Stone has not improved as much as the Dark Crow, from 26 to 29, because he needs to protect Oki personally all the time. With the exception of those who leak the net, Ghost Stone rarely takes the initiative to attack. But even so, his level improved by 3 levels. Part of the reason is because the restraint of the toxic system attributes allows him to play a greater role. Another reason is that after finally absorbing all the poisonous gas, Ghost Stone finally completely stabilized the qualification in Light Cyan and became the Oki Elf, the third elf who reached the Light Cyan qualification. And the large amount of energy contained in poison gas is also one of the important reasons for Ghost Stone's successful promotion to the 3rd level. Then there is the Big Milk Tank. The Big Milk Tank mainly exists as an auxiliary wizard, and the number of real battles is not much, so the level is not increased much, from 23 to 25. But as an assistant and a nurse, this level is enough. After all, on the unnamed island, who really took care of the elves and helped Oki was a big milk can. Paula's level also reached level 30, and the siege skills successfully learned at level 28, but became one of the main skills to defeat the tropical dragon. The other is the poison of Ghost Stone. The siege made all our elves attack, and the more elves fighting together, the more times they attacked. Therefore, being able to defeat the tropical dragon, Paula's role is extremely good. Of course, not only the increase in skills, but also the improvement in strength after level improvement. Because of the need to face a lot of grass-based elves, Paula's ice-based moves can cause twice the skill damage to grass-based elves, especially for tropical dragons. Ice-based moves can cause 4 times the restraint effect. Therefore, Paula's proficiency in ice skills has been rapidly improved. The Paul who had excellent talents in the ice department has finally mastered all the ice skills that he has now mastered. Oki is already considering whether to find some new ice skills for the Paul. Among all the elves in Oki, the largest level improvement is still the Scorpion-tailed Scorpion. www.mtlnovel.com. After all, the initial level of the Scorpion-tailed Scorpion is relatively low, so there is more room for level improvement. Because the insect type and poisonous type Scorpion-tailed Scorpions restrain the grass elves very well, the Scorpion-tailed Scorpions fight crazy than anyone else when cleaning the toadstool mushrooms and the cunning Tengu people. Of course, Oki will not let the Claw-tailed Scorpion fight the wild elves with a much higher level. And the Claw-tailed Scorpion is not stupid. He always chooses some elves with little difference in level. Even if the level is high, it is at most 3 or 4. The advantage of qualification makes him not so weak. In addition, all the elves selectively let him will leak some weak wild elves, leaving the claw-tailed scorpion to solve. So the scorpion-tailed scorpion level was upgraded from 17 to 22 at once, completing the 5th level big jump. However, because the upgrade is too fast, the scorpion-tailed scorpion now has reduced its mastery once again. If there is no long-term exercise, it may cause instability. All in all the main battle elves in Oki have a huge increase in level. With Oka's current strength, even among the rocket squadron captains, it is not the weakest. After all, not everyone like Oki can have so many excellent health. Among the rocket squadron captains, there are even some people whose elf qualifications are only yellow or even dark yellow. The higher the level, the more obvious the gap in qualifications. Let them engage in unrestricted all-out combat with Oki, and it is estimated that they can be killed directly by Oki. The battle experience of the Quasiking and the existence of chips are not furnishings. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Subscription. Recommended tickets. Chapter 263 Dragon Trainer. Oki obtained a total of 16 fist-sized medium-sized energy crystals on the unnamed island, a half-fist-sized medium-sized energy crystal, and a total of 345 small-scale energy crystals with different attributes. Among them, there are 95 energy crystals in the insect system and 66 energy crystals in the toxic system. These small energy crystals actually have the most effect on the elves, who has the lowest level now. Oki sat on the back of the tropical dragon, enjoying the sea breeze passing by. How everyone felt relaxed. Suddenly, Oki moved in his heart, took out the elven ball of Tyrannosaurus, and threw it directly on the sea. A huge elf appeared on the sea. Roar! The newly merged Tyrannosaurus finds himself in the vast sea, and there are no living things around and no place to fall. Even the human who had been scaring him did not see it, and the male ambition erupted again, roaring constantly. It seems you feel comfortable. The roar of Tyrannosaurus came to an abrupt end, and in the huge eyes, the eyes were chaotic. He's just grumpy, not stupid. Nothing exists around here, and you are in the sea yourself. Can you try to escape, as long as that human is not moving so fast? As the Tyrannosaurus dragon moved and thought carefully, a huge shadow covered it. When the Tyrannosaurus dragon looked up, it saw a figure blocking the sun in the sky. Then the black shadow slowly approached, and a figure appeared in his sight. The tropical dragon slowly floated on the water according to Oka's order. Oki stood on the back of the tropical dragon and looked at him blankly. Suddenly, Tyrannosaurus felt that the sun in the sky had no temperature at all, and he seemed to be in ice water. Especially the tropical dragon at the foot of Oki. Although he hasn't seen the elf of the tropical dragon, he also has dragon blood in his body. He can feel that the dragon's blood is not weak, and the concentration seems to be much higher than him. The point is that this is the tropical dragon's imposing coercion that is much stronger than him, and it becomes clear at a glance that this is the feeling of belonging to the rank of suppression. And having the blood of the dragon together, this pressure is even stronger. Tyrannosaurus was shocked. Just a few days without seeing it, this horrible human has conquered such a powerful elf. So scary. I saw the head of the tropical dragon slightly bent. One eye gave a slight glance at Tyrannosaurus. Instantly let the scales on the Tyrannosaurus dragon stand up madly. He felt the deadly threat again. Unlike the kind of threat that Oki gave him, Oki threatened him cruelly, and the tropical dragon was the crushing of the strength of Chigo. This is also a dumb beast telling the tropical dragon through the telepathy, and let him cooperate in a play. Tropical dragons did not bother to do such things. Even if he is a Yalong, it is also a dragon, and it is a Yalong with a 40 level and a very old age. Owned as the blood of the noble dragons, it is very cooperative for you to be a mount, but you still have to cooperate with acting. Don't do it. But let the stupid beast tell him that if he plays well, he will have a meal at night. Suddenly, all the dignity, temperament, and restraint of the tropical dragon are all gone. Play realistic acting. Therefore, Tyrannosaurus was really scared. Tropical dragon, he surrendered to Oki, partly because he was defeated. Although he was defeated jointly, It was also defeated by Aoki alone. There is also an important reason to eat, that is, food. He was conquered when he heard the evening meal. The look I saw to Tyrannosaurus was really undisguised killing. If there is no meal at night, kill this stinky loach. The tropical dragon, which was originally mild-tempered, actually seemed to kill when it came to food. It shows how important food is to him. Then, after being scared, the Tyrannosaurus became honest at once. But it wasn't just the emergence of the tropical dragon that shocked him. With its superpowers, the dull beast levitated in midair and floated with Aoki to the head of the Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus' eyes were straight. What did he see? Originally, the strength of the stupid beast was strong, but he knew that the level of the stupid beast was not as high as himself. But just now, he really felt that the dumb beast had completed the transcendence on the level. Not yet, that level will surpass. At least 2 levels ahead of you. What happened these days? Why does this human conquer such a powerful Yalong even if he has so much improved the level of elves around him? The elves' sense of the level is vague, but it can be said to be clear, because they can clearly feel that the other party is higher or lower than themselves on the level. And then they feel that the opponent is stronger or weaker than their own at this level. Although it is a very vague induction, it is generally not deceiving. The higher the level, the higher it really is. As for how high they were, they couldn't tell. And couldn't tell, because they don't have this clear standard of hierarchy at all. It all depends on the feeling. Tyrannosaurus really felt that the strength of the dumb beast had really surpassed itself. If you single out www.mentalnovel.com, I am not your opponent. No, it is definitely not an opponent. Now he is fortunate. Fortunately, he has not fled directly. Otherwise, he might not be able to keep his tail in this horrifying human style. At that time, the organ on my tail may not be able to be maintained. Tyrannosaurus now feels how kind the owner Mainlf stepping on his head is. It seems that I don't have to think about escaping in the future, but think about how to please this horrible human being. Maybe my strength can be improved. If you are a strong horse, it seems that it is not so difficult to accept. The reason why Tyrannosaurus reluctantly resisted in the beginning was because he felt that Aoki was not strong enough. He only defeated himself with the cooperation of 2 elves. But now that I feel the strength of the dumb beast, it seems that I am not so wrong. The Tyrannosaurus stunk down suddenly. Aoki gave a stunned glance at Tyrannosaurus Rex. Before he was still agitated. He was so calm all of a sudden that he was not used to it. Did it really work this time? Aoki thought secretly. I feel like this is very likely. Then he stood on the head of Tyrannosaurus Rex, flying slowly around him with a tropical dragon. Aoki was thinking, can I be a dragon trainer in the future? Look, Tyrannosaurus, tropical dragon, not all dragons. The dragon dodo, the dragon champion, seems to be almost the same as himself except that he is always fast. Maybe it's really possible. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Chapter 264. Reaching Feniyuan 3 days later. 10 kilometers away from the beach in Kana City, Feniyuan area. A tropical dragon flapped its wings quickly. Chlorophyll-specific tropical dragons can increase their flight speed by at least 20% under clear weather conditions. As the sun gets hotter, tropical dragons fly faster. Aoki, under the alternation of tropical dragons and Tyrannosaurus dragons, took a rest on several small islands halfway through, and finally reached Kana City, Feniyuan district. 3 days later, someone who used to play on the beach saw a tropical dragon that appeared in the sky and grew larger with a telescope. Suddenly attracted the attention of many people, stopped the things in hand, and more people were watching. Look, what kind of elf is that? Flying on the sea, as if coming towards us. A girl fussed. It's a bit big, it's flying so fast. And I don't know what it is. That's a tropical dragon. Those relatively familiar with some elf knowledge suddenly recognized an elf like a tropical dragon. There seems to be someone on the back of that tropical dragon. So powerful. Being able to conquer a tropical dragon of this size is definitely a powerful trainer. Report the police first, and don't know if it's a good person. At the same time, The timid person pulled out his cell phone and dialed the alarm number in Feniyun area. The Alliance's management of public security is still in place. It didn't take long for the police to report the incident. A police motorcycle appeared near the beach. A thunderbolt followed him. In the Kanto and Chengdu areas, the special elves of Miss Junshaw are mainly Katy dogs and wind speed dogs, while in Feniyun areas, the main elves of Miss Junshaw are Thunder Beasts and Thunder Beasts. Who reported the police? Miss Junshaw stepped on the leather shoes and went directly into the beach, asking with a frown. Nothing unexpected happened. Random alarms and interference with public order were not trivial charges. It's me, Miss Junshaw. Look at a tropical dragon on the sea as if flying towards this side. Upon hearing Miss Junshaw's words, a middle-aged man immediately raised his hand. They are all familiar with Miss Junshaw. Although she looks very serious, she is still very good, so this person has no expression of fear at all. Okay. It was said that Miss Junshaw had set her eyes on the distant sea. Indeed, a small black spot was slowly growing. Without a telescope, it would not be easy to be noticed. Miss Junshaw took out her dedicated telescope, saw the tropical dragon flying fast on the sea, and saw the figure on the back of the tropical dragon. Although I can't see the silhouette, Miss Junshaw's telescope is for military use, and can initially measure the size and moving speed of objects. Seeing the volume and speed of the tropical dragon, Miss Junshaw's expression changed slightly. This is a powerful tropical dragon. If the visitor is not good, I'm afraid I can't stop it. Because the person standing on the back of the tropical dragon, there will certainly not be only one elf. He took out the communicator around his waist and told the nearby police to quickly gather at the beach. After seeing Miss Junshaw take out the communicator, everyone's expressions have changed. Does Miss Junshaw's strength need to call for support? The crowd slowly dispersed, but did not retreat. The characteristics of the people who eat melon are vividly displayed. Soon, several police cars stopped at the beach, and all the policemen in the Union uniforms hurried over. Under the direction of Miss Junshaw, the crowd was evacuated quickly, creating a vacuum zone on the beach. Although the crowd left the space, more people slowly gathered to form a half-arc circle. When Oki was sitting on the back of a tropical dragon near the beach, he was a little cyanotic. What is this doing? Are you planning to arrest anyone? Immediately, Oka's face changed slightly. Shouldn't it be that he chatted with the old man Yeju on the Santanu and made him investigate his mind carefully? So maybe this lineup is here to catch yourself? Oki slowly became serious. Although this possibility is not high, as long as it is possible, Oki does not want to take risks. Fortunately, the people here are not very good. If you want to escape, Oki thinks he should be able to do it. After 3 days of exposure to the sun, Oki looks more embarrassed, and because he has not bathed and changed clothes for a long time, Oki now looks like a beggar. However, it is still possible to see Oki wearing something that should have been a league trainer's clothing. Because of seeing this, Miss Junshaw didn't call the police with much fanfare, but only symbolically dispersed the crowd. The tropical dragon was fast and appeared on the beach all at once. The fan-like wings of coconut leaves blow the sand on the beach. Oki patted the tropical dragon's neck gently, letting it land. After a few days of getting together, the tropical dragon has long been conquered by Oka's barbecue. Not only barbecue, but the strange and nutritious energy cube has replaced his barbecue and became his favorite. Although it is only an intermediate energy block, it is also delicious for tropical dragons that have not eaten. Feeling Oki's order www.mentalnovel.com. Tropical dragon landed on the ground obediently. Then the people saw Oki and the beast around him. I saw the blue light flicker in the eyes of the dumb beast, and superpower supported Oki and himself and flew off the back of the tropical dragon. Oki took out a few ordinary energy cubes from his pocket, fed them to the tropical dragon, and touched his head in praise. After doing this, Oki looked at Miss Junshaw. Wandering on the sea for a long time, even her lips are a little cracked and her voice hoarse. Miss Junshaw, is there anything wrong? After seeing Oka's clothes, Miss Junshaw temporarily halted her vigilance. So when Oki did these actions, She did not stop. I saw that she was very polite and disrespectful for a polite, and then said, "Hello, the powerful trainer who is far away. Because of the regulations, you need to show your alliance certificate." Aoki took out his alliance ID card and handed it over. After taking over, Miss Junshaw took out a machine directly, and swiped it with her ID card. All the data of Aoki's identity appeared on the screen of the instrument in the hands of Miss Junshaw. Even everything Aoki has done before is recorded in detail. Among them is on the beach of Tyrannosaurus in Deadleaf City to help the police of Kudaba City fight the violent Tyrannosaurus incident. Miss Junshaw carefully checked Aoki's information. When she saw the last paragraph, her face became serious. Aoki noticed Miss Junshaw's expression and became serious. Her right hand moved slightly, and she slowly touched her waist. Was it really found out? Paying off debts even more. I feel really tired recently. I feel a bottleneck period. A little tired. But thank you for your support. Chapter 265 Promote Identity Information. Just when Aoki started to concentrate, Miss Junshaw stood up to Aoki again. Aloud, thank Aokijun for his outstanding contribution in the City of Dead Leaves, and thank Aokijun for fighting the enemies in Santenu, saving countless people, and making a great contribution. I only represent all the police officers in Kano. Express my gratitude. After speaking, the police behind Miss Junshaw also looked serious, and saluted Aoki. And the people around the crowd also converged on the good mood, and began to whisper. Although the old man Liu Sheng blocked the news of Aoki, what happened on the Santuanu has been spread throughout the region. Aoki did not have a detailed record of what was done, but still wrote a sentence under Aoki's identity and made a huge contribution on the Santanu. If the person is found, he needs to immediately notify the number XXXXXX. After saluting Aoki, Miss Junshaw took out the communicator dedicated to the Alliance, entered the number on the top, and immediately sent the news that Aoki appeared in the city of Kana. Originally thought that he only had to send a message to complete the task. I did not expect that the news had just passed, and the other party immediately responded with one. Leave Aoki in Kana, this is an order. Then there is no more. Miss Junshaw smiled helplessly. Since the person in the communicator asked him to leave Aoki in Kana City, she really could only do so, because she saw the opponent's league level was several levels higher than herself. This is almost the level of the senior league, right? Miss Junshaw thought to herself. Then she looked up and saw Aoki looking at herself with strange eyes. Miss Junshaw was a little embarrassed. What should I say? Did someone ask you to notify him as soon as I appeared? Aoki said with a smile. Aoki looks like this now. Really, really ugly. However, Miss Junshaw did not care about Aoki's appearance, and nodded. I'm sorry. The last item of your ID card information really said so. Okay. Can I leave now? Rest assured, I won't leave Kana, just look at me. Aoki stretched out his hand in front of him, indicating that he was now looks like. It's really a little embarrassing. Yes, please Aoki. Upon hearing this, Miss Junshaw immediately gave way, and the police behind her also gave way, allowing Aoki to walk through. Aoki did not put away the dumb beast and the tropical dragon, so he stayed with the two elves and walked into the city. The dumb beast looked indifferent, followed Aoki obediently. He had no interest in seeing the city. The tropical dragon is different. A towering head looks around. Obviously he has never seen such a city. Miss Junshaw looked at Aoki and the elves around him, and she breathed a sigh of relief. It's really a strong trainer. I'm afraid the tropical dragon may not be able to beat him. Miss Junshaw felt a strong and dangerous breath from Aoki, the kind of breath that was only on the trainer who was sharpened on the edge of life and death. Aoki did not put away the tropical dragons, but wanted to play a certain deterrent effect. After Miss Junshaw told others about her arrival, someone should receive the message soon. At that time, there may be partners of the water fleet, or members of the water fleet, ready to ambush herself. It's right to be careful. However, when he really wanted to enter the city, Aoki still put away some reluctant tropical dragons. Tropical dragons are too large, so walking on the street in this way is not only more attractive, but may also cause street blockage. Anyway, the deterrent effect has already been played, and it is useless to keep the tropical dragon outside. Aoki found the highest hotel in a nearby building, which should be the best hotel in this city. Hurriedly opened one of the most luxurious rooms, and after the ghost stone inspection was completed, the elves were released. Because it is a luxurious room, if it is not an indoor battlefield, I am afraid that it is more luxurious than the luxurious suite on the Santanu. With a height of nearly 5 meters, even the appearance of tropical dragons will not cause any impact. Of course, the premise is that the tropical dragon does not straighten its neck. Aoki did not enter the bathroom for the first time, but after confirming his safety, he took out a communicator with the rocket logo. Not only has the rocket's logo, there is a black cloud under the rocket's logo, which is the exclusive communicator of the rocket's shadow group. When Aoki officially became a member of the shadow group, the communicator that Ying himself gave, also told Aoki his own communication code. Allow him to contact himself when something unexpected happens. After seeing Aoki entering the video communication code on the communicator, he wrote a paragraph below: "It is expected to break into the Alliance. I am afraid that there will be high-level personnel to check the information and hope to improve the authenticity of the identity." After typing this, I sent it by pressing the send button. After a while, the communicator rang, and Aoki took it out and saw a simple word: yes. Really, I don't even want to say a few words. Aoki shook his head and put away the communicator, and threw it into the most remote corner of the ring. Then he slowly undressed and went into the bathroom to take a shower. The large bathroom has a small swimming pool where you can swim. The elves also quickly joined www.mentalnovel.com in addition to the tropical dragon. He thought it was too big. The small swimming pool couldn't fit him. What Aoki didn't expect is that it was because of his remarks that the entire data team in the Rockets immediately started crazy work. Because the Shadow Team deputy leader of the Rockets' highest organization has issued a death order, it is necessary to increase the rank of a Rocket member's alliance status information as high as possible. It is best to be flush with the 3 cadres. But how is this possible? The Rockets have been in operation for many years and spent a lot of money to raise the identities of the 3 major cadres to the degree that even if they are not the League's champions, they cannot be found without careful investigation. Now they can at best raise the person's alliance status as described by Ying to the extent that even the Alliance King can't probe deeply. Does the League have a championship now? No. This is already the limit they can do. If you want to strengthen it again, you must get the order of the boss Sakagi. And they can't do it. They need Dr. Sakagi's boss Uiong to do it. In fact, for Aoki now, this level is enough. He does not believe that someone will desperately mine their identity information. Aoki, no matter how noticeable, it is just a small role. Of course, the digging of Aoki's information is definitely to be dug. Just as the Rockets were desperately patching the loopholes in Aoki's information, some people in the League were checking Aoki's information. If Aoki is present, it should be able to recognize that this person is the old man Yeju on the Sentanu. First, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Favorite. Subscription. Various requests. Chapter 266. Ready to kill. It's just that the old man Liu Sheng is not using the Alliance's direct connected computer, but on the plane, using his own exclusive permissions to query Aoki's information. Therefore, this is very stuck, which also gives the Rockets operating space. Maybe things are so coincident. If Aoki informs Ying after taking a bath, his identity may really be revealed. Father Liu Sheng has this permission. But right now, when Mr. Liu Sheng closed the old laptop with satisfaction, the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. Talent. No, genius. Aoki thought that when he returned to the Alliance, someone would come to find himself. After all, on the Sentanu before, what he did was not a trivial matter. And before the Alliance's call for help, he left the Sentanu first. Although you can't say wrong, there must be some doubts. However, Aoki would never have thought that all his own affairs were suppressed by Master Liu Sheng. After coming out of the bathroom, Aoki rubbed a dry towel to wipe off the water stains on his head, and then charged the mobile phone. When I turned on the phone, a large text message appeared. Most Aragos, and a few Xiaoqianes. Aoki was able to communicate with each other, and it was only friends who barely counted, only Ogo and Xiaoqian. After putting on clean robes and drying her hair, Aoki directly dialed Ogo's number using the video phone that came with her room. Waiting for a minute, when Aoki thought that the call was not answered, Ogo suddenly appeared on the screen. "Aoki, it's really you. Where have you been for so many days that disappeared?" Ogo said in surprise. Seeing his neat appearance, he was obviously going out. "I did not expect to receive a call from Aoki before going out." "What? Afraid I fled with the money?" Aoki said with a smile. He still has in his hand the 2 materials that Ogo gave him to make exclusive high-level energy cubes. "If you want to say value, it's pretty good." "Haha, you can also call in time. I may not be able to answer the phone 1 minute later." Ogo laughed and sorted out his clothes, showing how he was going out. Aoki's eyes raised slightly. "What? Are you going far?" "No, go out and turn around, and take care of the things that the old man at home arranged for me. By the way, your plan for the energy cube in exchange for a big milk tank qualification improvement method," the other party agreed, "but I hope to talk to you in person." Ogo suddenly thought of what Aoki had asked him to do before. Continued, "I heard that Xiaoqian and you still know each other. She also worked a lot in the middle. You must know her grandpa, but a little." Did not continue to say, but all understood what he meant. Aoki nodded. "Trouble you, your exclusive advanced energy cube formula is almost ready, and you may get it in a few days. Let Ogo help to do things, of course. Cannot let others do it in vain." The exclusive high-level energy block of this metal monster is the reward given by Aoki. However, the money to be given was still to be paid, only slightly earlier. Hearing that, Ogo blinked his eyes instantly. "Really? Is there anything else I need?" "You say, I'll let you teleport right away." "No. The things you gave last time are almost okay, and others you can't take out. They are all exclusive items. They are prepared by yourself, but they may be higher in price and may be more average than those on the market. The high-level energy cube is more than several times higher." Aoki gave Ogo a shot in advance. Dou waved his hand casually, and what he could solve with money was not an issue for him. "I'll let you know, I'll get it myself." Dou was a little excited, and even a little impatient. He knew how terrible the request he had made last time. He had found a lot of senior cultivators. They all said that even if it was researched, it might not meet the conditions he wanted, and the research time was calculated in years. Where can he afford to wait? Even though the quase yields grow up slowly, but his metal monsters grew up eating a lot of rare metals, growing slowly, and not slowing down. When they researched out, their metal monsters have evolved long ago, become a giant gold monster. Aoki froze and smiled. "Then lucky, too. I just arrived in Kana City, Feniyun today. If you are not far away, come here." "I should be here for 2 days." Thinking of what Junshaw was like at the time, the person she contacted should not be low in the league. If Dou can come over, it's good to pull the tiger skin. After all, the identity of the heir of the German company is quite high. Hearing Aoki's words, Ogo was also stunned, confirming, "Are you in Feniyun Kana?" Aoki nodded helplessly, giving him a positive answer. "Then wait for me there. I'll go and fix things today. I'll go to you at the latest tomorrow." After speaking, Ogo quickly turned off the video call, and then went out in a hurry. Although those rare stones are very attractive to him, now the exclusive energy block of the metal monster is more attractive to him. He is going to the company www.mentalnovel.com to solve the copywriting arranged by Dad, and then fly to Kana City immediately. As the heir of the German company, although he is not now required to do the management of the company, some necessary things must be learned, and the management of the company must also be involved. It's terrifying to think about it. It's really not easy to learn so much business knowledge and complicated elves, and finally be a champion. Of course, German financial support is also very important. Aoki did not call Xiaoqian directly after finishing the call with Ogo. Now he is wearing pajamas and calling Dou is alright. Everyone is a man. But Xiaoqian is different. After editing a message telling her that she hadn't encountered any accidents, Aoki left her phone aside. Anyway, in Oka's opinion, Xiaoqian is not worth much anymore, so it's enough to notify her as a friend. Still, Ogo has a high utilization value. Lying on a soft bed, more than 10 days of sea life, even Oki was a bit sick. Even if it is still daytime, it does not affect Oki's sleep. I thought it'd take the time to make energy cubes for Dou, and then my elf. Some energy cubes are almost finished, which need to be added. However, this time when he received the goods at sea, not to mention energy crystallization, he said that the captured elves could also get a lot of money. There is no problem buying some materials. He'll be able to kill Dou at that time. Thinking of this, Aoki fell asleep. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Favorite. Various requests. Chapter 267 Fight Midnight. Kana City, Fenyuan District. After waking up to sleep in Aoki, after a little tidying up her outfit, she left the hotel directly, entered the black market in Kana. The control of Fenyuan Area Alliance is not as strong as that in Kanto and Chengdu. Therefore, although the black market in Kana City is not openly placed directly in the city, it is actually similar. That is, an area is directly divided in the city, which is dedicated to trading. It is intricate and various people have it. In the Kanto and Chengdu areas, the rockets, which controlled the underground forces, were not even able to gain a foothold in the black market in Kana City, and only barely opened a small shop, which was considered to be involved in the black market business. The fear of the rockets has led to the underground forces in the Fenyuan area, even if they continue to struggle with each other. But when foreign forces want to intervene, they will unanimously. So the rockets have not been able to fully enter the Fenyuan area until now. This is also one of the main reasons for the opening of this ultimate trial, because the rockets really don't have much right to speak except in the Kanto region and Chengdu region. Although the League is not very strong in these areas, it is much better than the rockets. In the long run, the rockets will only get farther and farther from the League. At least, the championship and 4-day king positions in various regions have been there, which is enough to give the League face. Aoki came to the black market without hanging around too much. The Hunters Guild is mainly located in the Chengdu area and the Kanto area, and relying on the rockets, the strength is not weak. But compared to the strength of the rockets, the casual nature of the Hunters Guild was quickly accepted by local forces, allowing them to open their own clubs in the black market of Kana City. After all, the Hunters Guild does not seize power or seize territory. Their only purpose is to buy elves and sell elves. Many members of the underground forces can capture some elves to sell, so one of the best targets is the Hunters Guild. So in Kana City, although the Hunters Guild is a subsidiary of the Rockets, it still maintains a strong business here. Aoki went straight to the Hunters Guild. The two Sly Tengu caught on the unknown island, a poisonous white butterfly leader, a hunting white butterfly leader, and 2 well-qualified mushrooms were sold, and a total of 2 million alliance coins and 2 million hunter points. The main 2 Sly Tengu are more expensive, but because the poisonous butterfly leader and the hunting swallowtail leader have lost their momentum after being captured, the value has dropped a lot, so this time there are only 2 million alliance coins. However, after harvesting 2 million points, Aoki's accumulated points now finally exceed 5 million, and officially became a Samsung Hunter. As long as you become a 4-star hunter, you will be eligible to form your own hunting group. By then, you will be able to take over the group missions of the Hunter Guild. That is the beginning of real money making. There are so many people who can catch the elves. However, the 4-star hunter is 10 times as difficult as the Samsung Hunter, and Aoki has a long way to go. Fortunately, now his resources are sufficient for the time being, not in a hurry. You can take your time. After Aoki harvested 2 million union coins, He had a total of 5.2 million Union coins. It was only Takuya, the Imamura Santeanu, that made Aoki a million. After leaving the Hunters Guild, Aoki went directly to the Elven item shop opened by the underground forces in Kana City, and purchased the most important part of the exclusive high-level energy blocks needed by the elves, which was also the most valuable part. The previously customized energy cubes are almost eaten. If you want to maintain the energy growth rate, you need to buy more precious than last time, and Ghost Stone's poison gas has been absorbed. If you want to continue to develop the familiarity of the poisonous system, then this kind of energy-rich things is absolutely indispensable. When Aoki walked out of the elf goods store, her bank card was almost empty. The items purchased this time contain higher value and larger quantities, but the production of energy blocks cost Aoki 3 million Alliance coins. Of course, Aoki also bought the props needed by Ago's metal monsters. However, my elven stuff still occupies the big head. This time the production is completed. The next 2 months will not have to worry about the energy cube for the time being. Then I spent 2 million Alliance coins to buy something that can help the elves train and fight. Training elves is an extremely resource-intensive process, especially when the level of the elves is higher. The more resources are consumed. This time Aoki's self-level has been improved so much in a short period of time, and it is no longer suitable for quick upgrades. After that, they mainly continue to exercise, first master their own abilities, and then transfer all skills to mastery, then try more advanced training. So this time Aoki's purchases are not particularly expensive, but they are things that can help the elves to stabilize themselves. The first is the Dark Crow's load-bearing device. His original weight was not suitable for him. This time, Aoki bought this up to 200 kilograms. It is believed that the Dark Crow will be used before evolution. A set of rosary beads has been prepared for the dumb beasts. You reading www.uukanzu.com can not only exercise, but also calculate the strength of superpowers. This thing Aoki can also use by himself. Then I bought a copy of Poison Gas for Ghost Stone, and the quality is similar to that of the last time. Ghost Stone's poison system needs to be developed. This kind of thing can't be broken now. The pull-up is a stretch vest similar to a learning device that helps him to exercise his limbs. Recently, his skills have been good, but his physical strength has been unable to keep up with his speed of upgrade. As for the big milk tank, Aoki didn't ask her too much, as long as she stabilized her physical exercise and ensured her health. However, Aoki spent a lot of money and bought him one of the most expensive calcium tablets. The scorpion has now grown to the size of a normal scorpion, but after scanning the chip, he learned that can continue to grow. Then Aoki simply helped him to see how big he could grow. The bigger the scorpion-tailed scorpion grows, the more its body size can be improved after becoming a Dragon King scorpion. Aoki's expectations for the claw-tailed scorpion are not low. A poison property attribute purchased before can almost be used by the claw scorpion, allowing him to develop his own poison system. In this way, Aoki left only 200,000 Union coins on his body, spending money like running water. There are 4 previous skill CDs. Originally Aoki was prepared to learn for the Foolish Beast, but thinking that he has grown too fast recently, it may not be a good thing to learn too many skills. So Aoki is going to put it on for a while and wait for the moment. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Various requests. Keep asking. Ask for various poses. Chapter 268. Worship. The next morning, it took Aoki to make all the energy blocks for one night, rubbing his shoulders and pulling open the curtains. Let the morning sun shine into the room. Then, the door was knocked. Aoki opened the door. I saw an old man about the same height as himself, standing with a smile on his face. Father Yeju. You stinky boy, don't say a word when you leave. After seeing Aoki, Mr. Liu Sheng, who was originally happy, calmed down, and came up and scolded his head and covered his face. Aoki embarrassed and invited Master Liu Sheng in, and didn't dare say anything. The Uranus level powerhouse said, you and accepted it honestly. Especially people really care about you. And when you need help from someone else. Do you know? Yesterday, after I received the news, I immediately rushed from Dead City to Golden City, and then flew to Fenayun area overnight, and then arrived here with the elves at the fastest speed. On the sofa, it was a meal in front of Oki. It was not easy. Oki is also very surprised, knowing that the alliance will come, but I did not expect to come to this strong old man, and the identity seems not low. Mr. Liu Sheng is also nonsense. He took a sip of water and said immediately, "Hurry up, don't let the ink stains. I also have time." Oki was at a loss. Seeing the appearance of Oki, Mr. Liu Sheng frowned suddenly. "You stinky boy approached me on the boat intentionally, wasn't it to worship me as a teacher? You probably recognized me already. Those elders you said it is estimated that there are still a few of my old friends." "Hurry up, worship. I have other things after I worship." Such a good seedling should be quickly collected, so as not to be snatched away by his old friends, and he did not cry. In order to cover up Oki temporarily, he wasted a lot of energy. Okay. Oki was a little bit crying, feeling emotional about what he did. Then just avoid the wording prepared in advance, immediately pick up the tea, stand in front of Father Liu Sheng, obediently hand over the tea and shout respectfully, "Teacher." Mr. Liu Sheng nodded with satisfaction, took a sip of tea and drank it. At the same time, my heart was slightly relieved. In the elven world, even if they are master apprentices, most of them are called teachers, and there is no restriction that one person can only worship one teacher, but the first one is more critical. Mr. Liu Sheng grabbed the first place. "I told you before that my name is Liu Sheng. My name is Gang, and my full name is Liu Shengen. Now I'll tell you all, lest you go out without knowing your teacher's name." Oki silently remembered the name in his heart. Liu Shengen, senior cultivator of the Alliance, and Heavenly King Powerhouse. This is considered to be a big backer in the league, right? As if seeing through Oki's mind, Father Liu Sheng said again, "Don't think about what benefits you get in the league with my name. Not many people know my name. They are all old people. It's not necessarily useful to say it. If you want to get something, you still have to rely on yourself. I myself are all poor, otherwise I won't be like grabbing Yamamoto and changing money." "I see, teacher." Oki quickly stayed in and replaced her identity. Anyway, the name of a heavenly king is how money can be measured, and it is an idiot to have cheap. Oki just wanted a righteous identity, not the actual benefits that Mr. Yanagishia would get tomorrow. After successfully putting Oki into the door, Mr. Liu Sheng feels relaxed. And when those old guys find themselves bursting, they also have a little capital. Your breeder is not weak. Don't discard it. Although I don't object to you becoming a trainer, you still need to be prepared when you have to make a choice. After all, one's energy is limited and it's difficult in all respects. I think I have reached this level in my life, but you are different. With your talents, if you specialize in nurturing cultivators, you may be able to hit the highest level. Father Liu Sheng said with emotion. Oki is the most gifted boy he has ever seen in a breeder, so he can't wait to get him into the door. In fact, showing off with an old friend is only a secondary reason. The main reason is not to see such a good piece. Jade was delayed by the trainer profession. Of course, the choice is yours. I can only say that if you become a top breeder, then the strength of the elves is absolutely inevitable. And you must feel a little bit now. It's just that it may be slightly weaker in terms of competition. Oki nodded in agreement. He certainly knows the advantages of breeders in developing elves. This may be a difficult multiple choice question for others, but it is actually a multiple choice question for Oki. He can make energy cubes entirely on chips. As long as the amount of data in the chip is sufficient, he can make various energy cubes. So the so-called time loss is not true for him at all. It's just that he can't say these things. You may not be able to do it yourself. He didn't think so when he was young. So he is now a king-level trainer and an advanced trainer. He wants to take care of both professions at the same time. But now the result is that neither of these professions has reached its peak. It's still a little worse, but it's just a little bit so sleepy for half of his life. Originally, he only told Oki about his experience, but presumably Oki would not accept it. Everything is up to you, but I want to say that you are now 15 or 16. If you can't become a king level trainer before you are 20, then you will decisively abandon the trainer's path. The rest of the time will give you an impact on the breeder, and you may not have a chance to reach the level of a senior breeder. In this regard, Oki agreed decisively that he was about 16 years old and 4 years before he was 20. With the help of a complete set of data chips, if you can't become a Uranus level trainer for 4 years, then you should not be a trainer, and you should not be mixed up with the rockets. Those with insufficient strength will sooner or later be eliminated. Elimination is not far from death. Afterwards, Mr. Liu Sheng did not say more about this matter. What he should have said already. The next thing is to look at Oka's own choice. What he can do now is to confuse. Preaching, and preaching is a task that teachers should do. As for choice, that's what students need to do. Fourth, more various begging. How much do you guys give? Chapter 269. Zaidar. When Father Yageoki also talked about the elves for 2 hours, the door was knocked again. It looks like quite busy today. Father Liu Sheng smirked. Now that Oki is under the door, he feels relaxed, as if he saw the envious eyes of his good guys. Oki opened the door with a smile, and only saw a full-dressed Dago standing upright at the door. The polite appearance made people feel that they were from the inside to the outside. Dorjun. When Oki heard the knock on the door, he knew who was coming, and didn't avoid anything, so he asked Togo to come in directly. When Oru saw the man sitting on the sofa, he immediately looked at him, walked in front of Father Liu Sheng, and saluted him respectfully. Fuzi, say hello to Master Liu Sheng. When Mr. Liu Sheng opened the door in Oki, he knew who it was, and waved his hand with a smile. The kid of Zvuki's family, good, good. At the same time he nodded his head. This novice disciple was able to make good friends with Zfuki Doru, and he was very pleased. The young master of the German company. It goes without saying that strength and ability. It is said that things are grouped into groups and people are grouped, and those who can associate with geniuses are often geniuses. At the words of Father Liu Sheng, Doru smiled slightly and nodded humbly. Father Liu Sheng and his father are friends, and in the face of elders, they still have to do enough. Moreover, Father Liu Sheng is not only a master of the Heavenly King class, but also a senior cultivator. No matter which status, he deserves his respect. Well, all of you young people communicate. I will almost go back, and the experiment is not finished yet. Father Liu Sheng stood up. Oki, remember what I said. You have a good talent. Don't waste it. Do not forget to tell Oki before leaving. Yes, teacher. Oki responded respectfully. Looking at Oki's respectful appearance, Father Liu Sheng shook his head uncontrollably. Oki promised simply, but it was obviously unrealistic to make him do this. He had experienced it from a young age and understood. He stopped talking and disappeared into the corridor. After closing the door, Oki let out a sigh of relief, then wiped her forehead and sweated. It's really stressful. Then I saw Ogo looking curiously at Oki, standing up and making a few laps around him, as if he wanted to get to know him again. Oki-jun, the elder you said at home, wouldn't it be Mr. Liu Sheng? Oki glanced at him with an inexplicable look, then shook his head and sitting on the sofa. Seeing Oki's eyes, Ogo seemed to understand at once. It must be him, right? Yes, it is the older generation of the Alliance like Father Liu Sheng that can make such rare exclusive energy block formula so fast. My dad often mentioned him in front of me, but in recent years, he disappeared. I didn't expect to meet him here. The more he said, the more sure he was, and he automatically added everything in his head. The corner of Oka's mouth kept rising, and he didn't speak. This is your brain supplement. I didn't say it. Then took out a box of exquisitely packed energy cube storage box from the ring and pushed it to the table. This is the energy cube you want, but the requirements I told you are slightly different. He can't completely increase the weight of the metal monster, but it can minimize its weight gain. Of course, The nutrition for normal growth is not at all what is missing, may even work better. Aoki has a little pain. In order to make this energy block, he crystallized the harvest-sized medium-sized energy just obtained from the unnamed island and cut it into an ETH. Can it be bad? Hearing that, Dorou flashed his eyes instantly, took out the elf ball, summoned a metal monster. Aoki subconsciously scanned the data of this metal monster. Aoki's eyes lightened slightly when he saw the level of the metal monster. It is indeed a rich person. How long has it passed before this metal monster has reached the 35th level from 30? Moreover, Ago's ability is really strong. The level of the metal monster is raised so quickly, there are no side effects. And it seems that the exercise of normal ability has not fallen. Dorou also avoided taboo at all, opened the box directly, took out one of the energy cubes, and fed the metal monster directly. Seeing the satisfied expression of the metal monster, Dago was very happy and gave Aoki a thumbs up directly. Aoki-jun, really amazing. By the way, you can calculate for me, how much money will be given to you? Aoki shook her hand. And Dago continued before he could speak. Don't refuse, you know I don't lack this. We are friends, but there are still some accounts to be calculated. Who wants to refuse? Did you see that I want to speak? Interrupted by you. Big households are amazing. Aoki, with a white eye in his heart, said, I didn't mean to be polite to you, I mean, it would be best if you can count it without money. Besides, you also helped me sell the energy cube formula. I haven't thanked you. Don't do it. I haven't sold your energy cube formula yet. But what you said makes sense. Talking about money hurts your feelings. www.mentalnovel.com. Then you talk about what you want. If yes, I'll bring it for you. If I can, I want a high quality dark stone, or a sharp claw with excellent appearance, or a certificate of the king. Alas, the price of the king's certificate is a bit high. If it exceeds, I can supply it. Fortunately, the dark stone and the sharp claw said that one is necessary for the evolution of the dark crow, and the other is required for the evolution of Paula. The evidence of the king is what the dumb beast evolved into the hippo king. Although the stupid animal did not decide the direction in which it wanted to evolve, as a trainer, Aoki was ready to let the stupid animal choose to become a stupid beast or a hippopotamus king, but no matter which one, the preparation should be done well in advance. Well, I can try to find a high-quality dark stone. It should be found soon. The sharp claws should not be a problem, but the evidence of the king is more troublesome. Ogo also refused to hold it. Chin thought, but I can leave it for you, and you will wait for my message at that time. But even high-quality dark stones and sharp claws cannot offset this. If you have any other needs, the certificate of the king will not be counted for the time being. Go in. Dorou wasn't a noob who didn't understand the knowledge, the value of which he calculated at once. As the heir of the German company, is this value ratio still unclear? Aoki nodded and refused. After thinking for a while, he said, if I can, I want to keep Kokodora all the time. This is the big family who let me kill him. If he doesn't kill, he will not give him face. Paying off debts even more. Alright, the rewards for giving birth and love to the big brothers are also over. I now miss the days of 3 changes every day. Chapter 270. I have mine at home. After hearing Aoki's words, Ogo stunned. Kokodora? This kind of elves is unique to Feniyuan area, but even in Feniyuan area, they are very rare. But this is not much different for others, and for Ogo immediately laughed out loud. Haha, this is simple. There is a mine in my house. There are steel elves in it. I'll take you around to see if you can find what you want. Not just Kokodora, as long as you fancy, you can get one for free. Aoki frowned. Mining area. All steel elves. Iron dumbbells. Really have a mine at home? Ago's laughter came to an abrupt end, and then said a little awkwardly, well, yes, but with iron dumbbells, I may not have permission, you know. Haha, I'm joking with you. I can't afford elves like iron dumbbells. This is not a solution. Aoki also laughed. He just wanted to tease Ogo, but he didn't really want it. The meaning of "but who knows that Dorou is serious." I saw him look at Aoki with a serious face. Aoki-jun, if you really want it, I say to my dad, based on his relationship with Father Liu Sheng. Don't, I'm really joking with you. I really can't afford the iron dumbbells. Even Kokodora I can't afford it now. Just make a reservation with you in advance. Aoki waved her hands. He wanted Kokodora only because this time on the unnamed island, he found that his team really lacked a high blood-proof front elf, and Kokodora was among the elves he could get now. Compare the sprites that meet the conditions. After all, the old man in front of me, but the future Steel Champion, he will have a powerful boss Kodra in the future, and it should be only the form of Kotola, or it has finally evolved into Boss Kodra. That line, when you need it, just call me and go directly to the mine in my house. I will take you to find out. Although there are not so many elves in the wild wilderness area, if only the steel elves, that has nothing to say. Oga's heart moved slightly when he heard Ogo talking about the wild wilderness area. It seems that there are several mini dragons in the wild wilderness area, right? This should be the only few mini dragons that are not under the management of the Yulong family. At this time, it should still be in the wilderness area. After all, when Xiaozi just set off for the wilderness area, he still saw the mini dragon and Hakron inside. Would you like to try it yourself? Aoki was a little emotional, but it was a quasi-god elf. If there is no super evolution, the strength of the fast dragon is relatively strong in the quasi-god. But it's not time yet. That Hakron is so powerful that he doesn't have to beat it. And his strength is not enough to keep a quasi-god elf, unless he is always with Mr. Liu Sheng. But this is obviously impossible. The rockets will not let themselves go easily. Put it on first, there's still time anyway, and then check it out. Yes, Aoki-kun, I heard that you have been drifting at sea for more than 10 days this time. Have you seen a lot of things? Have you found any strange or never-seen stones? Ogo asked. In addition to the elf, Ogo is most interested in stones. I haven't seen it. You know that I spend most of my time at sea. I can't see anything. Aoki spread his hands, saying that there was no gain. Ha ha, yes, but I heard you were very domineering when you came back. How about riding a powerful tropical dragon? Would you like to come? I heard that Aoki could only smile bitterly. The strength of the tropical dragon is not weak. But now he doesn't say he doesn't cooperate with him at all, and he doesn't like fighting, he can't force it. But if there are other elves, dumb beasts, there is still some gap in strength with Dou. Not to mention, the metal monster around Ogo can't solve it by himself. Is this the best elf of Ogo? Not necessarily. The metal monster evolved into a giant gold monster. But 2 metal monsters are needed. Is this metal monster the stronger one now? And Dou is not just a metal monster. His boss Kodora and Armored Birds are all very powerful spirits. It's not necessary for the time being. I know there is still a gap between your strength and yours now. Let's wait next time. The next time we go to your mine, we will have one. Aoki refused. Ogo glanced at Aoki in amazement, not because Aoki saw that he was stronger than him, but that Aoki was so confident that when he met next time, he would be able to fight against himself. It was not easy. Not to mention, Ogo has always been the most powerful of his peers. As a trainer, his self-confidence is absolutely top, and Aoki is a few years younger than himself. Do you think you can fight yourself when you meet next time? Without saying a word, let Aoki think that this metal monster is his strongest elf. Ogo agreed with a smile. Okay. So what are your plans for the future? Ogo asked. He couldn't help rushing over today before he had finished his work. I will disappear for a while. www.mtlnovel.com. Go out and practice, but before going out, I may go to Zijing City to exercise the elves. Is it Purple City? It's a really nice place. There are combat trainers everywhere in that city. Well, I'm going back to Kanas anyway. Or I'll accompany you to Purple City first, and then I will go back to Kanas by myself. Won't it delay you? Aoki asked hesitantly. Dou waved his hands indifferently. It doesn't matter. It can't be done anyway. Let's be lazy. It is estimated that I will spend that life in the second half of my life. and enjoy it while I can enjoy it now, otherwise I am afraid I will regret it later. Aoki also said that he was silent. Many people wanted a life like Ogo all his life, but for Ogo, it didn't have any appeal to him. It's just that the responsibility he shoulders prevents him from giving up, so he can only do what he wants before he takes over completely. Regarding this, both Do's father, the elders of the Zvich family, and senior officials of the German company have expressed acquiescence, because in my opinion, Do is definitely a very good heir. Even in the usual study, he can make himself an excellent trainer, and he has nothing to learn about the things the company needs. The name of genius is nothing more than that. In fact, Aoki is not a little bit worse than Ogo. It's just that Aoki is not only possessing the experience of the first Quasi King, but also a very powerful chip, so it seems that Aoki is almost the same as Ogo. First, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Favorite. Chapter 271. Pull-in relationship in the afternoon. The road from Kano City to Zijing City is over 110. A tropical dragon and a helmet bird swept across the sky unabashedly. It is said that we will go to Aoki and Ogo in Shiori City together. Originally Ogo was a tropical dragon who planned to ride Aoki together. After all, Ogo hasn't been riding a tropical dragon until now. Even if the tropical dragon is an elf in Feniyuan, it is not common and can only be encountered in places like the seashore. Ogo, who knows that he likes stones, often drills into old forests in the mountains. Of course, tropical dragons are rarely seen. Even if I saw him, Do didn't mean to conquer. After all, he loved steel elves. However, this time I was curious to take a ride. Aoki agreed, but at the level of tropical dragon, he was unhappy about life and death. Even if Aoki said that he had a meal, he didn't agree. As a Yalong elf, he still has the most basic dignity, and promised Aoki to be his flying mount. The tropical dragon has no responsibilities, and Aoki has also won him in strength. But Do met him for the first time. More importantly, Do looked at the tropical dragon and made the tropical dragon feel creepy. Then, Ogo was rejected by the tropical dragon, and he could only ride his own armored bird. Not that armored birds are bad, nor are they slow. I saw that Aoki was able to sit comfortably on the back of a tropical dragon. There was still plenty of space, and he could only curl up on the back of an armored bird. The armor of the bird is a little bit stingy. How come you feel so shabby? As for Aoki, after seeing Ogo's armored bird, he began to rejoice that he did not agree to play against Ogo. Pokemon, Armored Bird Sayang. Gender, male. Level, 38. Attribute, Steel plus Flight. Features, Sharp Eyes. Carrying Props, Metal Film. Genetic Skills, Pecking Drill, Invisible Rock, Hold On, Blowfly. Basic Skills, Stare, Pecking, Sand Splashing, Metal Claws, Air Blades, Random Attacks, Slam Attacks, High Speed Stars, Spread Diamonds, High Speed Movement, Rigid Wings. Teaching Skills, Snoring, Divine Slam, Downwind, Iron Wall. Skill Learner, Hold, Stand In, Awakening Power. Middle dot. Water, Poisonous, Feather, Swallow Return, Sword Dance. What is this? Chiguo's show money. Without saying anything else, how much does a sword dance skill CD cost? This armor bird Aoki is known to be one of Ogo's main battle elves, but it is definitely not the strongest one. But for this armored bird, none of Ogo's elves is his opponent. Even in terms of qualifications, the crushing of Aoki was completed. Be personal! Exclamation mark. Good or not? Exclamation mark. Is this the potential of future champion trainers? So scary. When Aoki was shocked by Ogo's elves, Ogo also looked at Aoki's tropical dragon with resentful eyes. It's just that the tropical dragon really didn't want to ignore him, and he was flying proudly. Today is sunny and the speed is not slow. But looking at the relaxed look of the armored bird, you know that you are not using your full strength. He is able to carry such heavy armor and can fly freely. It can be seen that the usual training has never fallen at all. And actually carrying the props is still a metal film, which adds to his weight. Aoki has regretted what he said before, and the next time he meets, he will fight against Dogo, really looking for abuse. It seems that if you really want to have a dialogue with Dogo in strength, the training of elves cannot stop. At the same time, Oki is preparing for the fall of the elf's qualification plan. When I was on an unnamed island before, I asked the chip to analyze the most efficient and influential way for the elves to use those medium-sized energy crystals. Before Oki returned to Kana City, the chip had already obtained the results. It just hasn't been implemented outside. After arriving in the city of Azalea, Oki will slowly begin to try to upgrade the elf's qualifications. In addition, the Big Milk Tank qualification improvement method, the Big Milk Tank Farm has agreed to make a deal, just need to face. Oki has no time now, and can only wait until the end of the ultimate trial. At present, the qualification of Big Milk Tanks does not have much impact on the overall combat effectiveness of Oki. After all, the positioning of the Big Milk Tank is just an any-and assistant. Oki and Dogo each sat on their elves' backs, chatting, and slowly flew towards Zijing City. Ogo admires the knowledge that Oki has, although not very strong, but after all, a few years younger than himself, and he has less resources than himself. So in Ogo's view, Oki is really strong, not in strength, but in academics. Oki admires Ogo's money, the kind of money that is revealed all the time. Although Dogu behaved elegantly and had aristocratic temperament, he had no intention of showing off wealth, but what he said unconsciously was very hurting. For example, Oki asked, "What materials do you usually use when feeding elves?" Of course, Oki asked about the type that does not include energy blocks, such as the poison gas used by Ghost Stone. Then Dogu would say something very expensive, although he also knew it was expensive, and he would also say the word very expensive. But every time he saw that he was talking expensively, Oki couldn't wait to give him an old punch. Intangible Wealth www.mentalnovel.com. The most deadly. In fact, it is Oki, and Ogo will talk about these things. When he is dealing with others, Ogo is always polite. It may seem polite, but it is actually indifference to keep people away. Dogu is a proud person, whether in the family world, in the elf battle, or in personal talents. Dogu is very proud. It's just that his arrogance is not shown on the outside, but on the inside out. Inborn leader temperament. But in front of Oki, Ogo really regarded Oki as a friend, so he didn't mean to cover it up when chatting. After all, in his opinion, Father Liu Sheng's apprentice, a genius intermediate breeder, and rich elf knowledge. Although he may be weaker in the battle, Oki is young and understandable. Therefore, he believes that Oki is capable and qualified to be his friend. So when he communicates with Oki, he does not deliberately cover up those things. It is absolutely reasonable to say that things are gathered in groups and people are grouped. Only a genius is eligible to be a friend of a genius. Otherwise, you don't even know what you are talking about. How do two people communicate? If you become friends, stop dreaming. As the two chat, they can clearly feel the pull in the relationship between the two. Although Oki started with a deliberate approach and a hint of use, Oki cannot deny that he has made Ogo a friend. Even if it becomes an enemy, it will be recognized by friends. That way, if the two are really in the same camp, maybe they can really become friends of close friends. But time flies. The silhouette of Zijing has slowly appeared in the vision of the two. Chapter 272. Manapanzi City. Oki and Ogo bid farewell on the outskirts of Zijing. Ogo wants to return to Kanas and continue to complete what he hasn't done yet, while Oki needs to enter the City of Violet and familiarize his elves with the body that masters the rapidly increasing level through battle. The location of Zijing City in Fenyuan area is very good. It can be said that it is in the middle of Fenyuan area. Traffic is very well developed. Therefore, even if the city is not the most developed city in Fenyuan, it is also a relatively large city. And because the battle is popular here, there are many trainers from all over the place gathered here. On the battlefields everywhere on the street, there are real trainers fighting. Zijing City is known as the City of Joy and Joy, because a lot of colorful skills often appear, and because it is a normal battle, winning or losing is not the point. The point is that the elves are very happy with humans. After entering Oki City, Oki did not go to the center of the elf center in the first place, nor did she go to the famous battle ring in Oki City. Instead, he looked for a more reliable agent to help him rent a manor in the suburb of Zijing. Oki came to the city of Doraemon, mainly for fighting, but not just for fighting. Originally in his plan, survival in the wild and elf battles were the ways he needed to increase the level of the elf. But now the level of the elves is increasing too fast, it is not suitable to participate in the battle immediately. What he has to do now is to help the elves to stabilize the foundation first. After the elves have fully mastered their bodies and skills, the battle begins. Under the heavy money of Oki, the housing agency quickly helped Oki set up a small house, but the manor had a large open space, and spent a total of 100,000 Oki coins. The lease period is 1 month. In less than a month, Oki will go to see the rocket's final trial. Whether it can fly into the sky depends on this time. Under the earnest leadership of the housing agency, Oki came to this manor where he might live for more than 10 days. The house is not large. It is a two-story villa with all kinds of homes. The second floor is a huge bedroom and living room. There are only 2 rooms on the entire floor, so it is very spacious. The first floor is a large dining room, a sophisticated kitchen, a guest bedroom and a relatively small living room. Outside the house is a huge manor house covering an area of nearly 50,000 square meters. The manor is fenced with railings. Outside is a dense forest. If there is no road across the main entrance, no one may guess that there is a manor. However, because it is relatively biased and there are no people around, some wild elves often come in and harass. Therefore, the original owner of this house chose to sell it. Of course, the sale was not so easy. With the communication of the housing agent, we agreed to own a month lease. There are some fruit trees in the manor, and the ground is covered with lawns. The lawns may be uneven and there are more weeds because of the long-term carelessness. However, this is for Oki, who is used to living in the wild. No problem. What surprised Oki was that there was actually a huge swimming pool in the manor. Although it seems that the water in the swimming pool has not been changed for a long time, according to the intermediary, there is nothing wrong with the water supply system of the swimming pool. If you want to be useful, just change the water to one side. Oki is very satisfied with this house. If not only for 1 month, Oki even wants to buy it as a long-term place to live. There are no people, and the surroundings are quiet. Isn't it Oki's most satisfactory environment? This way you don't need to worry about any secrets. After the decisive payment of 100,000 Confederation coins at a time, the real estate agent immediately got out of the way. Oki is about to start the final sprint on the final trial. The dumb beasts, ghost stones, and big milk cans were directly released. As for the other elves, they would not be released until Oki confirmed that they were completely safe. First of all, Ghoststone checked the entire house for any surveillance cameras, and then Demon was responsible for checking the grass and swimming pool of the entire estate for any problems. As for the big milk tank, Oki took it directly into the house and started preparing dinner for the elves. Today's big milk tank, under the influence of Oki, has become a cooking expert, and all kinds of ingredients and cooking methods are familiar to the chest. As long as Oki glances at her, she understands what Oki needs. It can be said that she is now Oki's assistant. When the ghost stone and the foolish beast told Oki, there was no problem in the entire manor, and the surrounding environment was very safe. Then Oki let out all the elves except the stinky mud. Even the big-billed bird that had been dust-sealed in the elven ball was released by Oki. Because the manor is too big, if you need to take care of it, it is better to participate in more elves. There is no dust except in the house. www.mentalnovel.com. Some people may take care of it regularly, but now the manor is a mess. The Dark Crow was replaced with a new load-bearing device, and then worked with the 2 elves to clean up all the weeds on the manor's grass, trying to be as high as possible. This is already the exercise content belonging to 2 people. The stupid beast and Tyrannosaurus were arranged by Oki to handle the water in the swimming pool. The drainage system of swimming pools is really too slow today, requiring faster drainage and cleaning of algae and garbage in the swimming pool. Tyrannosaurus Rex was a little reluctant at first, but in a look of Aoki, he immediately became obedient. Ghost Stone was arranged by Aoki to use his poisonous energy to dispose of all the inaccessible things in the manor, such as useless plastic buckets and garbage bags, in an effort to dissolve all the toxins, but it was not allowed to harm the lawn and the land. As for the scorpion-tailed scorpion, he was tied to the original weight-bearing device of the Dark Crow by Aoki, allowing him to climb up to the trees in each manner to build branches, so that each tree must be pruned to the same extent as possible, and controlled good health. Don't step on or break the branches directly. This requires a certain amount of physical control. When the big-billed chick is released, Aoki is to alert him around the manor to see if there are any more dangerous elves or suspicious human beings. For some time to come, the big-billed will become a guard of this manor. Guard from high altitude. After being released by Aoki, the tropical dragon lay lazily on the grass of the manor and began to snore. I flew for 3 days before, but this time I flew for another day, but I was a bit tired. It was said that it came out to eat delicious food, but as a result, it did not eat much, but it flew itself enough. Chapter 273 Spiritual Training. When the sun is completely down, the elves have almost cleared up the entire estate. The grassland, which was originally cluttered, is now very neat, and at first glance it is almost as tall. The water in the swimming pool was completely changed. Now the whole swimming pool is clear and there is no trace of impurities in it. Aoki also took out a few small energy crystals, ground them into powder, and sprinkled them into the swimming pool, so that the entire pool of water had a hint of energy fluctuations. Seeing this situation, the Tyrannosaurus jumped directly into the water, without any hint of water coming out. All the garbage on the ground that cannot be decomposed has been dissolved by Ghost Stone. Although it has caused a certain impact on the land, Ghost Stone absorbed the toxins in time. As for the scorpion-tailed scorpion, the fruit trees in the manor now should not be trimmed too beautifully by him. Some of the fruits that were originally on the fruit tree are now gone. Aoki doesn't care about this. Some common fruits are just eaten. Even tree fruits are similar to ordinary fruits for current Aoki. With the help of a big milk tank, Aoki made a very rich dinner. Instead of cooking in the house, he moved the table directly to the grass. Of course, this food may not be enough for a tropical dragon to eat. Therefore, outdoor barbecue is of course inevitable. This time, Aoki directly used a big move to roast a whole sheep with the large barbecue grill that comes with the house. If it is still not enough, you can only replace it with energy blocks. The elves were eating dinner, and Aoki didn't eat much compared to them. After they were full, they sat and thought. There is still a final time to start the final trial. He needs to arrange a reasonable plan for the elves in the last 10 days. The first thing to do is that after the level is increased, each elf must master all his powers before the development of the battle. Now for the elves of Aoki, the level improvement is secondary. Soon after the dinner was settled, Aoki gathered the elves together. Dark Crow, Ghost Beast, and Ghost Stone were the earliest elves who followed me. They knew that I had a task that must be completed. If the task failed, it might be death. Aoki sat on the chair, watching the elves lightly, said. Aoki has been a little down on the word death. He is very afraid of death, but he is not afraid of death. This is a very contradictory psychology. Yeah? Quack. Oh, the beasts, the Dark Crow, and the Ghost Stone nodded. They followed Aoki from the trial island, and of course they also experienced things on the trial island, so they knew that Aoki must return to the trial island to complete the final trial. At the same time, they are now very confident, and their current strength is very different from when they first left the island. Seeing that they looked like they were eager to try, while the other elves looked like they were worried, Aoki said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. With our current strength, even if we can't win in the final trial, the self-protection should not be what's the problem. Even if he finally fails, as the Shadow Group, the Shadow should protect himself." But placing this life on the choices of others made Aoki very uncomfortable. You can't control your own destiny, which is why you don't have enough strength. If you now have Uranus level combat power, No, you don't even need Uranus level combat. Even if you are a quasi-Uranus level combat power, you have to try to escape in the face of a Uranus level expert like Ying Opportunity. Therefore, in the final analysis, the lack of strength. The rest of the elves had not heard of Aoki's previous events. This was the first time that Aoki had told himself before conquering them. Without too much explanation, I will give a brief account of the situations that I may face later to my elves. Tell them what crises may be in the future, what needs to be done to pass safely and smoothly, and so on. After this level upgrade, the elves with a little self-confidence were also calmed by Aoki. Self-confidence is not wrong, but overconfidence is definitely a problem. After Aoki had finished talking, the elves didn't say anything, but they could see the firmness and expectations in their eyes. Aoki was very satisfied with their expressions. As a trainer, it is not only necessary to help the elves to improve their fighting skills, but also to be proficient in fighting skills. At the same time, the spiritual things of the elves, or the persistence in their hearts, also need to be instilled in their own elves by the trainers. What kind of trainer will produce what kind of elves? The trainer is like a template for elves. This is the cultivation of the spirit of the elves. They brought the elves to the room upstairs with a smile, and now they have long been used to sleeping with Aoki, getting up together, and struggling together. As for the tropical dragon and Tyrannosaurus, www.mentalnovel.com, because it is too big to go upstairs, they can only sleep in the yard. However, Tyrannosaurus obviously does not have any meaning of rejection. The swimming pool contains energy. Although it is not quite his attributes, it is just these trace amounts of energy that have no effect. Make him feel more comfortable than in the sea. As for the tropical dragon, he certainly had no opinion after eating and drinking. However, Aoki gave him a new task, which is to monitor this place. If any suspicious people or elves come in, don't hesitate to attack directly. To this end, Aoki also promised a lot of food as a reward. After receiving the commitment from Aoki, the tropical dragon flew directly to the top of the building, and lay on the tiled mountain on the top of the building. But the big build is the most diligent. Originally, the endurance of flying elves, such as elves, is very prominent, and they are often used as delivery elves, even in flying mounts. But it is not very pleasing in appearance, so not many people like this elf. This big build chick was originally intended to be released directly, and even if it was sold, it was worth little money. However, I did not expect to use him as a sentry to patrol so easily. I could hover in the sky all night without any fatigue. As long as you have enough food, you can fly all the way. The name Camel in the Sky is really not white. Therefore, in the end, Aoki did not choose to release it, so it was good to look after the house. At least Ghost Stone no longer needed to be a sentry overnight. As for the food, it is just the amount of food for an elf. Aoki can afford it, and there is no need to make any energy blocks for him. Ordinary elf food is enough. Chapter 274 Battle Ring. The next day. In the morning, it was still grey. Aoki took the lead and began a day of training with the elves in the manor. To improve the training quality of the elves, the trainer is best to exercise with the elves, even if you cannot reach the level of the elves. As long as you show your efforts, the elves will work harder. The Dark Crow mainly exercises physical strength and endurance. After putting on a new load, the weight was raised to 60 pounds, and he flew around the entire estate. Aoki's basic goal for the darkness was to fly him 50 laps first. The Dark Crow's fighting skills are now almost formed, and the level improvement has not brought him any new moves. So what he has to do is to familiarize himself with his body as soon as possible. Aoki bought a set of rosary beads for dumb beasts, which can test the strength of superpowers, and at the same time, can exercise the skills and control of superpowers. The promotion of the dumb beast is relatively fast among the elves, but because of its inherently strong superpowers, this level of skyrocketing has reduced his ability to control superpowers. Aoki bought him the thought beads to keep him at least as active as before. Ghost Stone's poisonous properties have been developed, but the upper limit of the growth of poisonous properties can be said to be absent. After buying another bottle of poisonous gas this time, Ghost Stone's poisonous properties began to increase again. At the same time, the two newly learned toxicology skills were not mastered. During the battle, Ghost Stone's current poisonous skills are easily lost, so Oki familiarized him with these two newly learned skills. He deliberately dug a pit in the manor to let him exercise his toxins, let him control the amount of his toxins released, and at the same time be able to recover the toxins that he released. The ice attributes of Paula have gradually been mastered. But in the previous battle, Oki found that Paula was a little lacking in the timing and speed of skill release, so the main purpose of this exercise still increase the mission rate without reducing the power of ice skills. Oki bought a large bottle of calcium tablets for the scorpion-tailed scorpion, which is to make the scorpion-tailed scorpion absorb the calcium when it is still growing and strive to break through the limit of its own growth. Now he has 2 calcium tablets 3 times a day, and it has become a must-do. And this thing for the scorpion-tailed scorpion to remember to eat calcium tablets, and gave it to the big milk tank. At the same time, after arriving in Zijing City yesterday, Oki used the Black Market's skill learner to let the dumb beast use the Jet Flame skill CD, and let Lala learn the Frozen Light skills. Originally, these 2 skills can be learned, but these 2 skills are not simple skills. It is difficult to learn and master in such a short time. Therefore, Oki made a choice and let the dumb beasts learn the Jet Flame skills, because the lack of fire skills in his team now makes Oka's shortboard very serious. And the beast is a water system elf. Although it can learn the Jet Flame skills, it is definitely more difficult in the learning process than the water system skills and super ability skills. Therefore, Oka's other requirement for dumb beasts is to be skilled in spraying flames in these short 10 days. Paula's original talent in ice attributes was very good, so this Frozen Light skill is now the most cost-effective choice for Paula. The goal of this period of time is to use the ice skills skillfully, and this Frozen Light has become part of his exercise. Except for the 2 elves and the auxiliary milk elves, Oki set clear goals for them. After Oka's remarks last night, every elf didn't dare and would not slacken off, trying to complete the goal of Oka's customized tasks every day. Oka's plan is to prepare the elves to familiarize themselves with the improvement during this time, and then go to the battlefield in Zijing City to find a battle and complete the final sprint. 7 days later. Training is very boring and exhausting, but in this last bit of time, none of the elves slackened. So after 7 days, when Oki felt that his elf had fully mastered his body and skills, he ended his training during this time. Until now, the level of the elves has increased, and the combat effectiveness has subsequently reached the standard. In these 7 days, although the level of the elves did not increase again, but in terms of combat effectiveness, there have been great changes. If you now let the 4 dark elves, dull beasts, ghost stones, and slings cooperate to fight the tropical dragon, you will not have to fight once and win twice, and twice if you cannot win the 3rd time, after slowly exhausting the tropical dragon's physical strength, he can win. Now they can say without hesitation that the 4 elves can cooperate to press the tropical dragon to the ground to rub. Therefore, the improvement of the rank is not the most important. Only by keeping your body and skills up to the level, can you really improve. Early this morning, after solving Oki after breakfast, I entered the battle ring in Zijing City. This is a relatively famous place in Zijing City, and it is also a place that many citizens and powerful people often like to visit, because 24 hours a day, there is an ongoing battle of elves. There are a total of 8 venues www.mentalnovel.com divided into 8 battle spots. Each person can pay 10,000 union coins to go to the stage for elf battles. After winning, there are rewards. But the reward is accumulated with the number of wins. For example, a person who wins the first time on the stage may receive a reward of 20,000 union coins. Then this person can choose to withdraw from the platform to receive the reward, or just continue to the platform and start defending the platform. After that, you can continue to accept the challenge. As long as you win more times, the reward will be greater. Win 2 games to get a reward of 40,000 Union coins, plus the previous 20,000 is 60,000. After winning 3 games, you can add 60,000 Union coins to your prize pool. When the total reaches 10 games, regardless of whether to choose to continue, those bonuses in their own prize pool can be directly taken. The total amount is 1.1 million Union coins. Of course, if you lose before 10 games, you won't get 1 point in the prize pool. After winning 10 games in a row, if you want to continue the battle, you will automatically change the platform and upgrade to the second level. That is to say, there are 8 grades of platforms here, and after winning 10 games in a row, they can be promoted by 1 level. Moreover, the basic rewards of each platform are different. For example, the base reward of the first platform was 20,000 Union coins, and then after winning again, it was increased by 20,000, 40,000, and 60,000 each time. But if it is the second grade, the basic reward is 30,000, which means that the accumulation has become 30,000, 60,000, 90,000 and so on. Subsequent days are analogous. Paying off debts even more. It's almost over. Adhere to various requests, monthly tickets, recommended tickets, subscriptions and more. Chapter 275 King Yuan. Therefore, a large number of trainers in many areas are gathered here. It is really that the reward system in this place is too special, and the entire elf world is unique. The rewards are generous. Many trainers will use the platform they have hit to the first level as the standard of bragging. It may not be so obvious elsewhere, but in Zijing City, when many trainers meet friends, they will say that I hit the first level of the ring today, and won only after winning several games. This is similar to the game of a rank system played by Oki on the Earth, which is equivalent to the rank system. In the first stage, I won 8 games in a row, which is almost the same as the number of points in a certain stage. And the trainers here are not all league trainers. Many underground forces and trainers from other organizations will also participate. Although the rules of the competition are set by the alliance, the other party wins after the elves lose their fighting ability, but occasionally some elves are killed directly. After all, skills are not long, and injuries and deaths are inevitable. But for some viewers, these things feel very and exciting. So many people watch the game while they relax after work. The organizers of the platform here mainly do not earn the registration fee of the contestants, but also the admission fee of the audience. The first and second stage of the ring may be relatively simple, so the ticket price is very low, but it cannot bear the number of times. When the stage is high, the competition will be much more exciting, and the price of tickets will be higher. Oki heard that the 7th and 8th grade daisies may not have been seen once a year. However, if a 7th and 8th level match is held, the ticket price is not what the average person sees, but it is still full. It can be seen how profitable the organizers of this platform are. Although Oki did not know who was the one who set up the ring, he knew it was definitely not the League or the Rockets. If it is an alliance, it must be built directly in the Kanto area or Chengdu area. The control of Fenyun area is not enough. It is smashed by people and cannot be dealt with for a while. If it's not the League, it's even less likely to be the Rockets. If the Rockets could build such a platform here, what else would they say to enter other regions in the same way? It has long been possible to surround this platform and begin to devour the underground forces in Fenyun area. So it must not be the League or the Rockets. It may even be some forces that Oki does not know much about, or a collection of forces. Anyway, for him now, there is no impact. Oki now just wants to use this venue to give the elves some exercises. Because it is not sponsored by the League, you do not need to use your real name to register for the competition. Many trainers who have made a name on the platform use some nicknames. Oki is also so happy. He now has more identities, and the genies that can be used for each identity are also different. If you want all the genies to be able to fight for one round, one identity is definitely not enough. Into the huge battle building, the oncoming shout was coming. This is the first grade platform and the platform with the most people, not only with a large audience, but also with a large number of players. At the same time, there is a gambling table set up by the organizer here, and each game will be arranged according to the odds. Anyway, no matter how you play, the organizer will not lose money if there are many winners or losers. At best, the money was transferred from one party to the other. Aoki first bought an audience ticket, looked at the stand for a while, and learned about the strength of the participants on the first platform before registering. It wasn't even the first ring game. Aoki had no chance of winning, but just wanted to know the strength of the contestants before choosing which elves to play. It was found that the level of the elves of the first contestants was almost between the 20th to the 25th level. Rarely, the sprites below the 20th level and the sprites above the 25th level rarely appeared. Those who are below the level of 20 may not be able to persist in one game, and those who have the elves above the level of 25 may have been promoted to the second ring. Direct registration. Under the arrangement of the staff, filled out the registration form, Aoki randomly named his first identity nickname, Aoki. In the fuzzy impression of Aoki, it seems that it is a relatively famous human life, but he can't remember who it is. Anyway, there is a green character, and Aoki is too lazy to take the name. Fortunately, I came earlier today, so I didn't have to wait for many games to participate in the competition. Aoki sat in the waiting room of the player and waited silently. In addition to Aoki, there are many players here, all wearing some masks or strange outfits. Anyway, to make others recognize themselves. So Aoki's black robe was not conspicuous in it. There is a huge TV screen in the waiting room, where the people are playing. Please prepare for the young athletes. The next comparison is your turn. The broadcast stopped after 3 consecutive broadcasts in the waiting room. After hearing that, Aoki got up and walked to the table of the staff member responsible for betting. He took out the World War I bank card www.mtlnovel.com and swiped all his 150,000 Union coins on the card reader. At a glance, I saw my odds. 3-1. Because the man on the stage has now won 3 games in a row, and Aoki is still an unknown little soldier, so in the organizer's view, Aoki's win rate is not more than 30%. The highest bet on the first ring is 200,000, and Aoki's 150,000 is already a relatively high amount. The staff glanced at Aoki in surprise, but not many people were so confident in themselves, and then quickly recorded the information. There is a limit on the amount of bets placed on each ring. Otherwise, if the 2 players say yes and then bet wildly, the organizer will not lose money. Of course, the organizers will not be stupid enough to let this happen. Once someone finds a fake match, someone will naturally come forward. So far, those who played fake matches have never appeared before everyone's eyes. Then what is the result is self-evident. After Aoki bet himself, he left the waiting room directly. It's actually a 3-1 odds. If you can place a high bet, get tens of millions and come and win them. Aoki murmured secretly. This organizer is really nothing to let go. It is said to be a platform, but in fact it is more like an arena. The surrounding area is full of auditoriums. Only the depressed part in the middle is the playing field. For the sake of convenience, the organizer directly sets the battlefield as a rock field. No matter what kind of spirit is a rock field. If it's a trainer using water elves, I can only ask for happiness. First More misappropriated the name of the big brother, Happy King. He asked me to ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Chapter 276. Child in Hat. Our contestant, King of Heaven, chose to continue fighting. Now that he has accumulated 120,000 Union coins in his prize pool, if he can win again this time, it will be a huge sum of 200,000 Union coins. Can Uranus players continue to win? Let's wait and see. An exaggerated host stood right in the middle of the playing field and advertised the generous amount in the prize pool. This kind of red fruit will not only stimulate the passion of the contestants, but also stimulate the enthusiasm of the audience, can attract more participants for the Taiwan competition. Big King, Great King, Great King. In response to the audience's cries, A man with a hip-hop mask waved and greeted him. He enjoyed the attention-grabbing feeling. Aoki, who was standing at the stage waiting for the show, had once made a trough, but after hearing the audience's voice, she couldn't help but want to make a trough again. King of Heaven? Even stronger than the heavenly kings? Are people so unscrupulous in taking their names now? When Aoki was still voicing, I heard the host say, "Then we warmly welcome our next challenger, King Yi SHH. Hearing Aoki's name was a boo. What does mean in the elf world? A bird that looks like a chicken, a blue chicken? Just listening to the name doesn't make me feel like a strong one. How can there be a great king of Kina who sounds domineering? Aoki hid under a wide black robe and slowly walked to the side of the field. Whether the big heavenly king player who has won 3 games in a row can continue to maintain the winning streak? Or is this young player able to defeat and become the new leader? Let's watch the game. After the host exaggerated the propaganda, he walked to the restroom and the rest of the time was for the referee. In this battle, one person can use 2 elves. When one person and 2 elves lose their fighting ability, they will fail. Game start. With the order of the referee, the 2 took out an elven ball and threw it into the court. Aoki's elf is a claw-tailed scorpion. The battle on the first ring. The claw-tailed scorpion was able to fight a bit and learned some fighting skills. A child with a lotus hat appeared in the elf ball thrown by the opponent's great king. Aoki directly used a chip to scan his data. A dark ILO qualified child with a grade 22 lotus hat is characterized by ease of movement. The children of the lotus hat, the elves of the water system and the grass system, the properties of the elves are still good, but they are twice restrained by the insect system, the flight system and the poison system. As it happens, the scorpion-tailed scorpion is the genie of the insect and poisonous systems, and it can be said that it is the perfect restraint for children with lotus hats. The great king on the opposite side apparently didn't know what kind of elven scorpion was. After seeing it, it didn't change at all. But he was still confident. The free-feeling child in a lotus hat has a little use if he trains, but in this sunny weather, it has almost no effect. Scorpion-tailed scorpion, move at high speed. There was a hoarse voice under Aoki's black hood. This is the first time a claw-tailed scorpion has participated in this near-known battle with the trainer's elves. After receiving the order, the scorpion-tailed scorpion swiftly crawled on the rocky ground, taking away a piece of dust. Children in lotus hats, shout. The big king saw the movement speed of the scorpion-tailed scorpion, and was a little flustered when he gave the order. The child in a lotus hat made an unpleasant sound similar to a duck's barking, which had no effect on the scorpion-tailed scorpion, and the call had no effect. Scorpion-tailed scorpion, poisonous tail after insect bite. Aoki was unmoved. It is normal that scorpion-tailed scorpion is not affected. Otherwise, wouldn't he just exercise in vain? The scorpion-tailed scorpion had excitement in its eyes. These days are hard training, both physically and technically. According to Aoki's words, they are almost training. However, the scorpion-tailed scorpion knows that its combat effectiveness is relatively low among the elves of Aoki. Each time they fight against them, the big brothers and sisters let themselves in the face of strange enemies. This time, finally I can fully show my strength. The scorpion-tailed scorpion's speed in the high-speed movement once again soared, and even the weight on his body seemed to be forgotten by him. In the horrified eyes of the child in the lotus hat, his scream just ended, and the claw-tailed scorpion appeared in front of him. There was a bloodthirsty light flashing in the eyes, and a light green worm-like energy appeared on the teeth of the scorpion-tailed scorpion. During these days of training, he is almost using his skill to bite all the trees in the manner. A fierce sip, without hesitation, bit the child in the lotus hat. The child in a sore lotus hat suddenly shouted. With such double restraint, the pain in his heart made him feel dizzy. But this is not the end. The tail hook of the scorpion-tailed scorpion, with purple poisonous energy, attacked the child of the lotus hat again without hesitation. Although the venomous properties of the claw-tailed scorpion have not been developed like the ghost stone, the claw-tailed scorpion is not the same as the ghost stone. As a scorpion, It is inherently poisonous and has not been developed. The toxin is not very strong, but it does not mean that it is not. After the attack, the scorpion-tailed scorpion jumped www.mtlnovel.com and left the Lotus Hat child directly. This is the first rule of battle that Aoki told him. After the attack, do not continue to chase. Be sure to maintain your position and be ready to respond to your opponent's counterattack. But apparently the child in the Lotus Hat did not have the ability to continue to fight back. The child in the Lotus Hat has lost his fighting ability. Please ask the King of Heaven to send his second elf. Diatan Wang has a mask on his face, but he can see that a lot of sweat has appeared on his forehead. The direct defeat of the child in the Lotus Hat has put him under great pressure. Aoki felt nothing. If the scorpion-tailed scorpion can't even kill such an opponent, what is his training during this time? The two elves have the same level, crushing on qualifications, crushing on physical fitness, crushing on combat skills, and crushing on attributes. This kind of battle can defeat the opponent even if you don't direct it. The shouts of King Yi gradually appeared in the audience. These audiences are like this: whoever is great, they cheer for them. Before the great king wins, they also shout to others. Seeing Aoki's scorpion-tailed scorpion so clearly solve the big kid's Lotus Hat children, let them feel the strength of this green cricket player. After the Heavenly King took the Lotus Hat child into the elf ball, he gritted his teeth and took out another elf ball from his waist. He was just arrogant, not stupid. He had already guessed that he might not be able to carry on this time anymore, and the money in the prize pool should have no chance with himself. This time, a 21-level Stinky Flower was sent out, which is not as good as a Lotus Hat child in terms of combat effectiveness, and its attributes are also restrained by the scorpion-tailed scorpion. Second more. It says that I can't help but want to see pirates. Chapter 277 Sniper Scorpion-tailed Scorpion, High-speed movement and insect bites. Pay attention to the skills of snipers I taught you before. Aoki saw no smell of fighting, and she had no desire to fight. But this does not hinder the fighting enthusiasm of the claw-tailed scorpion. I saw him rolling up a piece of dust again in the rocky field, approaching the Stinky Flower faster than before. Before the big king had time to give an order, the scorpion-tailed scorpion bit into the smelly flower with a thunderbolt. This time, the scorpion-tailed scorpion aimed at the soft ribs of the Stinky Flower and hit the point directly. The sniper's characteristics are activated. When hitting the key, the power is increased to 2.25 times. One shot defeats the Stink Flower and lays on the ground and loses the combat ability. Smelly Flower loses its combat ability. So when you are the winner, challenge the party. The referee raised the flag in his hand and announced the result of the game. After hearing the referee's voice, sky-high cheers sounded in the original quiet venue. Many audiences kept shouting, "King Yi! King Yi! King Yi!" The lost King of Heaven has long become the background and slowly disappears into the venue. The claw-tailed scorpion jumped happily back to Aoki's side. Aoki crouched down, encouraged to touch the back of the claw-tailed scorpion, and then vaguely took out a high-level energy block and fed it to the claw-tailed scorpion. The consumption of the scorpion-tailed scorpion is not very large, but it is physically exhausting. The overall physical condition is better than the beginning, and it is obviously warming up. Good job, scorpion-tailed scorpion. Remember the feeling just now. Before attacking, be sure to observe the opponent's movements, find out his weak points, and then attack fiercely. Fight for a fatal blow. Sun knocked his opponent to death, then retreat immediately and wait for the opportunity. Aoki whispered to the claw-tailed scorpion about combat skills. The main purpose here is to add fighting skills to the elves, not to make money, not to upgrade. Of course, in addition to training combat skills, it is also good to earn a little extra money. The reward in the battle prize pool gave Aoki 20,000 union coins, but this is the small head. The big head is the 150,000 union coins that I bet myself before, and the triple reward is 450,000 union coins. At this time, the host appeared on the venue. Ha ha ha, let's congratulate this young player who has become the new master of this time. He has accumulated 20,000 union coins in the prize pool now. If he continues to challenge, next time will be 40,000 union coins. Hearing that, shouts came from the audience again. 20,000 Confederate coins may only be a small amount of money in Aoki, but for many viewers, that is their own a month or even 2 months' salary, which has already evoked the kind of coaxing in their hearts. Go ahead, keep fighting. Let the prize pool accumulate more and more, and then lose all the bonuses all at once. They like to see the remorse of every player after losing all the prizes, and they like to see those contestants not getting such a huge prize. Don't even think about what we can't get. So go ahead, keep fighting. Well, may I ask the green player, do you choose to end the game now and take away the bonus, or choose to continue the game? You may win more bonus in the next game. The host exaggerated his actions and asked. At the same time, all sounds rang out in the audience. Keep going. Carry on. Continue. Aoki was unmoved by the audience, but the answer was what they wanted most. Aoki just wanted to train the elves. This was the first battle. How could he just give up for a little money? Besides, this is only the first ring. How can there be players who let Aoki give up? After hearing Aoki's continuation, the shout of Aoya shouted again in the auditorium. Okay, Aoya chooses to continue, so please invite our next challenger. Fi. A young man who didn't hide anything and didn't have any costumes slowly walked across from Aoki. This is a player who opened his identity directly. However, this match did not have any suspense. Aoki continued to defeat the opponent. The claw-tailed scorpion also completed a string of 2 again. But in this battle, the first time the scorpion-tailed scorpion was attacked by the opponent, because he was confident that he could kill the opponent in one shot, but failed to hit the key. The sniper characteristics were not triggered, and the evasion was not timely, so he was attacked by the opponent. Although the damage was not great, the claw-tailed scorpion was reprimanded by Aoki. This kind of fighting, similar to gambling, has never been advocated by him. Aoki knows the ability to kill opponents in seconds. Aoki knows this, but the current Aoya cannot effectively find the weaknesses of his opponents. So his current fighting skill is to retreat immediately after an attack, regardless of whether the opponent is defeated or without being defeated. He must retreat unless he hears Aoki's orders to continue his attack. After being reprimanded by Aoki, Scorpion-tailed Scorpion knew that he was arrogant, and easily defeated his opponent again and again, making his self-confidence a bit inflated. Fortunately, he made a mistake and found Aoki an opportunity for education. Education is now better than making mistakes in the final trial. www.mtlnovel.com. His elves are training a lot of time, either fighting more or less or fighting more and more. They haven't tried any unknown battles. This is why Aoki must participate in this kind of alliance battle. Rules. The reason for the fight. Finding the elves' mistakes in a timely manner and correcting them is one of the things the trainer needs to do. After the scorpion-tailed scorpion was reprimanded by Aoki this time, he was very focused on each subsequent battle. Although still excited, there is no longer the arrogance of contempt of opponents. Each attack, as long as Aoki did not say to continue, the clamp-tailed scorpion will subconsciously back. It is also this fighting principle that has made him less attacked many times. Being able to defeat the opponent continuously with the power of an elf helped Aoki win more games and helped Aoki accumulate more and more money in the prize pool. Soon, Aoki has won 9 games in a row, and the audience in the auditorium has gone crazy, screaming the name of Aoya madly. Although it is not uncommon to win 10 games, after all, it is still a 10-game winning streak. This is a moment of witness. Many viewers have never seen a 10-game winning streak, because many people choose to temporarily seal after the battles reach a certain level. In other words, you can choose to continue next time, but Aoki, like this, does not stop fighting continuously, and still uses only one elven to defeat 9 people. Data. No wonder the people in the auditorium are so crazy. Today may be a day they will never forget. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. subscription. Chapter 278 9 Wins Duel. Now, let's cheer for this young athlete. His current personal prize pool has accumulated to 900,000 Union coins. As long as he wins one more time, he will get a one-time reward of 200,000 Union coins. The amount will reach 1.1 million. The host held the microphone in his hand, and the blue veins on his neck exploded, showing his professionalism as a host. King Yi, King Yi, King Yi. The cheering of the audience suddenly rose. 1.1 million Union coins, which may be the money they could not make in their lifetime. But now that person in the audience wins again and again. As long as he wins the previous one, he can get 1.1 million Union currency. As for the end of now, there is no suspense to get 900,000 Union coins. No one wants to mention it. What they want to see is a 10-game winning streak, and not the end now. Moreover, such a huge amount of money has made them very enthusiastic. Don't look at them now cheering on the young cricket. All they think is that the next one will be more powerful, so that he won't get a penny. The typical one can't get it, and don't want others to get it. At this time, in the spacious office sitting in the backstage of the day match, several people were holding wine glasses, watching the Oki competition venue, and listening to the cheers of the audience. One of them said, "Another lucky boy. How about it? Would you like to play?" "What to play? I haven't seen him Scorpion tilt Scorpion from beginning to end. There must be more than one elf on him. Maybe this Scorpion tilt Scorpion is the weakest. Then you can't just watch him get away with a 1.1 million bonus. Although it's nothing to say, but today's fairs will make a lot less money. Cut. Find a better person to go up and play with him soon." Now, where do you find someone similar? Even if someone is found to defeat him, won't the one who wins continue to the 10-game winning streak? The people sitting on the sofa and sitting at the table all expressed their opinions. Only the man sitting on the boss chair was shaking the red wine in his glass with all his heart. Appearance. The crowd kept their eyes on him, waiting for his opinion. It seems that I just felt the eyes of everyone, slowly put the wine glass on the tip of the nose and smelled it, and then took a small sip, showing a smile. I don't know if it is because the wine is delicious or because I think of a way. Then it is better to send someone who also wins 8 or 9 games in a row. I think one of the participants who registered for the game today completed the 9th victory last time, just because of the elf status. No, it was the 10th game that was pushed back. Everyone's eyes brightened when he heard him. Yes, even if you want to give a 10-game winning streak, then it is good for one person, no matter who wins. It is a good thing for them. It is not so difficult to share a bonus among 2 people. They just help the forces behind them to manage this competition. But they cannot intervene in the transition. Otherwise, every time someone wants to get a big prize, they send someone to defeat him. Who else will impact the big prize after that? Hit 5 wins, 6 wins, etc. Directly take away the bonus and give up the game. If everyone did this, they wouldn't go bankrupt, but they would definitely not make so much money. Then the forces behind them will never let them go. This is also the source of money for those forces. You can only occasionally manipulate 1 or 2 discs to earn some benefits for yourself. Otherwise, everyone knows there is a shady. Who else will come to participate in the competition? They can't make big mistakes because they are doing long-term business. They are always making money. But the difference between making more and making less. After a person contacted the front desk by phone, they laughed and watched the game again. For them, it doesn't really matter who wins or loses. They just help to manage. If they win more, they are behind the forces, earn some extra money. As for how much foreign language they have, it is unknown. Back on the playing field, the host who just got the news from the headset smiled very brightly. It's another big collision. Audiences, I just got the news. The next time AOS opponent is also a player who won 9 wins. Then, after all, is it that the OW player once again won 10 straight victories with absolute strength? Or is this forthcoming player going to win his 10-game winning streak? Exclamation mark. One is like bamboo shoots. and the other is waiting for work. Who is the deer? Exclamation mark. Let us wait and see. Below. Welcome to our other 9 winner. Tank. King Yi, Tank. Obviously, as a 9-win player, www.mentalnovel.com popularity is not low. This is a battle between 9 wins and 9 wins. Only the one who wins can get a huge prize of 1.1 million, and at the same time can be eligible to enter the second ring. The audience's blood is gradually boiling. Even if the 10-game winning streak is rare, they have seen a lot. But this collision between the 9-win player and the 9-win player has never been seen before. The rapid secretion of adrenaline brought a surge of blood, and everyone in the audience shouted the names of the players they supported. At the same time, the organizers of Yantazai began to publicize the start of the gambling game. The gesture of crushing Oki before was too obvious, and there was no suspense, so the proportion of bets opened was exaggerated, and the people who made the bets basically made little money. But this time is not the same. This is a 9-win versus 9-win, and the suspense is big. And because Oki hasn't rested yet, and the opposite tank is waiting for work, when the betting ratio appears, Oki's odds are slightly higher, 1.5 to 1. It seems that the organizers are more optimistic about the player named Tank. Many people started to bet one after another, so that there is suspense in the game. And the meaning of betting is, in fact, no matter which side is the bet, the winner is still the organizer of the Taiwan competition. Oki called the staff and took out the $450,000 he had just won and took out $200,000 and put it on himself again. The previous ratio had no significance in betting. Although it is only 1.5 times, it still has a little profit. Then, after all the exciting language of the host is over, it's time for the game to really start. Fourth, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Favorite. Subscription. Various requests. Chapter 279. North-facing nose. I saw the man named Tank who was very strong and didn't wear a shirt. The whole muscles of the upper body were exposed, but wearing an exaggerated mask hood on his head. Only 2 eyes and a mouth were exposed. If you see it on the street, you may not be thinking of someone who is robbing the bank. The other party obviously knew that the elves that Oki had been using were claw-tailed scorpions, and they were prepared. Don't hide anything. After the referee gave an order, he threw the elven ball directly. Appearing on the ground was a north-facing nose. Pokemon, north-facing nose, light green. Gender, male. Level, 26. Attribute, rock series. Features, strong. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, rolling, invisible rock. Basic skills, impact, harden, block road, falling rocks, electromagnetic waves, sleep, electrooptic, rock fall, power gem. Teaching skills, lightning fist, electric shock wave. Skill learner, shot down, dream talk. North-facing nose, a typical physical defense self. Almost half of all race values are added to physical defense, and the resistance is pretty good. The general, flight, poison, and fire moves have twice the resistance, and they are dealing with the poisonous moves of the claw-tailed scorpion. Although the insect-based skills can deal normal damage, but considering the north-facing physical defense, it is actually more difficult. However, the north-facing nose also has many weaknesses. The combat system, ground system, steel system, water system, and grass system have twice the restraint. But these are not available for the claw-tailed scorpion. Obviously, when the opponent was off the stage, he had observed the fighting situation for a long time, and learned the fighting style and fighting skills of the claw-tailed scorpion. And this is a north-facing nose with a grade of 26, which is very rare in the first ring. It seems that this trainer, who is also a 9-win, has a little strength. In the auditorium, when the player named Tank was throwing his nose toward the north, he suddenly cried. Although they were not trainers, they still knew a lot. Especially the north-facing nose is an elf in Feniyuan area, and it looks like the majestic looks are much bigger than the claw-tailed scorpion. The scorpion-tailed scorpion has been eating calcium tablet sport by Oki this time. Although it has not been eaten for a long time, The effect is quite obvious. The normal height of this elven-tailed scorpion is about 80 centimeters. The original orchid-tailed scorpion has grown to a normal size and has not continued to grow for some time, but the chip has not completely determined his bone depth. There is still room for growth, but it needs the help of external forces. So Oki bought him a large bottle of high-energy calcium tablets, 3 a day. In just 1 week, the height of the jaw-tailed scorpion has reached 90 centimeters, which means that it is 10 centimeters higher than the normal jaw-tailed scorpion. It's just that the claw-tailed scorpion is an elf in the Shinao region, so there are not many people who really understand the claw-tailed scorpion in the auditorium, otherwise you might be surprised by his body shape. The growth of the body has no effect on the speed of the claw-tailed scorpion. The scorpion-tailed scorpion. This time the opponent came prepared. Fight with all your strength. Oki stood beside the field and said a remote control appeared in the hand hidden under the black robe. This is the controller of the scorpion-tailed scorpion. Oki removes the weight of the scorpion-tailed scorpion. The scorpion screamed excitedly when it felt a lot easier. I have heard the oldest brother in the team Dark Crow said that when you remove the weight on your body, you will feel very cool. I didn't expect it to be this kind of feeling. Now the claw-tailed scorpion just feels like it is about to fly. The game is starting. The referee blew his whistle. Scorpion-tailed scorpion, moving at high speed. The north-facing nose is high defense, but the speed is really flattering. After lifting the weight, the scorpion-tailed scorpion ran under the blessing of high speed and completely ran on the field. He really didn't know that he could run so fast after the weight was lifted. Brother Dark Raven would not bully me. But the opposite tank obviously has its own response. North-facing nose, harden, then use invisible rock. It was said that a layer of rocky luster appeared on the north-facing nose. Then the eyes were slightly bright, and invisible rocks appeared in the field. Scorpion-tailed scorpion, watch out for invisible stones. Use poison needles towards the north-facing nose. Oki had already been prepared for this, and when he saw the north nose skills, he probably guessed the opponent's fighting style. Several flying needles with toxins flung directly towards the north-facing nose. In the contemptuous laughter of the opponent's tank, the poisonous needle of the forceps-tailed scorpion hit the north nose's body and made a little clear sound, which had no effect. Scorpion-tailed scorpion, don't have to run, just stand still. Infinite poisonous needles. Remember what Ghost Stone taught you? The method of condensing the poisonous system. Oki didn't care that the poisonous needles had no effect, and continued to order. Anyway, the opponent's action is slow, it is a live target, and there are invisible rocks around it. The clamp-tailed scorpion is not very safe to run. You can release it slowly, but be sure to recall the toxins in your body. The blue eyes of the scorpion-tailed scorpion flashed purple when he heard the words, remembering that Ghost Stone taught him to control the poison. Although the structures of the two elves are completely different, there are still a lot in common for poisonous energy. The effect of the poisonous needle used again is completely different. The blow on the north-facing nose was still just a few crisp sounds, but the effect was different, and a purple mark appeared on the north-facing nose. North nose felt pain. www.mentalnovel.com can't help closing one eye. Northward nose, continue to use and harden, don't stop. Tank saw this situation, and suddenly a little sharp. Oki smiled and said, this is a good time for the scorpion-tailed scorpion, but it hasn't reached your limit. Continue to use it. It is rare to have such a good live target without much exercise. I am sorry for the careful preparation. The scorpion nodded his head. The excitement in his eyes could not be restrained, and finally an opponent who was not spiked appeared. The poisonous needles released again are released faster and the effect is more powerful. This time, the north nose went directly into a poisoned state. The poison system is resistant, but it does not mean that it cannot be poisoned. But the damage after poisoning may be lower. The north-facing nose is not a large north-facing nose. It has no steel properties and cannot be immune to poison damage. But the poisoning of the north nose was obviously not very important to him. I saw the tank laughing, Just because of the poisonous damage, the North Nose can recover immediately. I thought there was a killer. Don't worry about him. Continue to use hardening. But Aoki didn't seem to hear it, and the corner of the mouth under the hood rose slightly. Clamp-tail scorpion. Remember the feeling of just using toxin? The scorpion tail nodded strongly. After all, training is training. Even if it is used in training, it is good. If it cannot be used in actual combat, it is useless. This is the real purpose of Aoki. Very good. You can start the real battle. Get close to him, use the poison tail, attack with confidence. Can't keep up with you at his speed. Dash. Paying off debts even more. Almost, before the end of this week. The next part of the trial island should start. It is finally going to be a novice village. Not easy. Chapter 280. 10 Stray Twins. After experiencing toxins in the body, the scorpion-tailed scorpion rushed towards the north-facing nose. There were many hidden rocks in the middle, which limited the speed of the scorpion-tailed scorpion, but compared to the north-facing nose, this speed was still he cannot reach. North-facing nose. Electromagnetic waves. For the first time, the tank used north-facing nose to use electrical skills. In his opinion, after several hardening and strengthening, the north-facing nose was enough to resist the attack of the claw-tailed scorpion. A flashing electromagnetic ball appeared in front of the north-facing nose, and after condensing and forming, it was thrown directly into the claw-tailed scorpion in action. However, can the current claw-tailed scorpion attack with a north-facing nose? The scorpion-tailed scorpion swiftly approached, with a deep purple sheen on its tail. Poison tail skills have a much higher probability of hitting the key than ordinary moves. With the sniper characteristics of the tail-tailed scorpion, even poisonous anti-elves should not be underestimated. Each round of poison state loses blood, plus the scorpion-tailed scorpion attacks the north-facing nose again and again. The crazy stack of toxins. Even if the north-facing nose has twice the resistance, it is inevitable. North-facing nose. Use it to sleep. Tank saw his north-facing nose completed as a target. Although he had been prepared for a long time, he still had some anxiety. Aoki smiled coldly, knowing that you would only use your sleeping skills to procrastinate. You want to use the high physical defense and resistance of the north-facing nose to slowly kill the strength of the forceps. Scorpion-tailed scorpion. Provocation. The scorpion-tailed scorpion's provocative moves have already gained a good foundation under the guidance of Paula, and this time it can finally be used in actual combat. The North Nose that originally wanted to go to sleep was directly interrupted by the provocation of the claw-tailed scorpion, and because of the provocative effect, for a period of time, some auxiliary classes or gain moves cannot be used. It allows you to use hardening all the time, but I don't want you to fall down so fast. I finally have such a good target, and I don't give the claw-tailed scorpion more exercise. Aoki watched the claw-tailed scorpion interrupted his North Nose. My sleeping skills, secretly thought. In the previous few battles, the performance of the scorpion-tailed scorpion was also very good. It used the worm skills very flexibly, and gradually became familiar with the sniper's characteristics. The only poisonous tactics did not get effective training, because not many elves can resist the attack of the scorpion tail. However, the North Nose allowed Aoki to see the emergence of a live target, which made the other party's unbridled use hard. Now that the claw scorpion has mastered the release of toxins in the body, there is no need to drag on. The North Nose's sleeping skills were interrupted, making the tank a little embarrassed. Originally, he planned well to make North Nose madly stack armor, let the other side fight, then use sleep to restore physical strength, and then grind with the other side. But the critical skill of sleeping was interrupted, leaving him a little overwhelmed. Now that you can interrupt your sleep, why not interrupt the north-facing nose from hardening in the beginning? This problem has been centered on his heart, and even the defeat of the north-facing nose has not responded. The North Nose has lost its combat ability. Please ask the tank player to change the elves. Only when the referee's voice sounded, he returned to his mind. The face under the mask was very ugly. Originally, he thought he was better at the game, but he didn't expect it to end like this. He knew this, so he shouldn't go on stage. North facing is his trump card, but the current defeat lets him know that he may not be able to win in the future, and regrets slowly appear in his heart. Knowing this before, it would be better to directly get the money to end the battle when you won the 9th game last time. Next, the tank center level 24, Dark Yellow qualified Kentaro. Although it was also a relatively powerful elf, but without attribute restraint, he could not play the Scorpion Tail Scorpion in speed, plus the tongs. The Tail Scorpion's multiple sniper special triggers quickly won the victory. King Yi, King Yi, King Yi. A large crowd of shouts had already appeared in the audience by the sidelines. After the tank exited sadly, the host again came to the middle of the battlefield, advertised the prizes that Aoki would receive after the victory, and Aoki successfully advanced to the second ring. For 10 straight wins, Aoki used an elf, so that everyone remembered the name was not too eye-catching, and the player was wrapped in a black robe. In the future, if he wants to see his game, he can only go to the second stand. That price can be more than double. In addition, the advent of a huge prize amounting to 1.1 million yuan made the audience enthusiastic. After the host of propaganda and motivational speeches was finished, Aoki slowly walked out of the battlefield with the claw-tailed scorpion and handed it over to the others. But as he left, the voice in the auditorium did not diminish. The mechanism of the ring game, after winning 10 games, can automatically collect the money in the prize pool and automatically rise to the second ring. When Aoki next comes back as the green ring, he must go to the second ring to register. However, this first platform is not in line with Aoki's self-combat power. www.mentalnovel.com. The only thing that can really exercise on this platform is the Scorpion-tailed scorpion. No matter which elf comes out, it is the end of Spike. After entering the second ring, the battle opponents there should be able to exercise a little exercise on dumb books and dark crows. Aoki took the Scorpion-tailed scorpion to the staff of the ring race, received a 1.1 million winning streak, and went to the best to receive his and his 550,000 union currency reward. At the beginning, when the 150,000 was tripled, it was 450,000. In the final game, we bet 200,000 again. After winning, it became 300,000, so the total is 550,000. As for the other games, hesitation did not have much suspense, and the proportion was surprisingly exaggerated, so Aoki did not place a bet on himself. But this time alone, Aoki won 1.65 million league coins. Therefore, the stronger the strength, the greater the consumption of resources. But the faster and faster the acquisition of resources. It is a relatively virtuous circle. Leaving this huge battle platform directly, took the claw-tailed scorpion into the elf ball, and changed into a costume in an unoccupied place. Aoki went straight to his manor. Today, the training of the Scorpion-tailed scorpion has been done. In the remaining days, Aoki is going to choose an elven every day for battle. Strive to make every sprite get the chance to compete on the stage. After field training is still a bit different from actual combat. Today's battle of the clamp-tailed scorpion is an example. Almost a week before the final trial, Aoki still has time. First, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Please subscribe. Ask for a recommendation. Chapter 281 Improved Combat Power After 7 days. Aoki got on the plane leaving Fenyun area. This trip to the fortune has yielded much more than he planned. Not only gains in money and resources, but also improvements in the level and strength of the elves. It took 7 days to fight in the playing field, and skillfully used all the things that each of the elves got in training in actual combat. There are only a few days left to return to the trial island. Ying has sent someone to inform Aoki through the Shadow Group's communicator. In the evening one day later, the port where Dead City came last time to set sail for the trial island. If time has not yet arrived, unless he is dead, he can only wait for the rocket's relentless pursuit. However, Aoki itself has no intention of avoiding it. The final trial may be a horrible challenge for others, but it is not a flying opportunity for him. The flight to Golden City was booked online a few days ago. Leave a message to Dortmund through his mobile phone. He is going to be busy for a while, Coca-Cola will say the next time he goes to him. As for other things, if they can be found, they will be ordered for the time being. No matter how much money is missing, they will be replenished together. At the same time, Aoki also called and contacted the father Yaja, who had accepted him as an apprentice. After learning that he was busy in his laboratory and had no time to deal with himself, he hung up the phone decisively, and then the phone was dropped into the newly purchased space ring. The space of the previous ring was obviously not enough. After Aoki won the money on the first day, he went to the black market to buy a ring with more space. After all, I don't know how long to leave this time, and the ring needs more and more reserves. Among the elves of Aoki, the most delicious tropical dragon has changed from a big milk tank. The amount of food for one of his elves can be equal to the sum of all the elves, and half of the grain stored in the Aoki ring is given to him. After all, the tropical dragon is still the strongest of the Aoki elves anyway, and it is still a flying mount. When necessary, he needs to fight and escape. Although the competition during this time was mainly to let the elves control their bodies, the level of inevitability was improved after many battles. But this time the promotion is not the same as before. This time, after a near-known actual combat, in continuous training, the body naturally reached the limit and completed the level upgrade. With the exception of tropical dragons and Tyrannosaurus dragons, almost every elven level has been increased by one level. Now the Aoki elves, the lowest level Clawtail Scorpion has grown to the 23rd level, and he is not the worst elf in the team. He has now surpassed the big milk tank and successfully got rid of the weakest label. In this regard, he was happy for a long time. Of course, there is also a component in the big milk tank for discharging water. After all, she is only an auxiliary elf, and does not need a strong fighting method. The claw-tailed scorpion is almost what she grew up watching, so it's okay to let it go. And because of the high-energy calcium tablet sport by Aoki, the claw-tailed scorpion has grown to a meter in height and looks like a small calf. A few cups of milk and calcium flakes in a big milk tank every day. Can they not grow big? The normal scorpion is only 80 centimeters tall, and the normal scorpion is 20 centimeters larger than normal. And he continues to grow. As for dumb beasts and mules, what they did most of the time was to use the skills they just learned. Compared to Paula's talent for the ice system, the dumb beast spent a long time on the jet flame of the fire system to use the normal jet flame, and then spent more time releasing this ability smooth. Until now foolish animals have not fully mastered this skill. After all, it's not just about training skills. Physical training and superpower training are also very important. However, now anyway, finally in the Aoki team, an elf who can release the fire skills, although not very skilled. And Paula's release of frozen light has been handy. Paula's talent in the attributes of the ice system, even Aoki, who has seen the world, can't help but admire. In the future facing the dragon spirit, he can be regarded as a killer. Moreover, under the guidance of Aoki, the use of ice skills is no longer just a formal one, and she is slowly coming into contact with the derivative changes of the ice skills. For example, the initial version of the skill of Boulder is just to let the elf throw out some ice cubes condensed by ice attributes, but it is also an ice-based attribute. Why not consolidate the ice cubes or change the shape? If it becomes an ice cone, is it more lethal? This is the direction that Paula needs to study when training. And the Dark Crow, he is now fully familiar with the load of 70 pounds, and under this load, the speed is still fast. Aoki can now say without hesitation that the development of the Dark Crow has met his requirements. If a high-quality Dark Stone now appears, the Dark Crow will not even object to evolution even if it directly uses evolution. Of course, this is not to say that the Dark Crow has been developed to the extreme. It is only to say that it has reached the minimum standard of Aoki. If it continues to develop, www.untilnovel.com, it is also possible. Just in terms of pay and return, there is no previous ratio, and Ghost Stone, In this short 7 days, he completely absorbed a bottle of poisonous gas again, and the effect of poisonous gas and other things on him will not be so great. If you want to continue to develop poisonous properties, then it is necessary to replace other poisonous props. Originally, Aoki wanted to develop poisonous properties for the scorpion-tailed scorpion, but considering how long it will take to change, the final trial will soon begin, and it is helpless to let this matter temporarily. During this time, the improvement of the elves saw Aoki, and he was not idle. Through the analysis of the energy crystallization before the chip and the method of summing up, Aoki has been slowly implementing it. The most significant is the big milk tank, which has undergone some changes in qualifications. Originally very pale light green, it has gradually begun to deepen. Aoki is considering whether to continue to trade with the big milk tank farm to improve the quality of the big milk tank. A mixture of a certain amount of energy crystals and various medicinal materials per elf every day can improve the elf's qualification with minimal side effects. Just because the basic qualifications are different, the difficulty of raising them is also different. That is to say, except for the original light green qualification of the big milk tank, which has been taken continuously for 7 days, the changes are relatively large. The green qualified dark crow can barely see much change in the 7 days. Not to mention the light cyan qualifications pulling them, with little color change, but at least there are not many side effects, right? As long as you wait for a certain period of time, Aoki will be able to upgrade her elf's qualifications, which is how many people dream of. Second more. Chapter 282. Back to Deadleaf City. How many people are upset, finally managed to raise the level of the original elves, but because the quality of the elves they have contacted is high, the qualifications of the initial elves can no longer meet the needs of the trainers, and they have to give up. That kind of waste of time is almost a lifetime thing. Not everyone can be like Do and Do. From the beginning, they can obtain a highly qualified elf and directly train them without fear of being out of date. Therefore, those who are members of the Alliance can obtain the highly qualified Use and Jia from the beginning. Why did Aoki in the previous life not change the elf frequently? Because the elf qualifications could not keep up, and eventually lost his bond with the elf. When the real powerful enemies appeared, the newly conquered elf did not want to fight for the trainers and instead get away. This is why Aoki died so simply. Is there a big gap between the Kwasi King level powerhouse and the Danwanga level powerhouse? Big. But is there no chance to escape? Will not. As long as you are willing to leave behind a few elves, escape may still be possible, but the loss is relatively large. But in Aoki's previous life, he was willing to resist the strong, and there were no other elves except the Dark Raven. In this life, Aoki's fetters to the elves are more important than qualifications. Therefore, the things that can improve the qualifications of the elves are really very high, but the medium-sized energy crystals are not so significant. In the calculation of the chip, the medium-sized energy crystals still have a little effect on the light green, green and even dark green qualified spirits. But for the qualifications above light cyan, the effect is not so obvious. Even the dark green qualified elf, it takes a lot of time to see the effect. Possibly, large energy crystals are required. But even so, once this energy crystal is known to be owned by Aoki in large quantities, the rockets will be the first to resist it. Not the top of the rockets. They don't look down on these things, but the middle of the rockets, such as the average captains or squadron captains, can't help it. However, Aoki's requirements are not high now, and can only improve the elf qualifications to keep up with his progress. The speed of the plane is much faster than that of a cruise ship. Aoki meditates on the plane with her eyes closed. When she opens her eyes, she has reached the Golden City, a city that is noisy all day and night. Aoki's meditation along the way has made him very good now, without making too many stops. Natsuki in Golden City still has Aoki heart lingering. Natsu is powerful, moody, and she doesn't know what strength she can do so without fearing her and resisting her superpowers. Aoki shook his head secretly, so he estimated that he was still waiting. A taxi went directly to the southern district of Golden City. Elves are not allowed to fly in cities, otherwise the police have the right to detain them. Of course, if you are strong enough that the police can't catch you, or you dare not catch you, you can also fly directly with the elves. Obviously Aoki now does not have this strength. 2 hours later, Aoki reappeared in the suburb of Golden City. This is the third time he has been here. The first time is to cultivate the materials in the house here, and the second time is to go through the hamster cave here to Deadleaf City. And now this third time is the moment when Aoki is about to go to the trial island for the final trial. There are no more elven restrictions here, and the tropical dragon is released directly, and then jumps onto its back. The tropical dragon has been with Aoki for some time now, and Aoki is also assured that he can fly with him, and he no longer needs to be protected by dumb beasts. When Aoki stood on the back of the tropical dragon, he took out a few energy cubes and fed it into the mouth of the tropical dragon. From his squinted eyes, he can see that he is happy now. As long as there is something delicious, isn't it a flight? This is nothing. Anyway, the chlorophyll on his body has been performing photosynthesis on sunny days, and flying has almost no consumption of his physical strength. The wings are light, and the dust on the ground is blown away, and the tropical dragon flies slowly. After such a long flying mount experience, the tropical dragon has been able to fly very smoothly, and Aoki has almost no tilt on his back. And the back of the tropical dragon is very wide, even if Aoki is lying on it, there is no problem. After rising to a certain height, Aoki patted the back of the tropical dragon gently, and with a little force on his wings, he rushed out. The characteristics of chlorophyll make his flying speed good. Although the speed and racial value of the tropical dragon are not fast, it is mainly for combat, and it has no effect on the straight flight. At least, the endurance of the tropical dragon is not mentioned. As long as the sun is present, flying a day is almost not difficult. Follow Aoki's direction and quickly go to Deadleaf City. There will be a lot of wild elves in the air, but they face each other when they face the tropical dragon. Although you haven't seen an elf like a tropical dragon, an elf like a big-billed bird or a BB bird can feel the momentum of a tropical dragon. Even if the dragon spirit is not a dragon spirit, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. The momentum from the blood of the dragon system will not be wrong. Just like the Tyrannosaurus dragon in the sea, the tropical dragon in this sky can be considered the overlord. The presence of levels among the group of elves with an average level of over 10 and a maximum of over 20, who dares to step forward to challenge the 40-level tropical dragon. So, without any hindrance, Aoki saw the city of Deadleaves 2 hours later. Before entering the suburbs of Deadleaf City, Aoki let the tropical dragon land, and then fed a few energy cubes before returning it to the elven ball. Now that I have been exposed under the eyes of the rockets, I can cover as much as I can for the time being. After all, he was the one who was temporarily taken away from the trial island by the film, and eventually he would go back. And this trial mission is so special. There must be a lot of people who pay attention to Aoki. Although not necessarily those carders should not look down on Aoki, but there are definitely some big captains who have followed him. On the trial island, everyone has been suppressed, plus the shadow group directly into the shadow group. For them, Aoki has already constituted a threat. Of course it is not a threat to them, but a threat to them. This is also the main reason why Aoki finally planned to go to Fenyuan area for exercise. Who knows how many people in the Kanto area and Chengdu area followed him, and the name of the film may not guarantee his safety 100%, and even life without threat. His strength will definitely be felt. But Fenyuan area is different. The rockets have not penetrated into it now. What happened to Aoki in Fenyuan area can say no. But there are certainly not many. It can be considered as hiding one's own strength. Third more. Chapter 283 Shot fiercely entering Oba City. Aoki goes straight to the freighter terminal. After communicating with the staff at the terminal in secret, we learned which ship was the rocket freighter that was about to depart from the port. Aoki came to the small freighter, and several sailors stopped him. This is a private boat and is not allowed in. One of the sturdy sailors reached out and stopped Aoki's path. Aoki frowned, took out the medals of his shadow group members, and gave them a vague glance. There was only a flash of teasing in the eyes of the man who stopped Aoki, but he didn't let it go. He still held his hand in front of Aoki. The two behind him also raised their mouths and looked at Aoki with the eyes of the theater. Suddenly, Aoki understood that these people did not know what they were here for, but they did not want to let themselves through. I just don't know who it is. The shadow group, other rockets cadres, or the captains involved. But it doesn't matter. Now I am no longer the weak guy who just left the island. Since some people want to see their strength, let me show them a little. Aoki's face suddenly cooled down, and if I chose to be my enemy, I was prepared to pay the price. Turning his right hand, a sharp dagger appeared in his hand, struck directly at the sailor's arm at a tricky angle. However, the other party was obviously not a fuel-serving lamp. When a cold light appeared, he subconsciously retracted his hand, but he was still scratched by Aoki. Blood splashed directly on the ground, but Aoki's dagger was not stained with blood. Obviously, this dagger of Aoki is very sharp, and the strength of the swing is not small, and the speed is very fast. If the opponent does not evade in time, this arm may be used up. The sailor also understood the meaning of Aoki, and the violent expression in his eyes suddenly appeared. There was no stain on the hand of the rockets, either the enemy or his companion. Originally, I just wanted to give Aoki a disposition, but I didn't expect Aoki to be so crisp and hot, and there was no room for talking. The two people behind him were also blindfolded. They had seen it cruelly, and they had never seen a shot before. No, it wasn't all inconsistent. Aoki didn't say a word. They dare to stop this person with the shadow group medal in this way, just because a captain has promised them a benefit. Check the strength of this person, and get a reward. The man who stopped Aoki was a squadron captain of the Rockets. When he heard that the other was just a teenager who hadn't even finished the trial island, he agreed decisively. In his opinion, it is just a young boy who has a bad smell. Being able to have the medal of the Shadow Group may only be appreciated by the adults of the Shadow Group. The potential should be just average. In addition, the ordinary member of the Shadow Group is only the strength of the Rockets captain. As a squadron captain, he may not be afraid of him. Although he has not been a squadron leader for a long time, he has not yet been assigned to the squadron level. Man, the two behind him were also under him when he was the captain. Take a lesson by yourself. As long as you don't take too much, I believe that the adult in the cabin will not mind. After all, when the former captain told him to do this, the adult inside also heard it. Seeing that the adult did not react at all, he took the task himself. But I didn't expect that the young boy in front of him looked so hot. Boy, looking for death. As soon as he became a squadron captain, he was so provoked by a squadron-level rocket member, his face suddenly darkened. The backhand also took a dagger from his waist and waved it towards Aoki. Ding! The two daggers touched off immediately, bringing out a bit of ignition star. After all, Aoki was young, and even if he was growing up during this time, he was not a big sailor opponent. After the two daggers collided, Aoki stepped back and forth to stop. In this world, the elves are the mainstream, but it does not mean that there is no confrontation between humans. As long as they can kill the enemy, no matter what means you use. Like the future Poison King, he is a ninja. The means of killing are also mainly assassinations, and the elves are only auxiliary. Therefore, in this world, the physical training of trainers is still very necessary. Ghost Stone, Shadow Ball. Aoki's cold voice sounded, and he knew that his physical battle was in a weak position, and this time the collision made him pull out of space. The Ghost Stone, which had been ready in the shadow of Aoki, appeared directly. Two dark energy in his hand appeared in an instant, and were thrown in the direction of the three. Seeing the appearance of Ghost Stone, the leading sailor's face turned transient, and a donkey rolled and rolled over directly, but the two behind him had no such good luck. It was directly hit by two shadow balls, and the physical fitness of human beings, even if it was immortal, was estimated to be useless. www.mentalnovel.com. And Ghost Stone did not mean to keep his hand this time. Boom! There was a sudden explosion. The sailor who had just escaped the calamity wanted to get his hands on the elf ball around his waist, but Aoki obviously didn't give him the chance to release the elf. Ghost Stone, poison shot. Relying on the shuttle ability of the shadow, Ghost Stone appeared in front of the man in an instant. On the paw of a three-finger, the dark purple poisonous ability condensed and hit directly to the man's face. Door. Stop. Suddenly, a voice sounded on the cargo ship, and a stranger appeared on the bow of the ship, looking at the situation below with a serious expression. The two sailors who were directly hit by the shadow ball had lost their vitality lying on the ground, and the one who had been informed by him to Okus Moai, who had just become the squadron leader, had fallen to the ground in a horrible manner, and Aoki's ghost was right to attack. Aoki glanced at him, his eyes gleaming coldly, but he did not mean to stop Ghost Stone from shooting. Seeing that Aoki didn't mean to stop his hand, the captain of the captain who said nothing to stop was directly darkened. Stop it! A voice sounded again. Aoki can hear it. This is the sound of a shadow. His face changed a few times before he said, stop. Ghost Stone had a poisonous claw, only 1 centimeter away from the man's face. I saw his eyes staring at Ghost Stone's paw tightly, his face sweating. The elf was not summoned as soon as possible, and actually faced this situation. If it was not for the shadow in the cabin to speak in time, I am afraid that he would be dead. Aoki didn't listen at all to the leader of his task. Fourth, finally returned to Xinzu-kun. Chapter 284. Stand in line. Ying slowly walked to the side of the boat and looked down at Aoki and the sailor who had been pressed to the ground by the Ghost Stone. The captain who first spoke to stop Aoki, saw the arrival of the shadow, respectfully saluted, stood aside, but looked at Aoki's eyes full of murder. Ying saw Aoki, although Ghost Stone stopped, but did not let Ghost Stone take back his skills, and a smile appeared on his face. He shook his head slightly and said, it's almost there. Aoki looked up at the eyeshadow and glanced at the smile on the corner of his mouth, and everything was clear before that moment. The person who has just spoken to stop himself is definitely not the shadow person, and it is the one who just let the sailor come to test himself. Although I don't know what his identity is, it is definitely not easy to see that he can be in the same room as Ying. I just saw the smile in the corner of the mouth, which shows that Aoki did not dislike what he did, but was a little happy. So Aoki's heart was certain, and slowly walked to the person. I saw that he was not moved by the Ghost Stone, but when he looked at Aoki, the violence and fierceness in his eyes could not be concealed. The corner of Aoki's mouth rose slightly, looking at him lightly, squatting down slowly, patting his face without speaking. It's been pressed to the ground, and arrogant. It can be seen from his flushed face that he is really very angry now. If it was not Ghost Stone pressing it, he would definitely jump up and fight with Aoki. Only after Aoki was stopped by Ying, he determined that Aoki did not dare to kill himself, and his right hand, originally stuck in the middle, slowly moved again. Seeing his angry look, Aoki's smile was even more exaggerated. Suddenly, the cold mang in his eyes skyrocketed, and a dagger suddenly appeared again on the right hand of his cheek, sprinting across. What? Aoki cut the man's right hand directly to his waist and took the elven ball. Seeing Aoki's behavior, the captain standing behind the shadow uttered a voice, but before he spoke, he was directly frightened by a shadow in the shadow. Ying glanced back at him for a day and said, no matter what the people behind you say, these are the people in my shadow group. I don't need you to intervene. Go back and tell your master, there will be another time, myself. Go tell him. The man's face was ugly, but he didn't dare to say a word, bowed his head respectfully and said yes, and then disembarked and left. As for the squadron captain lying on the ground mourning, he gave up directly. It's just waste. A squadron captain dealt with a hairy kid, but he actually chopped off an arm. What is the use of such waste? At the same time, he also knew that there were 2 reasons why he could directly let a squadron captain deal with those who valued the film. One is the one behind him, which makes the film a little daunting, And there is a more important reason, because the film also wants to see the growth of Aoki. If you can't even cope with this situation, then you don't have to try the island. You are killed here, and you lose his face when you go. So when the captain arranged people in front of him, Ying didn't speak. But now, before the end of the final trial, it is no longer possible to move Aoki. They have missed the best time. And Aoki's behavior did not disappoint Ying, so the corner of his mouth was raised before Aoki calculated that he had cut off one of the man's arms, and he also spoke to stop the captain directly. In short, Aoki's growth during this time is quite satisfactory. Ignoring those who were still mourning on the ground, Aoki slowly got on the boat under the gaze of the shadow. Then he got to the place where the captain stood before, respectfully saluting, "Master Ying." Ying stared at Aoki's movements all the way, and smiled. "You just messed up with the captain, how about it? Are you afraid?" At the same time looked at Aoki jokingly, waiting for his expression to change. Hearing that, Aoki's heart was clear. It turned out to be a captain. However, there should be others behind the captain who can give orders to others in the presence of the shadow. Aoki smiled and said, "Is it just a captain? And he wouldn't bother me if I didn't mess with him? Ha 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 ha." Hearing Aoki's words, the shadow first froze, then laughed cheerfully. "You kid, very smart. Aren't you afraid that the one behind him will hit you directly?" "That's Akada." Ying Xiao stopped and continued. "Isn't there still you? I just heard what you said just now." Aoki smiled and looked at all the giants in the rocket. Hearing the words of Aoki again, his smile slowly converged, and his expression looked serious. "You need to know, to help you stop a cadre level member, but the pressure is facing. Well, you know what to do." Aoki's expression was also very serious. "To be a cadre in the rockets, there is only one condition, that is to become a Uranus level trainer." So now Aoki is offended by a Uranus level trainer. But this is what Aoki has to do now. If the standing team is on the shadow side, why should the shadow protect you? Just have a good talent on your own. Think too much. There are more talented people in this world, but how many people can grow up? Only those who grow up have the right to speak. Now Aoki is a small boat in the rockets. www.mentalnovel.com. Struggling with the turbulent rockets factions, it is better to directly lean to one faction that is more stable to himself. If this time Aoki wanted to achieve 2 sides and 3 swords and give the captain the face, then the shadow would not give Aoki a good look. It's that simple. It's so realistic. Otherwise, did I work hard to protect a person, but in the end he turned to others? How is this possible? If you want to be protected by the shadow, you must firmly trust yourself in the past. Moreover, in the rockets, what they can really rely on is also on the side. As far as Aoki knows, Ying and Natsu are in the same faction, so there are at least 2 heavenly level strong men in this faction. No matter how bad they think. The reason for laughing before the movie was because he knew that Aoki had seen everything through and cut off the arm of the squadron captain, just to show it to himself. The kid in front of him turned a little faster than he thought. Now that Aoki still has use value, what about protecting him by himself? Anyway, the person just behind the captain couldn't get into his eyes. The man outside the boat was still mourning. Aoki frowned, and said, "Ghost Stone, give him a hypnotism and let him be a little bit calmer." After hearing that, Ghost Stone gave the person a hypnosis and stopped him howling. Then Aoki followed the shadow to the cabin. As for that person, he has no benefit in both factions and has no use value. Paying off debts even more. The last big guy's up, almost free. Come on, ask for a monthly pass. Subscription. Recommended tickets. Chapter 285. Beat. After returning to the cabin, Ying Pan sat at a table with tea citron and various tea-making utensils. Tea ceremony is also popular in the elf world, Aoki thought. Ying directly motioned to Aoki to sit in front of him. Aoki sat down obediently. Don't see that he had no fear of speaking with Ying before, because he had already figured out Ying's idea. But now it is another situation. So Aoki converged all his thoughts and expressions. In the face of the King of Heaven, it is time to be respectful. After being silent for a long time, Ying just played with the various tea sets in front of him, and only a pair of fingers put a leather glove on his hand. But Aoki found that all his fingers could be moved. Presumably the scientists in the rockets installed him with mechanical prostheses. I heard you went to Fenny-Yuen area. Ying took the lead to break the silence, but he didn't look at Aoki at all, just playing with the tea set in his hands. Yes, Aoki nodded. Finally, Ying brewed the tea, put it on the tip of his nose, and sniffed slowly. He nodded in satisfaction and pushed another cup of tea in front of Aoki. I don't know if I'm satisfied with tea or Oka's choice to go to Fenny-Yuen area. What do you think of Fenny-Yuen area? Ying asked again. Complicated, with many factions, alliances. The right to speak is not big. Aoki glanced at the tea in front of him, still dare not move. The tea made by the heavenly powers is so delicious. Ying nodded again, and the conversation turned. Are you sure about this trial? He knew more about Kinni-Yuen than Aoki, and Aoki just talked about it. Do your best. I don't know what the opponent is doing right now. If it were only those opponents on the island, Aoki wouldn't say 100%, 90% would be fine, but for those dispatched by Cardas, there is no standard in Aoki's heart. The former captain should be the staff of one of the Cardas involved. Obviously, it was also because Aoki disappeared into the sight of the rockets. After heading to Fenny-Yuen, he was not sure about Aoki's strength. That's why I sent a good person to explore the bottom of Aoki. If I had a chance, I would take the opportunity to solve Aoki. It was also because of capturing Ying's mentality that he didn't know much about Aoki's strength, so he also wanted to see the situation, which happened to coincide with what the Carda wanted to do. So there is the previous scene. However, Aoki didn't even have a chance to let the opponent hit, so he pressed him directly to the ground and rubbed it. Except for a ghost stone, no elves were released, but just touched the tip of Oka's iceberg. However, there is still something that can be seen from this ghost stone. I don't know if this ghost stone belt does not represent Aoki's strength. Aoki remembers that Ying also has a Geng ghost. At that time, Geng ghost should be only the elf of the second echelon and the third echelon of the elf. I don't know what the strength is now. This time, there were 4 Cardas and 5 Quasakid level captains participated, and you are the only one without a background. Ying sipped a tea and looked at Aoki with a smile. 4 King level strong players want to play chess, 5 Quasaking kings want to jump out of the chessboard, and there are countless strong people who are watching everything here. When there is a little change, they will be like main dogs just pounced on it, tearing a piece of meat off anyone. This is the rocket's survival mode. The 5 captains have all been sent to Trial Island. The Cardas will join in later. Aoki asked. There are 3 people on Trial Island who remember Aoki fresh. Gaga, there is a brother of the captain, and a girl named Jasmine is the head of all girls on Trial Island, and one is all lone men. The strongest being Alec. But the movie shook his head, and said teasingly, you think that the people involved are only the 9 people? I said. The people who really participate are no less than 20 people. These 9 are relatively strong. Of the people you saw on Trial Island, only one of them was one of the 9, and the rest were just the captains of ordinary captains. I really think that anyone can mix in these things. The captains of the prospective Cardas are fine. Even if they lose, they will not be miserable. Will it fall directly into the abyss? So Cardas are so challenging? Ying is actually a member of the Carda. The Uranus level strong have the Uranus level pride. Those quasi-Uranus who are only one step away from Uranus are okay, but those self-righteous ordinary captains do not know how to die. Lions and wolf fights. Can cats and dogs also participate? When I heard the movie, Oka's pupils shrank slightly, and only one of the people on the island who tried the feelings was a prospective Carda. Gaga, Jasmine, or Alec, or someone else? The biggest is probably Gaga. The shadow did not say. Aoki would not ask. What really frightened him was the men trained by those Cardas. The person you provoke this time is just an ordinary captain www.mentalnovel.com, but he still has a good Carda on it. You have so far provoked a Carda and a prospect Cardas. What do you think? When he was half serious, Ying played a joke on Aoki again. I heard What can Oki do besides a bitter smile? Whether it is the King of Heaven or the King of Heavenly King, it is not something he can afford now. Even in his previous life, when he saw these people, he could only retreat and not dare to touch his whiskers. "Sir, don't make fun of me," Oki said. "If you want to say this, in fact, Oki now does not count as a backer. The Shadow is his biggest backer in the Rocket Bear. If you want to pull the relationship, Nazi is also half. After all, Nazi has an extraordinary relationship with Ying." Ha 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 ha. Ying laughed again, usually serious, but today he has laughed many times. "You know, I blocked a lot of people for you, but you should also understand that when a person loses value, there will be no more asylum. It is not uncommon for such people in the Rockets. Understand that those who are low in strength can only be protected by the strong, only by showing their own use value. Wagging their tails and begging for mercy is not a long-term solution after all, but to grow as soon as possible." Oki understands the meaning of shadow. "I am considered a person who has been collected halfway, instead of being cultivated from scratch. Then the trust will not be very high. Only if he closely follows his pace and shows sufficient value, can he continue to receive asylum and get a little gasping time." This is the shadow hitting Oki. Prevent him from bloating after going out for a while. First more. It is the last day. Ask for each. Chapter 286. Return to Trial Island. When everything was right, Ying and Oki fell silent again. Under the motion of the shadow, Oki picked up the teacup and sipped it slowly. In fact, Oki likes tea and coffee. That bitterness first, then the bitterness faded away. A slight sweetness appeared in the mouth. The contrast between sweetness and bitterness makes it more prominent. Oki doesn't care about tea leaves or coffee. He just likes the aftertaste after drinking, which is different from people who pay attention to tea ceremony. Oki drank the tea in the cup and the bitterness in his mouth became stronger. Ying shook his head and poured a glass on Oki again. Oki is also rare to be able to pour water into the Heavenly Kings. "This kind of good tea is a bit wasteful for you," Ying said faintly, lamenting a little more, sighing more. Holding up the teacup for a moment, Oki said with a smile, "For me, it doesn't matter what tea leaves or tea ceremony. What's important is that the bitterer the tea, the stronger the final taste." The taste of tea tasted a moment. Oki's words did not sound like those spoken by his age. Even if he experienced more than his peers, it was not like his age. Without letting the two wait long, the boat sailed. Originally, Ying was waiting for Oki's arrival. Now Oki has arrived. Although their sailor is now sent to the rescue due to excessive blood loss, the sailor is not very important, is it? You can do it for another person. The freighters of the Rockets are still unremarkable. According to special routes, they head to the Trial Island. The ship is loaded with various materials. In a luxurious room, a thin middle-aged man looked at the video phone on the wall, supported his head with one hand, and listened to his report. If Oki was here, he might be able to recognize that the person in the video call was the captain who had appeared on the freighter before. I saw that he was very respectful now, and explained what had happened before, without fail. After listening to the report, he wasted the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "So you, a big captain and a squadron captain, haven't been able to find out the details of the kid, and have been banished?" There was a smile on his face when he spoke, but whoever saw it didn't think he was very happy. Suddenly, a lot of sweat appeared on the captain's face. Then immediately said what the movie said, originally. "Oh, I heard that his mission failed last time and his power was seriously damaged. If it was before, I still respect him for a three-pointer, and now I knew it before." According to the strength of the Danwang class, the movie strength is much better than him, but the last time the movie strength was greatly damaged. No one knows the specific strength now. Forget it, it's not interesting. Go tell the stinky boy. If this trial doesn't get the results I want, get off the death squad and fight the League next time. Let him run first. Yes, the captain said quickly and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now it is dead, you don't die. The video call was turned off, but the expression of the thin middle-aged man was gloomy. Shadow Group, thought it was the previous Shadow Group. 2 days later, the rocket's freighter successfully reached Trial Island. In the past 2 days, except for Aoki and Ying sitting together to drink tea at the beginning, they have been working in their own room on some things that may be used on the Trial Island. The first is to prepare for those men who Aoki conquered on the Trial Island. I don't know how many people follow me after I leave for so long. In other words, how many people really follow themselves. Aoki is not clear, and does not want to figure it out. Only after leaving the Trial Island this time, those who chose to follow their own, no matter what they had planned before, must choose to be loyal to themselves in the future. This is the standard that Aoki has set for these people. And what he tinkered with in the room was also related to this purpose. I didn't see the shadow for 2 days, and when Aoki disembarked, I didn't see him. Maybe, after Aoki got on the boat, Ying had already left. Uranus level strong. Do you still have to take a boat to get here? Maybe not. Ignore the disappearance of the shadow. Aoki stepped on this muddy land. A mixture of smells of smelly and earthy pavement came out. Here is Trial Island. If you can't see the full picture of Trial Island from the outside, you can say that he is an island, but rather he is a small land, because so far Aoki does not know how deep the Trial Island is. But being able to draw such an unknown place on the sea, I have to say that the rockets have great strength. It is also possible that the place can only be reached by taking a rocket-exclusive boat, because there was no window in the cabin when Aoki came, and after actually entering the sea, Aoki was told that he was not allowed to leave his room, and he could not leave his room until it was about to arrive. So how to come to this place, I do not know. How to leave, Aoki has only a general direction. The rockets are very strict in protecting this place. The sailors were busy carrying the goods, and no one ignored Aoki. www.untilnovel.com. In this way, Aoki quietly returned to the Trial Island, and 1 day was left until the end of the 3-month trial. The Dark Crow stood on Aoki's shoulder, walked on the still familiar land, and slowly walked towards the rocket base. No one along the way. In the original base of 300 people, maybe 100 people are not there now. Aoki did not temporarily leave the island in the previous life, so he experienced the cruelty of the Trial Island throughout the process, knowing that the later the more bloody. Walked through the familiar rig-long island, entered the square of the base again. In the middle of the square was still a dark trial stone, which was no longer shiny, but was stained with blood, but no one cleaned it. The temporary battlefield that Aoki made while fighting Gaga was still there, but the dried blood on it was everywhere. From this it can be imagined how cruel the Trial Island is in the later time. Aoki just glanced a little, not paying attention to the smell, and walked to the temporary building previously built by Gaga and his men. After entering the base, he still did not see it alone, but surprised Aoki. No matter how many people die, there won't be many people in the rocket space, right? Doesn't the snake mean it? Slowly, Aoki understood. It turned out that there was no one, but because the final trial will begin tomorrow, so these people have no intention to fight, and return to their own forces to fight for the last chance. Those who can get out of the line are getting better, and those who can't get out of the line are frantically searching for thighs that can take them to life. Second, finally returned to Xinza village. Chapter 287. Betray Boss Sky. The final trial will be carried out tomorrow. I don't know if Lord Aoki will return or even if Lord Aoki is still alive. Do we have to wait like this? Aoki heard in the hall a voice appeared. Slowly stopped and stood outside the door without going directly in. After becoming a superpower, it's not so good elsewhere, but it has improved a lot in listening. Yes, Boss Sky, otherwise you can be the leader directly. Anyway, you have been leading us. Another said. Don't talk nonsense. Sky remembered Aoki's voice, which he said. Although he didn't know what he thought, at least he didn't betray Aoki at this time. In fact, Sky is different from others. These people under his name all joined because of Aoki's name, but Aoki disappeared after showing a little strength in that trial. The shock to them at that time was great, but Aoki has disappeared for nearly 2 months, and I don't know if he is still alive. Moreover, the strength of any person in this hall is not better than that of Aoki then. After all, 2 months have passed, after being able to live to the end on the trial island. The strength must be constantly improved. Now they are not so afraid of Aoki, they even forget it a bit. But Sky always remembers that when Aoki faced the crowd led by Suras, he looked decisively, and every time he went out, he returned and changed. If Aoki is dead now, it's okay, but if he is still alive, how terrible is his current strength at his growth rate? Sky didn't dare to think about it. Since the end of that test, he has converged on his inner thoughts. In this last trial, if Aoki did not return, then he could safely receive the current forces. If Aoki is back, he can still be his man with peace of mind. That is the most correct choice. Well, Sky, I didn't come here to see you letting go. Let the boss of Giga tell me to tell you, if you don't bring your group of people to surrender now, after he goes out, you don't want to live. A strange and arrogant person sounded. The man named Aoki is the most hated by the boss of Giga. He doesn't want to see anything related to him now, and the acquaintance will now revert to it. Otherwise, Boss Sky, leader him. Boss Sky, shall we still? Shut up. You, if you don't want to die, just get out of me now. Giga is just relying on an older brother, and it wasn't at that time that Aoki had abolished one of his abertir eyes. Stop, I'm afraid he'll be dead. Sky directly interrupted his men's words for mercy. You. The man was afraid to speak for a moment. He just relied on Gyujia behind him, and really let him fight against Sky. I don't know how to die. After leaving from Aoki, Giga had a period of recovery, but the forces built by Aoki did not fall, because Sky stood up. He has always dominated the top 3 positions in each test. Even if Gyujia later stands at the top again, Sky can still stay in the top 5 positions. Therefore, Sky is now among the best in this group of trainers. The man's face turned red, and he didn't know what to say at once, but thought about the task that Gyujia had not completed, and the consequences after returning. Since Giga was defeated in front of Aoki, and Abai Snake blinded one eye, this person became more moody. As long as someone slightly violated his wishes, it was a whiplash, and the plot may be serious. Became the abdomen food of Abo Snake directly. Some people in Zengjin also wanted to kill Gyujia directly while taking advantage of his weak strength, but did not expect to be killed. From that day, Giga took the initiative to contact his brother, and with the help of his brother, he was able to recover his strength so quickly and quickly returned to the first place. From that day on, he no longer thought about surpassing his elder brother or becoming a rocket Skada or anything. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Aoki. Aoki has become his demon. Thinking of this, the man suddenly shivered. Sky, you can be arrogant for this period of time. After returning to the rockets after the trial, it is not easy to kill you with the background of the boss of Giga. Speaking here, the talent is upright again waist plate. No matter how you think about it, your subordinates, I'm afraid not all with you. You have to understand who can make you live longer. Whoever follows will have a greater income. Now I give you a chance, as long as you stand behind me and choose to join the force of the boss of Giga. Then even if you try being able to get out can also guarantee that you can walk out of the trial island alive. The serpent instructor just explained a few days ago www.mtlnovel.com only the first 5 of the last trials are allowed to take people out of the trial island, and the higher the rank, the more people can take. Sky, can I promise to take you all out? Hearing that, Giga was cold and did not speak. He did not say that. Only the top 5 can take the people who have not entered the top 50 out alive. The first can take 10, the second can take 7, the third can take 5, and the fourth can take 3. There are only 2 in the 5th place. There are now a total of 20 people in the hall, except for some who can enter the top 50 in stability, and then there may be some who will die in the trial tomorrow. Even so, he cannot guarantee that they will all be taken out. After all, with his current strength, the top 5 are fine, but the top 3 are under greater pressure. After a period of silence, Sky moved the first person behind, and slowly lowered his head to the person behind him. After the first person acted, people started to move. Most of them were those who could not be sure they were in the top 50, but when one stepped out, Sky's face changed. Staring hard at the man, Sky looked grimace. Pinewood, do you choose to betray? In the past few months, a large part of our resources have been devoted to you, otherwise, you can take care of 20. This person called Pine is a person who Sky is more optimistic about, so he has invested more resources in it, and he wants to cultivate it as a strong person. However, he did not expect that now he actually chose to betray and turn to Giga. With his movements, the people behind Sky began to riot, and the people who had originally struggled also made choices. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 288 Kill Boss Sky. Not sure if Lord Oki can come back. Knowing the current affairs person is Junji. With the strength and background of Giga people, following him will definitely grow faster. Even if Lord Oki returned, he won the first place. Name, he has no background. Can he resist his brother from Giga? Oki heard it, and that voice was the one that initially questioned Giga. There were 7 people who chose to stand behind those sent by Giga. Most of them are not guaranteed stable, except for that Pine. There are 13 people behind Sky, some because they can pass the line because of their self-confidence, and others may have chosen to join His Majesty Oki, who contradicted with Gyugia because of his disagreement with Gyugia or his team. Seeking asylum. Giga did not say today that he was not to blame, and they did not dare to join Giga directly. The people who are truly loyal to Sky and Oki are actually only 5 or 6 people. Sky had a bitter smile on his face. Even if he could kill the person in front of him, he wouldn't be able to stop these people from betraying. Even so many people on the other side unite, there is no need to be afraid of himself, because how many people behind him will fight alongside him, he is not sure. Sky, before midnight today, you still have a chance to think about it. The man is also arrogant now, not afraid of Sky at all. Seeing Sky's face flush with blue and red, the man laughed even more arrogantly. Take care of your time. Let's go, he said, turning around and taking people to the door. At this moment, a dark shadow flew in from the door instantly. With a cold light, those who chose to betrayal fell down one by one. Neither Sky nor Giga sent people to see what it was. A moment later, only the man and Pine were left, and the rest were lying on the ground. Although they were not dead, they were so scared that they summoned their elves directly. A big-billed bat and a stinky flower. Where to go? Suddenly, a voice came from the door, and the dark shadow just stopped slowly on the shoulder of the person who came in. Everyone's eyes focused on the person who walked in. Looking differently, Sky's eyes were surprised first, then ecstatic, and finally calm. Those who did not have betrayal behind Sky could not conceal the ecstasy on their faces, and those who had different hearts but did not move appeared a relief or ecstasy expression. Something can be seen from everyone's expression. As for the people sent by Giga and Pinewood, staring at the people who appeared, the sweat on his forehead came out, his face was stiff, and he didn't know what expression to make. The bodies beside him seemed to be the role model. Master Oki. The first to speak was Sky, who was the first to return to peace. Subsequently, the people behind Sky shouted, Master Oki. Sky can only be the boss, and is considered to be his peers, but Oki is their adult. From the title alone, he can distinguish the identity. The person sent by Giga bit his teeth, forcibly pressed down his fear of Oki, and slowly said, Master Oki, Oki. It was just that his words were not finished. The dark crow on Oki's shoulder exploded directly, and his sharp claws passed directly through his throat, giving him no chance to speak again. As for the big-billed bat beside him, he was directly hit by the wings of the dark crow and hit the ground, losing his vitality. However, it is a level 25. Yellow qualified big-billed bat. This Elvnoki now doesn't even look at it. Even a clamp-tailed scorpion can directly kill him, and it is useless to fly. Oki didn't kill him for the first time, he just wanted to give the people behind Sky a look at his current strength, lest others think that he just took the advantage of the elves and killed those who did not summon the elves. The effect is still obvious. Those who were behind Sky, who had betrayal but did not take that step, turned pale instantly. Only those who are truly loyal to Oki are now blushing. A pair of looks excited. Lord Oki is stronger. Even Sky is calm. But my heart was not calm at all. Although the person sent by Gugu is much weaker than himself, he has the courage to come here. In the ranking of each test, he can still rank in the presence of more than 20 people. Even an attack by the Dark Crow can't bear it. This is one-shot spike, not one-shot loss of combat ability. The difference is still very big. The man named Pine was even paler. When Oki had just entered, he summoned the smelly flowers and meant to fight with him. Even if he is not defeated, United Gugu's men should still be able to retreat. But just now Dark Crow's shot, he didn't even have the ability to command the stink flower to fight back. All of a sudden I understood the gap between myself and Oki. Oki walked slowly past him and ignored him. Step by step to the top chair in the hall. He disappeared for so long, there was not much dust on the chair, and Sky was obviously sitting below during the discussion. This chair, which belongs to Oki, has never been moved. Although it was rude, Oki sat up. Now he is the team leader of the Rockets. www.mentalnovel.com has no one under him, which is shabby, but still acceptable. After the trial is over, I believe that with my own strength, I can become a squadron leader. I can't just be a bare commander. The following group of people will be his first men after becoming the squadron captain. Pinewood sweated cold, and the more Oki didn't deal with him, the more nervous he became. He didn't believe that Oki would let him go, but he didn't feel that he could escape because of the death rate of Gugu. Thump. Pinewood knelt directly on the ground and bumped his head on the ground. The only thing he can do now is ask Oki for mercy. Sky looked at his actions with cold eyes. He was among these people who knew Oki better. With Oki's character, this man was dead. Oki has used a chip to scan this person named Pine. The smelly flowers around him have good qualifications, but they are light green. No wonder Sky chose to train him. If he didn't have too much attack power during the grass walking, he might. There is also one of the 10 places. Even though it has evolved into a stink flower now, but it has fallen too much in the early stage. It is now ranked a dozen or so. Oki shook her head without any use value. However, his elf was acceptable. Just when he was about to speak, the Dark Crow had reached him, with little emotion in his dark little eyes, and his claws grabbed his entire head. Before he died, he still couldn't believe it. He thought that Oki hadn't said how to deal with him for so long, and he still had a chance to survive. Only when Sky looked at him knew that he was already dead. Fourth more. On the last day for a monthly pass. Chapter 289. Status quo. Oki's hands were strewn with stinky flowers, and he looked down at the respectful person below. Several corpses were lying in the middle of the hall, and blood was slowly flowing out of them, but no one ignored them. Pinewood's head was casually dropped on the ground by the Dark Crow, standing on the back of the Oki chair, organizing the feathers on his body. He had stained some of the blood with his feathers, and combed away a little. Sky, tell me about the situation on the trial island now, Oki said slowly. After hearing the words, Sky sorted out his thoughts and said, now there are 98 people on the trial island. Oh, just now, the adult killed 8. If you count on you, there are still trial islands left. The next 19 people. It is still the same as it is divided into 4 forces. At present, we have a small number of people, and we have only 14 people. We are also the weakest. One of the top 10, 2 of 10 to 20, and 20 to 50. Of the 7, there are 3 left after the 50th. Of course, you are not counted as adults. Then the strongest was Gugu. A total of 28 people, 1 killed by adults. 27 people left, 4 people in the top 10, Gugu first, 1 7th, 1 9th. There is another 10th. The group with the largest number of people was a temporary patchwork of the soloists, a total of 30 people, temporarily led by Alec, ranked 3rd in the last test, 2 of the top 10, and 1 ranked 8th. The group with the least number of girls was only 12, but there were 3 in the top 10. Jasmine ranked second in the last test, 1 ranked 5th, and 1 ranked 6th. After listening to Sky's brief introduction to the test of Aoki on the island, it is not surprising that Aoki has such a development for other forces. It is unexpected that Sky can be able to reduce this weakness in such a disadvantaged situation. The forces are preserved. Seeing Aoki's size, Sky smiled bitterly and did not conceal. He continued, "It was only when we joined the other 2 forces that we were barely able to compete with the forces of Gaga, although we were in the top 10 overall. There are 2 more people than them, but the forces are only cooperative and do not trust each other. Moreover, those organizations where the lone walkers temporarily joined together were not very harmonious. Alec was also suppressed by virtue of its strength. But I heard that the 8th ranked person has no small dispute with him. Today Gaga definitely sent more than us. I am afraid that those who are alone are his ultimate goal. Maybe tomorrow their number will be the largest." Aoki was clear. Although Abu Snake of Gaga was not neglected by him at that time, if he had the help of his brother, he would be able to recover quickly. According to Ying Ying, the only captain of the Quasar King Peak who sent someone in should be Gaga's brother, and the people behind Jasmine and Alec should only be 2 relatively ordinary captains. I want to touch the tiger's whiskers of the Cardas, and I don't know how they will die in the end. However, Aoki was quite surprised that Sky could stabilize in the 4th place. Before leaving, he quickly entered the top 10 ranks with the gas bomb that originally belonged to Ceres. Stable in the top 10, it is estimated that the resources brought together by this small force are also a large part of the reason. Only in this regard, Aoki no longer delves into it. In that case, Sky had not chosen to betray himself, so this person is still okay. And Aoki is willing to pay the cost. It can be said that now Sky is barely recognized by Aoki. Who are the top 2 people here? Aoki continued to ask. There should be 3 of the top 20 in the past. The person named Pine was one of them, but it was only solved by Aoki. Hearing Aoki's words, the 2 stood up. Master Aoki, it's his subordinate, Fox, who is currently ranked 14th. The first one who came out was actually Fox among the 2 who were simultaneously subdued by Aoki. I didn't expect such a timid person. Now it can also be ranked in the top 20, but it is somewhat unexpected. Master Aoki, his name is Tenzen. He is currently ranked 16. Another person also stood up, but this person Aoki did not have much impression. However, Aoki observed very clearly that this person belongs to a person who is loyal to himself, because when he killed those people himself, the person's face had no other expression except for understanding and excitement. And looking at his 5 big and 3 thick looks, it is obviously a Rectal person. After learning about the situation, Aoki continued to ask, "Are you starting to cultivate a second elf now?" As for those in the lower rankings, although Aoki didn't ask him about his situation, he was afraid to express it. But what they didn't know was that before Aoki let the chip write down those who have the heart and the courage. Regardless of strength, if you can't be loyal, it won't help if you ask for it. Still, Sky said, began to cultivate. After you left half an adult, the Viper instructor let us start to cultivate a second elf, saying that it will be used during the final trial. As for the cultivation of elf, if you have any qualifications, you have to catch them yourself. After speaking, Sky threw an elf ball, and a large amethyst bat appeared in the hall. Aoki's eyes flickered slightly, and the information of this big build bat was scanned by the chip. Level 28. Light green big build bat. www.untilnovel.com. No wonder it has been stable in the top 10. This big build bat has been cultivated fairly well, and its qualifications are acceptable among the trainees. Already, at the sign of Aoki, Fox and Tenzen also released their elves. Either dark yellow or light green, the grades are okay. It seems that the elves caught by these people were selected by themselves. Otherwise, even if there are more qualified elves on the island, they will not have won. Looks like everyone else. Almost, the top 10 people are about the same as the 2 elves, and the top 20 people have a focus on the cultivation of the elves. As for the people after the 20, the main thing is to cultivate an elf. Limited, Sky replied. Aoki nodded, and had a general understanding of the strength of the people on the island. The top 10 should almost have the strength of the Rocket's captain, but the number of elves is a little small. The people in the top ranks are relatively stronger, and in the captain level, they should be considered good. It's like Sky, as long as he gives him 2 more qualified elf, he has a proper captain level combat power. Just don't know how Giga's strength is. With his brother's full training, Aoki doesn't believe he only has 2 elves now. Master Aoki, Giga now has 4 elves, each of which is not weaker than the Abba Snake, which has now evolved into an Abba monster. Sure enough, Sky talked about Giga's strength. Paying off debts even more. Today is the last day. Hibiscus is about to burst out. Ask for a monthly pass. Don't waste the brothers in your hand. Hurry up and vote for Hibiscus. Chapter 299. Reward. Only in this way can we explain why the 3 forces united and only barely competed. Giga's strength alone is estimated to be able to resist the combination of 2nd and 3rd place. Sure enough, the Kadra level captain has a big gap with other captains. However, Aoki also has an understanding of Gyuji's strength. If he has no other cards, now Aoki will definitely play a lot better than the last time. To be honest, Aoki now doesn't consider Giga as his opponent at all. It can even be said that none of the people on the Trial Island are being treated by Aoki as their opponent. Except for the 4 Kadras and the remaining Quasicada level strongmen, the men they sent made Aoki a little daunting, and the rest of the participants were not the point. Aoki directly threw the light green qualified Stinky Flower Elf ball to Fox and said, 3 Elf, will there be a chance to impact the top 10? Unexpectedly, he took this Stinky Elf ball into his hands, and Fox's face couldn't hide his surprise. They know the Stinky Flowers of Pine. Senior qualifications, although weaker among senior qualifications, and preliminary senior qualifications, are still very precious on the Trial Island. It is with this Stinky Flower that he can enter the top 20. Now that Fox has got this Stinky Flower, maybe he really has a chance to hit the top 10. When I saw Fox biting his teeth, he said, please be assured that I will be shocked. I dare not say if the 10th place is my opponent. I will know it after playing. After all, Smelly Flower was still an elf of someone else, and it couldn't immediately become the main combat force after conquering. However, it is common to exchange masters between the testers on the Trial Island and the elves, so it will not be too difficult to conquer. It may just be that the use of wartime skills is not coordinated. Tenzin next to him saw Fox get this Stinky Flower, with unabashed envy in his eyes. He was really envious. Fox had never known him before. When it really appeared in front of everyone, it was when Aoki named it to give a reward. I did not expect that Aoki was the first person to give a reward. Aoki did this just to show these people that he would not hesitate to those who are loyal to himself. It was once again seen these people and the people who ate them. As for Sky, he doesn't envy Fox in the slightest. He knows that even Fox can get such a reward. As the strongest player in the game, and the most loyal, and Aoki himself, the reward will never be lower than Fox. Sure enough, didn't let him wait too long. Aoki took an elven ball from his pocket and threw it directly to him. This is a Stinky Mud that I conquered outside. I have a high-level intermediate qualification green. The combat power should be stronger than your big mouth bat. I hope you can come back with a top 3. Aoki faint said. This Stinky Mud is the dark yellow qualified Stinky Mud that Aoki conquered in the Gopher Cave. Before entering the unnamed island, he had been promoted to light green. After digesting the corpses of elves who were stronger than him on the unnamed island, he was successfully promoted to green qualification, and even reached the 28th level. In addition to not having experienced much combat, the combat effectiveness on paper is good. How to turn it into effective combat strength depends on Sky's own training, and in the calculation of the chip, this Stinky Mud wants to upgrade the qualification again. The resources and time required are completely disproportionate, and there is no value to continue to cultivate. Then simply give your subordinates a boost of strength. After receiving the elven ball from Aoki, Sky showed an unbelievable look. High-level intermediate elves. This qualified elf can be compared with Gagazeba monster. As long as he is trained well, he may not have exceeded his chance. Just give it directly to yourself. Now, Master Oki, don't even look down on such qualified elves. Sky wasn't calm at all. Yes, thank you for your reward. This elf is not low level, but I haven't let him fight. You have some time tonight, get familiar with it, and try to use it tomorrow. Tenzen's eyes are even redder. Senior middle level qualified elf, just give it like that? He began to regret why he was not a person who turned to Oki. If he has an elf of this level, let alone the top 10, the top 5 can sprint. After mastering this elf completely, he can stabilize the top 5. Not only him, but the rest of the people also looked at Sky and Fox very enthusiastically, the two who followed Oki first. Then Oki thought for a moment, and once again took out an elf ball from his pocket. Everyone's attention is focused on this elf ball. Oki should reward the elf in this elf ball next. Those who did not get the reward are looking forward to getting this elf. Without much hesitation, Oki threw this elven ball to the hot Tenzen. With his incredible eyes, he held the elf ball in his hands. If you have merit, you will be rewarded. If you have any, you will be punished. Those who lie on the ground will receive the punishment they deserve. But Oki will not hesitate to those who are merit. Bisky is only a little bit worse, but the level is not low. You should take a good look at tomorrow's trial. Oki glanced at the audience and said www.mtlnovel.com. Tenzen had been standing with Sky before, glaring Pinewood people. Those who originally had other ideas bowed their heads, while those who had been loyal to Oki looked at Oki fiercely. They are not afraid of fighting, they are not afraid of death, and they are afraid that their leaders will not see their efforts and will not get the reward they deserve. But now Oki convinces them. Yes, you must win the top 10 for adults. Tenzen shouted excitedly. Unlike Fox, he was rewarded for the first time by Oki. It is such a precious elf. How can he not be excited? Oki waved his hand and said, do your best. The first few are not very important, and your ability to improve in the future will not be slow. As long as you do not betray, there will only be more and more high-quality elves. With that said, I took out a few elven from my pockets and put them in my hands. I took them and took them back. The value of these elves is much higher than given. I can't blame you for what you have done before or what you want to do, but if I find out later, the whole body will not be left for you. Yes. The people below immediately responded in unison, and the 8 bodies lying on the ground were their role models. Sky, collect and distribute the elves of these people, according to the situation. Oki said. Sky glanced at Oki, and learned from his eyes that those who wanted to do it but did not dare to do it. Although Oki said that he had never blamed it, is it really so? Feeling a coldness in my heart. Debt repayment. This is the 6th more. Is it time to reward Hibiscus for effort? Monthly tickets, recommended tickets or something. Come on. Chapter 291. Help a familiar with elves watching Sky collect all the elves on the ground. During these 2 months, as a temporary director, how could they not understand the elf and strength of these people? So he assigned these elves directly. As for Oki, he also strictly implemented according to the situation, so some people were not very happy after receiving the elves, but Oki didn't dare to say anything, and they could only think that his strength was weak and his contribution was low. Assigned to weak elves. The testers of Trial Island had 120 or 30 people when Oki left, but when Oki returned again, there were fewer than 100 people. If these elves were not seen, their elves were not taken away. And Oki did not believe it. The way to test the island's ability to quickly improve is to other people's good elves. And some rankings are not very accurate, because most of them only show an elf during the test. With more and more elves on the trainer, who can confirm the elf sent by the opponent to test, it must be the most strong. There must be many people hiding their strength. After the assignment was completed, Sky greeted people to dispose of the corpses on the ground, and then let everyone go back to get familiar with the elves, because Oki left him, Fox, and Tenzen. You think this is just the final trial, But in fact, there are many hidden feelings behind this trial. After the others left, Aoki slowly told some secret things. It is very likely that the final trial will be carried out on the trial island, so letting their subordinates know something in advance will also help them improve their survival rate. After all, it is not easy to receive a few loyal subordinates. The three knew that they must have something to say when Aoki stayed, listening to Aoki slowly speaking. Aoki did not reveal much, but just said that there were some big guys playing a game behind him. After that, there may be some more powerful people involved. If you don't want to die so quickly, try to unite as much as possible, and don't trust others. At the same time, when encountering some unseen people, if you are at war, you run decisively. You can run as fast as you can. These people are not your opponents. Aoki didn't know how the final trial was conducted. The current situation is completely different from his previous life. There is no final test in his previous life. It may also be because he is not strong enough to be contacted. In short, this little butterfly is already flapping its wings. The three listened to the clouds and fog, unknown. But Aoki repeatedly emphasized that they still remembered. I just don't know if they will have a chance to participate in the trial. I now have the status of captain of the rockets and have the right to recruit personnel freely. After you leave the trial island, you can be recruited directly by me, so do not refuse at that time. The poisonous snake should agree. Maybe after the end of this time, I will become the squadron captain, and if you work hard, the captain should not be difficult. When they heard that Aoki was about to become the squadron captain, the three talents barely guessed Aoki's current strength. Even a small captain of the rockets can press them to rub on the ground, but Aoki now has the strength of the captain. How big is this gap? In fact, Aoki did not exaggerate anything. The elves they showed today could be swarmed by a dark crow. Now they can only beat the claw-tailed scorpion by virtue of their number advantage. The three were also a little excited, knowing Aoki's current strength. They no longer worry about Giga. And those who can take Aoki directly off the trial island are definitely not ordinary people. Didn't see that even Aoki, even those with backgrounds, couldn't leave. It can be seen that the identity of the person behind Aoki is certainly not low. As long as you strive to follow the pace of Aoki, you can definitely grow faster. Did the rules of the final trial be announced? How did it work? Aoki asked. After hearing the words, the three shook their heads. Or Sky stood up and said, the specific rules and forms have not been announced, but at the end of the last test, the Viper said that they should be released after 12 o'clock this evening. It was announced. After all, it really started at 8 tomorrow morning. Aoki's heart moved. Announced after 12. It will be announced after 12 o'clock. There really isn't much preparation time. The poisonous snake is really... No, maybe it's not a poisonous snake. Maybe those carders put pressure on it. After all, we spend more time on the trial island than their men. Then wait until 12 o'clock, and you'll be familiar with the elves here. If there is anything you don't understand, I can tell you. Aoki supported his chin with one hand and leaned on the back of the chair. Except for the high chair, this station is comfortable when there is nowhere else. Sitting just like that, a little panicked, Aoki watched them put out 2 stinky mud and a stinky flower. And suddenly, the room was filled with various unpleasant smells. I don't know if they have a nose failure, but they don't feel a bit. If it hadn't been for a long time with the stinky mud, you were reading www.uukanzu.com, Aoki would be tempted to go out. I took out a piece of animal skin directly from the ring, put it on a chair, and then took out a small respirator, and covered my nose. And then I felt a lot more comfortable. The dark crow standing on the back of the chair stared at Aoki, as if to say, what about me? Aoki pretended not to see that in this environment, the dark crow still needs to adapt. Maybe there will be such a harsh environment tomorrow. The 2 stinky mud were already subdued by Aoki, so Sky and Tenzen did not have any pressure to conquer. Now they are mainly unfamiliar with the stinky mud. After all, they just heard about it and haven't seen an elf-like smelly mud. As for Fox Stinkflower, he has been eager for a long time, but he was originally a companion's elf, and he can't do anything about it. Now that he takes over, He has all kinds of skills at his fingertips. It was just that the smelly flower had just witnessed the death of his master, so he slightly resisted Fox's command. When Oki let the dark crow go down to help Fox, some timid stink flowers immediately reacted. Now if he wants to die, he can only accept the order of the new owner, otherwise the big mouth that just stood with him is his example. Under the guidance of Oki, the three's proficiency in these two elves has skyrocketed. Although I couldn't do it all at once, the skills of the elves and their understanding of the skills have improved a lot. Finally, at midnight, the rules and forms of the final trial were posted by the serpents. New month. New ambience. Hibiscus, ask for your monthly pass. The chapter number was wrong before, and the backstage could not be modified. Chapter 292 Trial Rules. A man walked in quickly, holding a piece of paper printed with rules and forms. This is the person Oki asked Sky to wait for the Viper's notice. After Sky took it, he sent the man out. Then tell the contents of the paper. The final form of trial is survival in the wild, and the scope of the trial is the entire trial island, which lasts for 1 week. Survival of the whole trial island, duration of a week. With Sky's words, Oki frowned slightly. The form of this final trial is completely different from the previous life, and even different from the beginning of the Viper. Is it because those Cardas have forcibly intervened, or is there a higher level order, or does the venom modify the content? Oki didn't say anything, just waiting for Sky to follow. The ranking rule used in the final trial is the points system. Before leaving the base tomorrow, everyone will get a point device. According to each person's ranking, the actual points on the point device are different. 10 points, 5 points for each of the 4th to 10th, 3 points for each of 11 to 20, 2 points for each of 20 to 50, and for those after 50. It's 1 point per person. This point is the initial point. All you need to do is grab the points of others. Because this scoring device is not tied to the user, no matter what method is used in the wild, steal, touch, abduct, cheat, snatch, and kill, no matter what method is available, they only look at the results, and the highest point ends in 7 days is the first place, and so on. In other words, let all the testers do everything they can. Even if you can't beat others, use sneak attacks, deceive, use assassinations, or use poisons. All methods are possible. Only one purpose: get the other's point device, and then transfer the opponent's points to yourself. In this way, can there be 50 people left in the end? These people, at least, will die in half. Right? But it's not right. Everyone will definitely divide and gather according to the forces. The purpose of the poisonous snake is to allow the trainees to gather to resist those of the Cardas. After all, compared to strength and resources, most of the testers can't compare them. But the testers here have an advantage, that is, the influence groups are already deeply entrenched, and those outsiders cannot intervene. But is the last person willing to unite? Those who can't reach the top 50 are willing to pay for others selflessly? Don't be naive. This rule is to make the trial more cruel and bloody. Sky also thought about these things and continued after hesitating, but the points are not only available to the tester. The venomous snake has already arranged for people to have scorecards in many places on the trial island. At the same time, map fragments where the scorecards are located will also be buried in some places on the trial island. If you want to get these scorecards quickly, these map fragments are the key. And the specific locations of these map fragments are directly announced. If you want, you can go directly to find. But I don't think it's that simple. There must be powerful elves in the place where the map fragments are buried. Fox and Tanzen nodded again and again. If it was that simple. So, if you want to get a ranking, you can not only get other people's point devices, but also find these point cards, which is another way. For the sake of fairness, the poisonous snake directly invited the members of the Rocket's Superpowers group. The purpose is to randomly transfer each trialer to any place on the trial island. In front of the mighty elf, then his life is really lost. As more was read, Sky's expression became more serious. Until he saw the last line, it was more gloomy and terrible. Putting this paper together, Sky whispered, in the final trial mission, not only are our testers on the island, the middle and senior levels of the Rockets will also send some of their team members into the trial island. Join us in this mission. However, I have heard from some old Rocket elders who have been working on the trial island for a long time. The final trials are tasks that can only be performed by the testers who entered the trial island from the beginning. It is not as complicated as this time, and more of them are fighting on the ring, splitting lives and deaths. But this time, Sky didn't continue to say anything. Some words were too much. I told you before that this trial is not as simple as you think. Most of the big players in the Rockets are playing a game, and we are just one on the chessboard. It's nothing. No, there is no top 10 strength, and even chess pieces are not counted. At most they can only be regarded as the nutrients of chess pieces. Aoki said lightly. He had already prepared for these things. And Zai Ying told him for the first time that the trial task was not easy. Fox and Tenzin also have somber faces. www.mentalnovel.com. They barely have the ability to impact the top 10, they thought they were restless. As long as it is not the metamorphosis of the top 5, there is no problem in saving their lives. But on the rules, the last word of them completely shattered their fluke. I don't know how many people participated in this time. Their confidence has also become precarious. However, there is an adult Aoki. As long as you find an adult, there should be no problem in completing the task. Don't be lucky. The people who came in last should have the top 10 strengths. The average level may have the top 3 strengths, and maybe even more. It is estimated that there are about 10 people. Plus, it's going to be a little bit stronger. There are a few people whose strength, I dare not guess. After hearing Aoki's words, the 3 talents completely let go of their luck. Even Aoki's strength can't even win, and even guesses may not be accurate. How high is the upper limit? Aoki was also very helpless, and the news did not reveal to him how strong those carders were. If it was just ordinary training, it should be at least similar to himself, but in case of hard training, there is really no upper limit. Guess the strength of ordinary captains is relatively low. I just don't know if such people exist. So, don't fight casually for points tomorrow. If you can stabilize or seek stability, since the rules are like this, then I will not force you to be in the top 10. Everything is mainly stable. It is best that you discuss and be able to gathering in one place. After all, when there are many people, safety is still a little guaranteed. Second more. New month. Everyone comes with a monthly pass. Thank you all. Chapter 293 Final trial begins. It was dawn the next day. Trial Island Rocket Space. Some people were standing in the bustling square. There is still half an hour at 8 in the morning, the time when the final trial will begin. All the trainers have gathered here. Aoki stood at the far corner with Sky and others. And now it was the last moment. There was no need to fight anymore. In the final trial, no one except oneself could have 100% trust. Those leaders should also understand this. The main purpose of their gathering of forces is just to want some of their men to help them deal with trivial matters during the 3 months of the trial island, and at the same time to give those people their due shelter, which is an equivalent exchange. As for how many of them can really use it after the trial is over, the benevolent sees it. I am afraid that in the end, there will be Gyujia, and there are still more people who care about it. I saw that he was now standing in the middle of the square with 30 or 40 people. Yesterday he did not get any people on the side of Aoki, but among the soloists on Alex's side, he still got a lot. At least with Sky's notice, Aoki saw the 8th-ranked man who originally belonged to the soloist organization, and is now standing behind Giga with great vigor. Giga kept her eyes on Aoki's body, staring at Aoki with her 2 eyes. And the resentment in her eyes couldn't be covered. If it wasn't for Aoki that seriously injured Abai Snake, he would not have wasted more than half a month. He wouldn't have to whisper to his brother, or worry about those who joined later and their strength. As the only trainer on the trial island with a good background, Giga also knew from his elder brother the true purpose of the trial. So even at the last moment, he wanted to gather more people. He knows that even if he has the support of his brother, he is not necessarily an opponent to Aoki. What other Cardas do? He dare not guarantee that he is their opponent. He can only gather more people. Can be used as cannon fodder at least when necessary. However, Giga has obviously grown a lot. Although he hated Aoki, he did not directly lead people to provoke. Quite a bit calm. And the Abba monster that has been with him, looking at the dark crow on Aoki's shoulder, can see the undisguised killing in the eyes of the only snake left. The dark crow with eyes is full of resentment. It was just that the dark crow didn't want to ignore him at all and stood silently on Aoki's shoulder. Defeated. Jasmine and Alec also stood silently, looking at Giga and Aoki, with a hint of jokes in their eyes. There are also people behind them, but they are not as strong as Giga's background. Behind them are only two big captains who want to try, not Quasicadras like Giga's brother, so they have not given them as much resources as Giga. Therefore, they were always under the pressure of Gu, and even if Gugia was abolished for half a month, they soon surpassed them. This is the gap in the bottom line. So even if they know what the winner of this trial will get, they will not want to fight for the so-called first life-saving. Soon, Viper and Shadow came to the square. Along with them was a group of people hiding under a black robe. Everyone was standing next to a super elf. This group of people should be what the Viper said, a member of the Rocket's superpower group. Viper's eyes swept through the audience. And now there are 91 trainers left, but the quality of these trainers is much higher than the several times he has taken before. At last he stopped looking at Aoki and the dark crow on his shoulder, and frowned slightly. Aoki's strength is considered to be the best among all the trainers, but his original elf Dark Raven obviously did not reach the level satisfying him. This kind of strength is still a little different from those of Cardas. The snake looked at the shadow. I saw a slight smile. It wasn't clear to him what the strength of Aoki was, but the dark crow and the previous ghost were not all his strengths. But he remembered before the island of Aoki there should be 3 elves. He gave the poisonous snake a look of his own accord, and then ignored him. It made the snake stump. What did that look just mean? Guess it yourself? No problem. What is this else? Concealed a bit of embarrassment with a cough, the poisonous snake said, "Oh, the trial will begin soon, and there will be members of the superpower group to teleport you to any place on the trial island. I think you know the rules." Not much to say. Ahem. At the end of the trial, everyone comes up to pick up the scoring device, and then enters the teleportation array. After that, let the subordinates arrange for everyone to come to the stage to receive the integration device, and then step into a random teleportation array composed of members of the superpower group and their elves. Giga looked at Aoki before she came on stage. Her mouth moved slightly, but no sound was heard. But Aoki understood. Giga's mouth said, "I'm waiting for you inside." As each trainer enters the teleportation team www.mentalnovel.com, there are fewer and fewer people on the square. After all the other 3 forces entered, Aoki took people to the stage. The integration device handed over by the staff is somewhat similar to the honest information device, which reads number 1. Did you just give yourself a little initial points before coming to take the test? A bit of spit in the heart. Put the device into the storage space, and then stepped into the teleportation array. Among those who were at ease maintaining the teleportation formation, the person who was the leader felt Aoki come in, and then gently snapped a bit, and then called the superpower of others to teleport Aoki out. When Aoki disappeared, he said in a voice he could only hear, "Superpowered, interesting." The Viper gave him a surprised look. Although these people said he was invited by him, they were actually those who invited them to prevent the trainers from cheating. This leader's strength is not weak, although not to the level of Nazi, but the Rocket's superpowers can be considered relatively strong. Can Aoki be surprised by him? Is it really not as simple as he sees it? Why his friends and this superpower seem to have a special sense of surprise to him. After all the trainers in the square were teleported away, The leader of that superpower bowed slightly, and took the rest of them silently sitting in the corner of the square, closing his eyes and raising his mind. As if feeling the doubt of the poisonous snake's eyes, Ying smiled and said, "That kid is a little special. Don't look down on him, maybe you can really do some miracles." New moon and new weather. The third is more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Favorite. Chapter 294. Tyrannosaurus. When he opened his eyes again, he appeared in a strange place, surrounded by unknown woods. Aoki can be sure, he has never been here. The trial island is very large. Due to the time limit of 1 week, Aoki must return to the trial island after a certain distance, otherwise it will not be able to catch up with the test. Maybe here is the other side of the trial island. Take out an elf ball and release the dull beast. Dummy, feel it. Can you sense the coordinates left before? Aoki asked. Yeah. The dumb beast nodded, his eyes flashing blue. Aoki was told through electrocardiogram induction that he could only sense the direction of the coordinates, but could not directly transmit it. Aoki's brow is slightly wrinkled. Is the trial island really so big? The dumb beast's teleportation distance is now much longer than before. For comparison, it can be teleported from one end of the Golden City to the other. It's far away. Taking out the previously assigned point device, it is said that as long as you feel the map fragments with the point card painted, a slight vibration will be emitted. So Aoki directly took it out and placed it in the mezzanine inside the clothes. Dark crows, dumb beasts, and ghost stones hiding in the shadows. The 3 elves who left the trial island at that time followed Aoki again to the trial island. Since there was no clear direction, Aoki was ready to let the foolish beasts feel the orientation of the coordinates and walk in that direction. At the same time, passing some places, leaving some superpower coordinates. It can be said that dumb beasts with the ability to move instantly are really like fish in this completely wild environment. Aoki can attack and retreat and defend, and can completely rely on dumb beasts. Take out a bottle of spray from the ring and spray it on yourself. The smell is not very good, but this is specially prepared by Aoki. Being able to clear out some of the scent that belongs to the city in your body, although it cannot completely shield the attack of wild elves, but it can reduce yourself a lot of trouble. Dark Crow, go ahead and explore the road. We will follow, Aoki said. Hearing that, the Dark Crow fluttered and disappeared into the unknown forest. Just as Aoki started to explore the trial island with the dumb beasts, several people came to the rocket base on the trial island. At this time, Serpent and Shadow sat in the center of the square and did not leave. They were waiting for those who entered after. Ha 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 ha, poisonous snakes, shadows, haven't seen each other for a long time. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the sky, and the voice came from the dark shadow in the sky. Hearing his voice, the serpent pouted, and looked at Xiangying and said, I thought it was who I was, and this guy is here to kill you. Ying smiled, and Han-Man flashed in his eyes, and said, then let him come. It will not be a year or 2 after I was suppressed. I thought that my strength was weak after the last hit. Everyone thinks that my strength is not as good as before, or is he brazen? Slowly, as the black shadow in the sky slowly enlarged, a Tyrannosaurus appeared on the square. As Tyrannosaurus dropped, a rocket-armed aircraft also slowly landed. Seeing that Tyrannosaurus Rex, the poisonous snake pouted again and said, all day long I knew to show his Tyrannosaurus Rex, and I didn't know how many times I was stabbed by you. I still haven't changed this habit. If I have a quasi-god, I will show it every day, Ying said. Haha, how about, haven't you been jealous of my Tyrannosaurus again? It's alright, as long as you are willing to pay the capital and you can exchange it. I'm afraid you won't be willing. From the back of Tyrannosaurus, jumped a person wearing a black Rockets Carter costume, a hat resembling a military cap, and a big red R logo printed in the middle. Sucker, why are you here this time? Aren't you famous for being lazy? The serpent asked him without paying attention to his question. Well, isn't this here? Hearing him here, I immediately took over this troublesome task. Sucker exaggerated. Then he was not at all polite, pulled a chair directly, and sat next to Ying. "Do you want to fight with me once?" Ying looked at him like that, but he couldn't keep it all at once. You look so serious and scary." "Unfortunately, I didn't come here to fight with you this time, but I have a mission." Although it was scary, there was still a dreadful smile on his face. Sokka waved his hand towards the plain, and a group of people dressed in various clothes came down. About 20 people were touched, aged between 16 and 20. Of the 20 or so people, 4 were obviously not very well dressed, wearing dangling clothes, and it was not difficult to see from the attitudes of others towards them. The strength of the 4 of them should be relatively strong in this group. After that, there were a few people wearing formal rocket suits. Although not as deterrent as the previous 4, others did not dare to underestimate them. The rest of the people seem relatively ordinary, but if you only look at the elves around them, you should be able to find that their strength is actually not weak, but it is relatively weak compared to the others. C3 adults, led by 4 people, more than 20 people saluted the 3 together. Sokka won the host, and did not care about the dark face of the serpent next to the shadow. He waved his hand and said, "The trainees should have already entered. You should pay attention to the situation yourself." www.mtlnovel.com. Keep it. How many people are left for the Viper instructor? The venomous snake had a blue face, and if it wasn't for the shadow, he would have rushed up to work hard with Sokka. Sokka is still more frightened of film, but he doesn't have much respect for poisonous snakes. Although the Viper is also a cadre of the Rockets, he always brings a group of hairy guys. For his fighting ability, Sokka retains skepticism. The members of the superpower group who had retreated to the sidelines once again formed the teleportation array, and randomly transmitted the later 20 people to the trial island. When the last person was teleported, several of them saluted slightly towards the Shadow 3, and then a group of people disappeared in the square instantly. Sokka looked at the place where they disappeared, and was somewhat envious. The power of superpowers is really easy to use. Then the words turned around and said to Ying, "Hey, Ying, let's make a bet. How many of these trainees can make it into the top 10? Or just bet, how many people can live out?" With a playful smile on his face, he clearly knew the quality of the trainer. "I heard that you took someone out some time ago. Wouldn't you fake public donation?" You know that the leader takes this task very seriously. As the chief judge of this trial, you need to be fair. I don't need you to worry about it blindly, or think about what you should do if the end result is different from what you thought after you took the task. Ying glanced at him and said, "Well, what else can we do? Those ambitious guys dare not do anything to me." Sokka disdain. "That may not be, Fourth more. The novice mission has officially started. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 295. Sudden enemy. Aoki originally took the elves to walk in the forest, and did not know the people who were new to the island. But I don't know if it was because the people in the superpower group deliberately had it, or because someone had better luck, and actually appeared directly in front of Aoki. Facing this side, the two did not speak. Maybe they both had not looked back. The man who suddenly appeared in front of Aoki was wearing a black uniform of the Rockets. In appearance, it should not be a trial on the trial island. The testers on the trial island were more or less bloody, but the person in front of Aoki did not have that smell. And Aoki has been teleporting for almost an hour, and all the trainees should have finished teleporting. So there is only one situation for the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, that is, the group of people who entered later. The man obviously also recognized Aoki's identity. Fortunately, when he teleported it, he was teleported along with the elves. Otherwise, I am afraid that Aoki, who was the first to react, will be cut directly. Hot monkey cross. The man was followed by a hot monkey. At the same time, after he gave the order, he took a few steps directly to avoid the possibility of being directly attacked by Aoki. Then he took 2 elven from the belt again and grasped them tightly. Stupid beast, read. Aoki also ordered in time. This sudden situation really caught him off guard. In the eyes of the dumb beast, The blue light suddenly skyrocketed and stopped the hot monkey jumping into the air to release his skills. But soon, the hot monkey broke free of the stupidity of the beast and attacked again while maintaining his posture. However, the blocking of mental strength has been much slower, and it has also given Aoki and the stupid beast to react. One person and one elven had retreated to a safe distance. Then neither Aoki nor the members of the rocket launched an attack and looked at them distantly. "Are you a trainer?" or was the rocket member asked first. Hearing his question, Aoki confirmed his identity even more, but he did not know whether he was under the leadership of those cadres and prospective cadres, or the general captain. But judging from his mind that the hot monkey can break free of the foolish beast, the strength should not be weak. You know, the superpowers are two restrained fighting systems. The pure fighting elves can resist the imagination of the dumb beast, and the strength is obvious. Aoki did not ignore him for the first time, but scanned his hot monkey data through a chip. Pokemon, hot monkey dark green. Gender, male. Level 30. Attribute, fighting. Features, motivation. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, penetration, undercover attack, siege. Basic skills, anger, life-threatening, throwing, catching, kicking, staring, gathering, chasing, empty-handed, chasing, throwing on the earth, bluff, cross-cutting, malicious pursuit, punish. Teaching skills, freeze fist, kick down, skill learner, hold, awakening power middle. Water, shoot down, under kick, shadow clone. At level 30, the dark green qualification is hot, and it's no wonder that it can break free of the stupid mind. Aoki frowned, and asked, "Which cadre are you?" Without answering his question, Aoki asked instead. He heard Aoki's question, smiled a little, and immediately smiled. But hearing Aoki continued to ask, "You are not a cadre, then you are the captain?" From his expression, I can guess that the other party is not a cadre, otherwise, in the face of Aoki's problem, he won't laugh at him again. He is laughing at Aoki's problem. But when he heard Aoki's question again, his face became ugly. He understood that although his expression had not directly answered Aoki's question, he made him guess that he was not a cadre. "Listen to what you mean. If it weren't for the cadres, wouldn't you be afraid?" Aoki shook his head slowly, his mouth slightly raised, and then slowly cracked his mouth. "Even the cadres' hands, I'm not afraid." The man froze again and continued to ask, "You are the one that are you here, right, Aoki?" One of those adults who reminded us to be careful. "Aoki, my name is Miyamoto. Remember?" Aching his teeth, Aoki didn't answer him. Seeing Aoki ignored him, Miyamoto's face became ugly, but he said, "Answer me, I'll let you go." "Oh, this is exactly what I want to say. Answer me a few questions and please me. I will let you go. Do you really think you have some strength?" Miyamoto's face grew ugly. "Take a look and see." Aoki's expression contrasted sharply with him. The two were almost at the same time and took out the elven ball. Aoki summoned the big milk tank, and the opponent summoned a mighty force. Pokemon, Haoli Green. Gender, male. Level, 29. Attribute, fighting. Characteristics, perseverance. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, flame punch, fast defense. Basic skills, kicking, staring, gathering, empty-handed, seeing through, kicking, throwing on the earth, revenge, shooting down, falling by force, wake up. Teaching skills, freezing fist, help. Skill learner, hold, awaken power, fire, tile break, stomp. 2 fighting spirits. www.mentalnovel.com. And in the face of a dull beast, they also summoned a fighting spirit. Either they have enough confidence in their strength, or they are mainly specialized fighting elves. Either way, it is a disadvantage to face a dumb beast. Stupid beast, meditation. Big milk tank, rounded after blocking the road, Aoki ordered. Although the level of the big milk tank is only 26, it is definitely not a problem for the dwarf to resist a period of meditation. Hot monkeys, use punishment, heroics, frozen punches. The two ordered almost at the same time, but this kind of encounter in the wild, but nothing came first, Kiane Rainey, I said. Both victory and defeat, but also life and death. Hot Monkey and Haoli are obviously also the co-elves who have cooperated. Start quickly and shorten the distance from the big milk tank. They know that the biggest enemy now is the pink-looking elf. As a fighting elf, the one who threatens them more is the superpower elf. As for the big milk tank in front of them, she felt from her not much threat. The big milk tank used rounded moves in time before the two elves attacked. Boom. Boom. The Hot Monkey's punishment skills will increase with the improvement of the opponent's ability. Although the roundness of the big milk tank improves his defense, it will increase the effect of punishment. If it weren't for Howl's frozen fist, she would have been powered by her thick fat properties, and I'm afraid she would be killed immediately. Stupid beast. Spirit shock. Kill Huri first. Aoki looked at the big milk tank being repelled, and said coldly, dash. Paying off debts even more! Exclamation mark. Almost. Our debt is almost over, we can degenerate into 4 more beasts. Chapter 296. Repel. If you want to fight, attack the enemy's weakness first, and Haoli belongs to the other two elves. Which one is easy to defeat? Hot Monkeys. Cross-cutting, heroic, use hold. Then use the lower plate kick. Hearing Aoki's order, the man was also flexible. Obviously, in the battle, his experience is also relatively rich, not the kind of alliance members can compare. The psychic shock of the dumb beasts was directly offset by the energy shield released by Haoli, and he wanted to launch the psychic shock again, but the Hot Monkey had suddenly raided in front of the big milk tank. Stupid beast, continue to be mentally shocked. Big milk tank, hold on. Stand for. Then use and drink milk. Aoki was unmoved. Although the big milk tank was not strong in combat ability, but his life-saving means was absolutely first-rate. The other party apparently did not expect that Aoki actually let the beasts continue to attack, but did not choose to protect the big milk tank. Originally, he wanted to attack what he could save. YY rescued Zhao to limit the attack methods of the dumb beast. As long as the big milk tank that obstructed his elf in front of him was solved, he could directly attack the dumb beast. The threat is less than half. The big milk tank heard that the special energy in the body was directly operated. A green protective shield appeared on her body, resisting the cross of the Hot Monkey, and the energetic force that followed was resisted by the substitute method she used. Calm down. A big milk tank after tumbling directly took out a bottle of milk and drank it, regardless of the other two elf's eyes staring at themselves. Since Aoki lets himself drink milk, he only needs to drink milk with ease, and leave it to the beast. The Hot Monkey and Haoli have just finished their attack. The old force has gone, and the new force has not been born. With this critical point in time, the drowsy beast trapped in the strongest superpowered mental impact directly hit Howl's head. The double attribute restraint made him dizzy. But at this time the Hot Monkey had already reflected, and a dodging animal avoided the next mental shock of the dumb beast. Stupid beast, move instantly. Aoki ordered immediately. Yeah. Almost as soon as Aoki's order was over, the dull beast disappeared in place and appeared directly on the back of the Hot Monkey. Good opportunity. Hot Monkeys, use punishment. The man murmured. For evil punishment, the foolish beast also used a meditation. Then the power of punishment will be stronger. If you hit the foolish beast, it can definitely cause huge damage. Stupid beast, hold on. Then Mind Hammer. The green energy hood that immediately appeared around the dumb beast resisted the punishment of the Hot Monkey, and then the pink head with a faint blue light flashed directly against the Hot Monkey's chest. Boom. Fly it directly with one blow. The man watched the Hot Monkey being blown away, and Haoli recovered from the mental shock. His face was dark. Large milk tank, use help. The dumb beast, chase after victory. Use the mental shock again. The target, Haoli. Aoki did not let the dull beast continue to attack their Hot Monkey flying in the air, but locked the target on Haoli. Hot Monkeys still have a chance to hold on. It is not easy to defeat the opponent directly, but if it is a mighty force, if they bear the mental shock of the dumb beast again, they may lose their fighting ability directly. After drinking the milk, the big milk tank restored his strength, and directly used the help skills to the dumb beast. which increased his skill moves by half. Help skills can increase the power of the helpy's moves by half. The premise that the help moves need to be used successfully before the helpy's moves. With the help of the big milk tank, the doll beast after the state was added, the energy in the body soared, and the power of mental shock was improved. Meditation coupled with the help effect directly hit Howlis' body. His head was violently impacted again. His eyes rolled over, and he lost the fighting ability directly. The man saw how Lee fell to the ground, his face turned from black to green, and once again took out an elf ball around his waist. Aoki keeps an eye on the man's movements, and as soon as the other party moves, he lets the beast attack the elf he summoned again. Sure enough, the man threw an elven ball again. Just as Aoki was ready to go, a Dutri appeared in the ground. Dudalai. Is it usually an elf? Who knew that the man rolled over and rode directly on Dudali's body, then took out the elf ball around his waist, and wanted to take back the hot monkey and Howli. I saw a black light suddenly flashing towards him from the direction he was leaving. Although he did not respond, one of the heads of Dudalai under him reflected, and the sharp bird's beak pecked directly toward the black light. In order to avoid Dudali's attack, black light could only change its direction slightly, grabbing an elf ball in his hand directly. I saw that his hands became bloody, and the elf ball that originally wanted to recover the hot monkey was taken away by the black light. And the black light didn't disappear, but stayed beside Aoki. It was the dark crow who had been exploring the road in front. I waited for a long time and didn't wait for Aoki's arrival. If I was worried, I could only look back, but I didn't expect to see this scene. The other hand held the blood donation DC's right hand tightly and stared at the poke ball in the hands of the Dark Raven. www.mentalnovel.com. He only can give up. But the hot monkey can be called his ace. It is his strongest attack and qualification among his elves. Although this Dudalai under the has a higher level, but in terms of combat effectiveness, it is really not the opponent of that hot monkey. Otherwise, when he entered the forest at the beginning, Dudalai was not the hot monkey with him already. However, the elven ball that belongs to the hot monkey has now fallen into the opponent's hand. He stared at the dark crow fiercely, clapping his teeth, and patted Dudalai directly to let him retreat. The strength of the opponent is obviously above him, and the attributes of the entering elves also have an advantage. If they continue to fight, I am afraid they will be left here. The elf can no longer catch it, but his life is really gone. Turn back without hesitation. Dudalai's legs strode on the ground. Stupid beast, mental shock. Aoki wanted to stop, but in order to avoid being attacked by the opponent's elf, the two men opened their distances in the fight. After Dudalai took a few steps, the distance was even further. When the spirit shock of the stupid beast arrived, it had already shaken off several positions. Gah! The dark crow screamed, signaling that he could chase, but stopped by Aoki. Forget it, no need to chase. Both of his main elves are left here, and they are considered half-used. You rush to catch up. We can't get there in time. You may be killed by the other party, said sanely. The more such times, the less able to get up. Poor Kumo chase. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription. Rewarded. Seeing that Hibiscus is working so hard to update so many copies every day, let's get a monthly pass. Chapter 297. Crowmouth. Judging from the previous appearance of this person, it should not be those of the Cardas. Otherwise, Aoki will definitely not be so easy when fighting with him. Although Aoki did not use his full strength during the previous battle, other than that, the ghost stone hidden in the shadows did not shoot. Part of the reason is that there is no guarantee that the other party is only one person, and it is necessary to retain a certain backhand ability at any time. Another reason is that the other two elves do not make him feel a great threat. Although the opponent's self-strength is also good, but did not put much pressure on Aoki. If you are really willing to get hurt, the dumb beast can actually defeat the opponent. The reason is not to chase forcefully, or to confirm whether the other party is only one person. In this unknown forest, Although the other party appears suddenly and the possibility of owning a companion is relatively low, it is a truth that the poor and the young are not chasing. Let the dumb beast and the big milk tank jointly kill Howlee directly, then take the elven ball handed over by the Dark Raven, and directly collect the hot monkey who is irritable to attack, and lock it. This hot monkey with dark green qualifications, if only by value, Oki will be able to harvest nearly 1 million union coins. In addition, the other party's cultivation of the hot monkey is relatively good, and the value can be further improved. The Dark Crow and the Foolish Beast were responsible for cleaning up the scene, and then threw a stinky mud and absorbed Haol's corpse into it. In fact, this hero's qualifications and combat strength are still good, but have been subdued by the other party. Oki cannot control him, can only kill once and for all. Absorbed by stinky mud is not a waste of resources, and waste is used. Oki took a healing spray out of the ring and treated the wounded big milk can. Although there is milk to restore physical strength, some injuries on the body cannot be cured at once. After the treatment spray is sprayed, it will be relatively fast. Mimi the big milk can closed her eyes comfortably, and could not help but scream. Oki smiled and rubbed the head of the big milk can, and said, "Tough work, big milk can." In order not to expose his strength, he can only let the big milk tank first withstand the first wave of Howlee and the hot monkey. Mimi. The big milk tank shook her head firmly. She knew that her current strength in Oka's team could not play much role in frontal battle. Originally, she had some combat responsibilities, but when they all grew up, she has completely retreated behind the scenes. It is still very happy for her to be able to come out and continue fighting now. These injuries are much lighter than when she lived alone today. Oki also knew the thoughts in the big milk tank and sighed silently. Big milk tanks are slowly retreating behind the scenes due to their qualifications. However, Oki is also trying to find a way for him, not to mention the method of Xiao Kaien's family, which is the use of the energy crystal given by the chip, which can also improve the qualification of the big milk tank. I believe that as long as you continue to use it, even if the quality of the big milk tank is not high in the future, at least it is not a problem to deal with some simple enemies. After all, positioning is also an aid. After clearing everything on the ground, Oki went deeper into the forest in the direction given by the dumb beast. After just over an hour of walking, Oki found that where he is now should be on the other side of the trial island. At this location, you can also smell the salty smell of seawater, and at the same time, you can see some small shells and other sea things in the ground, so please guess that it should be not far from the sea. And with the continuous deepening, the level of the elves also increased. Compared to the other side being cleaned by the rockets, the wild elves here have a higher general level. After a battle, the Dark Crow stopped looking forward. There are many people who can recognize the Dark Crow, and it is more dangerous if someone ambushes him while he is alone. Standing next to Oki, the two elves and the dumb beasts were always alert to the surrounding environment, as if they had returned to the time of Zengjin. Slowly, Oki found some elves hiding under the tree or among the leaves. He did not take the initiative to attack, but set his eyes tightly on Oka's body. 5 or 6 elves that looked like a purple ball slowly gathered and followed quietly behind Oki. The Dark Crow and the Foolish Beasts discovered them long ago, but they ignored them because the opponent never launched an attack. But over time, the number of them gathered is also increasing, and with the increase in number, their courage also grew, and they did not have the same fear as the Dark Crows and Foolish Beasts around Oki. Oka's walking speed also slowly decreased, because he found that now not only behind him, but also in many large trees and grasses in front of him, such purple elves appeared. 2 red eyes, compound eyes, seemed to emit a faint red fluorescence in the dark forest. These purple elves are just hair balls, all wrapped under purple hard fine hair, and their 2 huge eyes are compound eyes of insects. Hairballs are relatively timid elf, but when the number reaches tens or hundreds of them www.mentalnovel.com even mice are no longer timid. Do not accidentally fall into the territory of the hairball, Oki said secretly. Looking at the current situation, it should be no worse. If it is a hairball, you can still accept it. Don't show up a few more, you moths. Aoki stopped and looked at the increasing number of hair around, secretly pinching sweat. Morumoth is an evolutionary type of furball. It only evolves when the level of furball reaches level 31, so if Morumoth appears, then it must be an elf above level 30. There is a big gap between the elves above 30 and the elves of 20 or more, and if there are more mules and so many hairballs, there should not be only one. Feng. A strange sound appeared from deep in the forest. Aoki's face changed suddenly when she heard this voice. It's really a crow's mouth. Dark Crow, dumb beast, watch out for vigilance. Aoki yelled. Dark Crow, quirk. With him at the same time, there are the hairballs of Putungai. As their bodies swayed, the sky's purple powder appeared in the air. Poison powder skills. The hairball is also an elf who is good at using 3 powders. Different levels of hair use different powders. Aoki felt as if he had returned to the unknown island, in the poisonous butterfly territory. Dark Crow, flap your wings, don't let these powders approach us. These hair are not low grade, Aoki said. According to the chip, the levels of these hairballs are almost above level 20. The threat of the emergence of the film is still a bit. Not to mention the sound just heard from the depths of the forest should be the evolutionary type of hairballs, Moruov dash. Second more. Serve. Chapter 298 Milieu. The dark raven fanned its wings a few times, creating small whirlwinds, repelling all powder. But the furball's offense has just begun. The eyes of the first hairball light up, and the development emits a faint red light. Then, all the hairballs light up their eyes. Me. It seemed as if something was felt. The blue light on the dumb beast sword, resisting the red energy of the hairballs. Aoki's face changed slightly. Although the hairballs are worms of the worm and venom system, they are naturally gifted with superpowers. Adult hairballs can learn directly the mental ability and the phantom light superpower, and the red shimmer just emitted from them is the mental ability. If there is only one, the dumb beast can still deal with it easily, but in the face of these nearly 100 furballs, the dumb beast also falls into the wind instantly. The hairball that is also losing is not a superpowered spirit. Otherwise, with the superpower of a foolish beast, it is estimated that such a large number cannot be stopped. Fortunately, the Dark Crow, as an evil spirit, is directly immune to these thoughts. Dark Crow, wings attack, give them some color. In the next second, the Dark Crow who got the command of Aoki fluttered his wings and flew away. Whether it was mental power or phantom light, all were ignored by the Dark Crow, and those powders could not approach the Dark Crow. In the gloomy forest, the black feathers of the Dark Crow are integrated with the surrounding environment. The first thing is to solve the hair standing on the tree. One furball failed to withstand the impact of the Dark Crow and fell off the tree. There is also a part of the hairball that is worried about the sudden attack of the Dark Crow, and the mental ability of the stupid beast cannot output it wholeheartedly. To the dumb beasts has relieved a lot of pressure. However, under such a dense wave of superpowers, the dumb beast's instant movement cannot be used. If you want to escape, you can only use your feet. After the pressure of the dull beasts reduced, Aoki took him slowly and went in the other direction. In the opposite direction from Aoki's departure, a group of grey-white insect elves gradually appeared. Dark Crow, retreat first. The Dark Crow, who was still wanting to attack, heard Aoki's order, and looked at the Morumoth that was about to appear in the forest. He turned around and merged with Aoki. In this forest, even Morumoths are in groups, and Aoki no longer has the idea of entanglement. The situation is okay now, but if it is entangled by a group of Morumoths, it is really dangerous. Trial Island really is not that simple. Aoki threw an elf ball directly, and a strong elf appeared. One step over his back, and the dumb beast blocking the attack of the mind also got on the back of the tropical dragon. Tropical dragon, go. Aoki hurriedly patted the tropical dragon's back. The tropical dragon looked at the surrounding environment, then looked at Aoki, and those smart eyes seemed to say, "Is it just a bunch of little bugs that are running away?" Aoki patted his head bent with a bad expression. "Look over there, change your expression again." The tropical dragon looked at it in the direction pointed by Aoki, and his expression froze instantly. He fluttered his wings and rose with a strong wind. But because there are huge trees and ubiquitous branches around, tropical dragons can't lift off at once. But a group of Moru moths is about to reach the battlefield. Even the 4th-level tropical dragon felt a huge threat. He could feel that one or two of the Moru moths made him feel very dangerous. Dark Crow, Tailwind, speed up the tropical dragon. Traveling through the woods, the speed of the tropical dragon cannot be exerted, and the Moru moths are relatively small in size, and the complicated terrain does not affect them. Approaching at a rapid pace, the Dark Crow screamed, an air current appeared around the tropical dragon's body, and the downwind airflow increased the speed of the tropical dragon. Unfortunately, it is now traveling through the woods, with lush branches and leaves on it. The tropical dragon cannot break through the tree cover at once, and the sun cannot reach the tropical dragon. Therefore, the characteristics of chlorophyll cannot exert his due effect. Although the speed of the Dark Crow has increased the speed of the tropical dragon, there is still a little gap compared with those of the Moru. Especially the first few Moru moths approached faster. Aoki obtained the information of the leading Moru moth through the chip. Pokemon, Moru moth green. Gender, female. Level, 44. Attribute, insect plus toxic. Characteristics, scale powder. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, harsh, poisonous. Basic skills, wind, butterfly dance, insect, silver whirlwind, impact, immobilization, penetration, ultrasound, mind power, poison powder, phantom light, paralysis powder, signal light, hypnosis powder, vampire, mind head. Teaching skills, insect bites, clear fog, hiccups. Skill learner, none. Oka's face was ugly when he saw the strongest existence of this Moru moth. The grade reaches 44, and it is still green. No matter it is in grade or qualification, it leads the tropical dragon a lot, and because of its small size, it is easier to shuttle in the woods than the tropical dragon. Of course www.mentalnovel.com. If it is just an elf, Aoki is not afraid. He is afraid of the dozens of Moru moths that are behind him, forming a siege. Even the momentary movement of the dumb beast cannot be used, then it is really fierce. Aoki took out the weight-bearing controller on the Dark Crow and lifted the load on him. Dark Crow, go ahead and make way for the tropical dragon. The Dark Crow is faster than the tropical dragon, and the Dark Crow is smaller than the Moru moth, so these branches have little effect on him. Let him destroy all the branches in front of the tropical dragon, so that the speed of the tropical dragon can rise. But this is not enough, because tropical dragons can relax and fly more easily. Stupid beasts, use mental strength to create a barrier for them, as long as they can delay. Aoki said to the beasts around. Yeah? The dumb beast nodded. In order to resist the frustration of a group of fur balls, he was under great pressure and had time to recover after reaching the back of the tropical dragon. Just waking up from meditation, the superpower energy in the body slightly recovered. A blue superpower barrier suddenly appeared in front of Moru. Immediately afterwards, the leader of the Moru moth was blocked for a moment. After all, it was a poisonous spirit, and the ability of the superpower was twice restrained. Even though the Moru moth can use superpowers moves, it does not prevent the dull beasts from restraining them. After the speed of the Moru moths was slightly rewarded, the tropical dragons had time to breathe. The third is more. Thanks for your support. Ask for various things: monthly pass, recommended tickets, subscription, favorite. You can do anything. Let's not pick. Chapter 299. Escape the birthday. Tropical dragons are flying and grass elves. Although the flying system can restrain the moth's insect system, the moth also restrains the grass system, and the poisonous line of the Moru moth also restrains the tropical dragon's grass system. Therefore, the tropical dragon, it was Moru moth's death. The shadow of death kept pushing him to run. Just hold on. As long as you rush out of the Moru moth's territory, it will be safe. Aoki fed the tropical dragon with a few energy cubes to appease his frightened heart. Originally, It was good to rule the king on an island. Although life is a bit boring, the sight is a bit small and the food is less. The tropical dragon thought silently in his heart. When thinking of food, I let go of my regret. Food is most important. Chewing delicious energy cubes in his mouth, as if venting something. After eating it, I didn't feel enough. Opening my mouth again, Aoki would feed him again. Tired and happy. This is the true portrayal of the tropical dragon now. Slowly, a little light appeared in front of the forest, and after flying for a while, the light became even greater. Tropical dragon, full strength. You will be able to get out of the forest in the front. After you go out, the Malu moth should not chase again, Aoki said after feeding the tropical dragon an energy block again. Hearing that, the tropical dragon seemed to see a dawn approaching him. The lack of sunlight in full flight made his body a little tired, and even if the body with energy blocks recovered, it was a bit overwhelming. It's like running alone. A long distance may run for 3 kilometers, and you just pant after the end. But if you run for 200 meters, you may collapse. If you exceed the body's tolerance limit, you are very weak. This is now the case for tropical dragons. The light seemed close, but it felt like time was running so slowly. Finally, 3 minutes later, the tropical dragon rushed out of the forest, arousing birds and insects foraging outside the forest. After rushing out, it was not sure whether the Malu moth had stopped chasing, so the tropical dragon continued to fly for a while, and after seeing that there was no chaser in the back, it glid to the ground all at once. Falling on the grass, panting, looking at the forest behind, the group of faintly fluorescent Malu moths fell on the edge of the forest and stared at Aoki and the tropical dragon for a while before returning a little angry. Malu moths are nocturnal elves, who like to move at night, and that dark forest just fits their life habits. That forest is their territory, and the wide grassland outside the forest may be the domain of other elves. Aoki jumped from the back of the tropical dragon, this time fleeing. Not only the tropical dragon was not tired, but the dull beast that had created obstacles for the Malu moth was also tired. With its last little superpower energy, the dumb beast floated down from the back of the tropical dragon, and even when it was about to land, because of the exhaustion of superpower energy, it fell to the ground. The dark crow fully opened the way to the tropical dragon, but also was a bit exhausted. This time, however, all 3 elves were tired. Aoki walked to the dumb beast, fed him a special energy block, allowed him to meditate, and then recovered the elven ball. After feeding the tropical dragon some energy cubes, he encouraged him to touch his head, and he also recovered the elven ball. When Aoki finished feeding the dark crow with energy blocks and also wanted to retrieve it, the dark crow stopped him. The rest of the dumb beasts has reduced the protection that Aoki deserves. Although ghost stone has been there, it is not enough, so the dark crow strongly demands to stay outside. Even if the recovery speed is slower, Aoki must be guaranteed security. In the end he couldn't beat him, and Aoki let him rest on his shoulders. In just half a day, Aoki had 4 elves injured and fatigued to varying degrees. Big milk tanks, foolish beasts, tropical dragons, and dark crows each need to rest. It can be seen that the situation during the final trial is different from the usual exploration on the trial island. During the first 3 months of rest on the trial island, you can still explore the area a little bit according to your own situation, at least to ensure that the place behind you is safe. However, during the final trial, random transmission to any location on the trial island may cause various situations. So the first day should be the time when the trial island has the highest casualty rate. Some people with bad luck may even be randomly transferred to the nest of the wild elves. If they can't respond in time, they may be killed directly and become the meal of the day. Only after surviving on the first day can we think about how to get more points and even how to conquer more potential elves in the next few days. The foundation of is also a prerequisite for survival. Aoki sat on the grass and took a rest, took out the fresh water and dry food in the storage space to realize their reserve, and silently choked up. By the way, think about what to do next. In fact, the trial island is very large. and there are not many people involved in the trial. There are 19 people in the trial. Even if the people involved in the later stage, the maximum number will not exceed 150, so they are scattered in various places. People. The biggest enemy is the wild elves on the island. As for Oki, it only took an hour or so to meet the person being teleported in. This probability is really very rare, and it can almost be compared with the lottery. Now think about it, maybe you shouldn't let the other party go at that time. www.mentalnovel.com. Before, I was worried that the other party might be different from myself and have the right to choose the transmission location. Otherwise, how could it be so clever? Therefore, Oki's worries are not unnecessary. If the other group of people intends to use their own sword, they will send a person to seduce, and then a group of people ambush in the direction of the person's escape. It is not impossible. Just thinking about it now, a little regretful. Standing up, Oki patted the dust and various leaves on his body. In fact, due to innate qualifications and restrictions, Merumoths are still lacking in the main battle elves, but if they are an auxiliary elves, they are still very good. 3 powder plus various super ability skills can achieve a certain control ability. The butterfly dance that can be learned innately improves the special attack, special defense, and speed. If it is matched with the skills that can be inherited in the genetic skills, such as the baton and poison, and the characteristics exchange, or through the later learning, master the characteristics exchange, and then coupled with colored glasses, this feature can be said to be a more perfect assistant. After using poisonous diamonds and butterfly dances, then use the baton to let the summoned sprite fully connect with his buff effect, and then summon it out to use the feature swap. This feature of tinted glasses can make moves that are not ideal and return to normal effects. For example, the fire-based water-fighting wizard can only cause half or even a quarter of the power. If it is a wizard with colored glasses, you can ignore these resistances and still play normal power. Then the defense wizards will almost lose half the effect. Therefore, if you have the opportunity, it is also a good choice to subdue a Merumoth as an auxiliary. Fourth more. Serve. Chapter 300. An horned rhino. However, as an assistant elven, the Merumoth has relatively high requirements on genetic skills and characteristics. In addition, Oki could not enter the territory of the Merumoth for a short time. It is estimated that once it enters, it may be sieged. You can see if there are other opportunities in the future. Now the elves were a little tired, and Oki wasn't going to hurry, so it's better to trim it first. From the previous situation of the Merumoth territory, the elves encountered later may still have higher levels, and there will be greater danger. It is only after all the elves have recovered that their safety can be guaranteed. After sitting quietly on the grass for half an hour, he simply solved the lunch problem for the elves, and Oki continued to walk in the direction pointed by the beast. In fact, before entering the final trial, Oki considered whether to leave superpower coordinates on his 3 men, so that he could find them faster. But in the end it didn't. First of all, even if these 3 people are collected, they don't help Oki much. It is not worth the effort to take care of them. Also, although the final trial is full of dangers, it is also an opportunity. Being able to go to a place where Trial Island has never been before, and encountering many good quality elves, if you can conquer 1 or 2, your strength will definitely increase rapidly. Everyone has their own luck, life and death, so Oki let them be free. After a little observation on the grass, I found that this grass is a relatively public place, and many herbivorous elves come here to look for food. Of course, the public environment does not mean safety. There are still many aggressive elves who come here to hunt. The dark crow stood on Oki's shoulder and watched the surrounding environment vigilantly. It can be seen that many undeveloped worms often appear here. Unicorns, green caterpillars, ladybugs, etc., which are relatively weak before being evolved, all feed on this area. As a result, a lot of strong birds, big-billed finches, bobo, and BB birds feed on these weak little worms, and the elves of the higher food chain will appear here. In Oki's line of sight, a BB bird slid down from the sky at a rapid speed, and the goal was a unicorn that could only graze on the grass. Feeling the sudden emergence of shadows in the sky, the worms around them stiffened their bodies, trying to avoid the sight of BB Bird's with cluttered towering grass. But he didn't want to. BB Bird had already locked his target. Just when the unicorn reluctantly accepted his fate, a strong sparrow came out from the other end of the grass, blocking the feeding direction of the BB Bird. The group of strong birds and the group of BB Birds always did not deal with each other. The two elves were entangled directly in the air, and the half-dead unicorn crawled away quickly, avoiding a disaster. It was just that the battle between the strong birds and the BB Birds slowly evolved into a fight between the strong birds and the BB Birds. Dozens of flying elves from two groups, like a dark cloud, appeared over the grass. For the battle of these bird elves, many other elves who often appear here are accustomed to it. You have to fight a few times every day, and there won't be any huge casualties. Just watch the play. In particular, I want to think that Kentaro, a powerful group of elves, often glanced at them and continued to graze. No matter how the BB Birds and the strong birds fight, they will not proactively challenge them. Otherwise, with the violent temperament of the Kentaros, the lair can be dismantled for you. This seemingly endless grassland has a hint of wild wilderness. The wild wilderness area is artificially created by the simulated elven ecological chain, and this is a small elven ecological circle that is actually formed under natural evolution. Do not think that BB Birds and sparrows are looking for unicorns for food, and there are no natural enemies. When unicorns and silk spiders eventually evolved into big needle bees and aridos, they would also feed on strong sparrows and BB Birds, depending on who is more capable at that time. The existence of Oki and Dark Crow did not cause much attention. After all, it was too small compared to the entire grassland. Walking on the grass, the elves here are relatively less aggressive. As long as they don't deliberately challenge them, it is safer. While Oki was observing the surrounding environment and walking slowly, he suddenly found a few strong elves in the grass, wrapped in grey armor. An A-horned rhino. Oki's eyes lightened slightly. An A-horned rhinos are relatively rare, and after the evolution, the horned rhinoceros combat effectiveness is still considerable. But this kind of unicorn rhino is an elf belonging to the rock and ground systems. The overall resistance is not very good. It is 4 times restrained by the water system and the grass system, and it is double restrained by the fighting, ground, steel, and ice systems. On the whole, the impacted area is still very large. However, his high attack and high defense and high physical strength almost meant that he had dropped off the special attack and special defense. It was considered in elves who specialized in physics, and the overall race value was not very wasteful, only slightly slower. The point is that the unicorn rhino is a relatively rare elf. If the qualification is good, the value is also relatively high, and it can be sold at a good price in the Hunters Guild. For those rich people, having such a domineering elf is very fast to face. www.mtlnovel.com. For some trainers, the evolutionary rhinoceros of the unicorn rhino is even tougher synonymous. And Oki also knows that the rhinoceros has another evolutionary type, super armored rhinoceros. This evolutionary form has not yet been discovered. People just think that the rhinoceros is the final evolutionary form of the unicorn rhinoceros. If this evolutionary approach that once again boosts its strength is announced, the value of unicorn rhinos will soar again. Oki, who was interested, slowly approached the past. The A-horned rhino is an elf with high requirements on the surrounding environment. Unlike Kentaro, as long as there is no red clothing on his body, even if it is only 1 meter away, it will not have much impact. But A-horned rhinos are different. As long as there is a little wind blowing around, it will cause their vigilance. Imagine the impact of a group of A-horned rhinos, which is more terrifying than a group of Kentaros. After all, this is an elf wrapped in armor, which is like a tank in an elf. In order not to attract the attention of the A-horned rhinos, Oki slowly bowed down and let the half-tall weeds cover it. Step closer to the past. At the current distance, if the exclusive rhinos launched an attack, Oki would have trouble running away. Fortunately, the unicorn rhinos are more powerful when they hit a straight line, but if they turn, they will slow down. Unconsciously, Hibiscus has written 300 chapters. Thank you for your support. Thanks Hibiscus. Let's stick to it in the future. Then, this is the last chapter ode. Thank you guys for your reward. Finally, ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Subscription.